whole thing goes into a
All of
cluster.
them clusters.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The cluster is made up of standards?
Yes.
Yes.
The numbered ones are the actual standards, and they're organized under one cluster or one grouping, and they fit within a domain.
Mhm. And then when we look at this blue placemat, which are teachers supposed to still be using this now? And just
These fit underneath, and that's what, part of the work we did last week as when we were going through the domains and the cluster headings, we were, or no, but tonight, the first day.
First day, we were
That- when
cross-referencing
we were
them to
going-
goal
yeah.
and process standard, because those are overarching goals and process standards.
and is that what the crosswalk papers actually do for Missouri? These are the
Inches
blues,
and
which are not to
And we have
this.
to be careful when we say old Glees, because there were 3 different there's been different versions of Glees, so
The most recent version of the Glees before adopting the standards that are out right now.
So we haven't, Missouri hasn't done that yet. They haven't have they made a crosswalk for this, or is that all in here? Is there a
a
crosswalk?
crosswalk for this with what?
Well, is this a crosswalk?
That's
Okay, are these the crosswalks?
Yes.
Okay,
and that's going from grade level expectations.
Into this document right here.
this is?
Yes.
Okay, that's what I wanted to
Yes.
know. So Common Core is in here.
Mhm.
Okay, that was one thing I didn't understand. I didn't know if this was just this and the Glees, but it's Common Core. It says
Yeah.
right there, doesn't it? Okay.
Yeah, if you'll slide it over here, I'll point. So this part here is the Common Core part, and this is based off of this and our Glees. So this is what we were doing, this is what the new part is asking. So it gave us a chance to see what we were connected to already, and where we had any gaps, and where sometimes we had lots and lots of Glees that fit in really well.
Uh-huh. Okay, so we got that. Okay, that was just a little technicality that I wanted to know here.
It's a good question. They all code everything differently.
Well, it doesn't really, one of the things that one of our administrators, director of curriculum, kept emphasizing was if we did Common Core, we're gonna get rid of the mile wide HD thing, and I just don't think it's possible. But I don't feel like they're really doing that here. I feel like it's still a mile wide. If you've got all these clusters under here, how is that really getting rid of the mile wide HD? But that's in here.
Yeah.
I don't know if that can ever be answered, but
Well, I know.
I think that's
But
good.
that was one of the things the
Whatever you use,
administrators.
you're gonna have.
Yeah,
you're gonna
whatever
have
we
problem
use
with
is
whatever
gonna be,
standard.
yeah.
There's gonna be a lot of stuff in there anyway, but I just
Exactly.
don't appreciate them using that as a class to really.
Yeah.
Because you start looking at these clusters and whoa, there's a lot of them.
Yes.
And those are supposed to be standards.
Yes.
Okay.
That's cluster would be like
When you say the word clustered, is it okay if I think standard? When you say
standards.
cluster?
Standards, the cluster
Standards.
word standards.
Yeah.
Is it- Yeah,
But
one
these
cluster
clusters
is
are
several
groups
standards, yes.
That are all related together.
Yes.
Okay.
And this might help a little bit if you look at that. These were Glees that we used to have that are no longer needing to be taught because of the language of the Common Core. Does that make sense? And so what they did is they took a list after they did the crosswalk each time, and then they showed us which ones were no longer, it's not that they're not being taught, but not at that grade level any longer. They may have
Exactly.
moved up or they may have moved down, but they're not being taught at that grade anymore. So you have that list on each of your sheets. And sometimes that helps and sometimes it doesn't.
Right, so basically it just needs to be mastered at that grade level. It's probably being taught at the other grade level because I mean, you have to reteach stuff so much.
Right.
But it's just, the Glees probably.
According to what we talked about last week, we can't even eat. Oh, thanks. Does anybody else need a hard copy? It's got some of my chicken scratch on it.
They sent that out though, right?
Yes, it's in the,
Yeah, I have the, I have the hard copy.
Can we even talk about things we need to discuss? When everyone's here, can we generate a list, or
Let
do
me
we
look at the,
just have to completely wait?
did somebody call Virginia?
I emailed her, cause I didn't have her number, and she emailed back, okay, thanks, I'll be on my way.
Maybe you guys have a better note, I think these are from you, where are we? From last week. We talked about what, well, we needed to have a quorum to conduct any business. It was decided that we would have 9 people, would be a simple majority of the group of 16. And that we also voted that if we had 9, at least 5 out of that 9 would be able to make decisions and ratify any votes. So to me, I don't know, discussion from you guys.
I think since we haven't got all 16 members appointed, that we at some point need to revisit saying that there has to be 9 here. I'm afraid we're not gonna ever be able to do anything. I think that was actually Hunter actually instilling his idea. He actually said that first.
That brings up a good point, but I'm feeling uncomfortable with,
Well, we know Janet's here, and we all, the last time we met, would get up and use the restroom when we needed to use the restroom. I mean, we weren't always 100% present in the room every single piece of the discussion. So we know she's coming. Can we discuss and then maybe just
Absolutely,
vote
yeah.
whenever?
I think it's open for discussion.
What do you think?
I think if you talking about what she said, discuss that. I agree.
Hunter, why don't you go ahead and talk? Well, that was about 30 minutes ago.
So I wonder, do we have any feel for if the other people are going to be appointed, or if the ones that have been appointed are ever going to show up? So that we could maybe set a more realistic meeting number than 9.
I think the Michael Todd was from my district, and I don't believe he would be here. So
What if we ask that question tomorrow? We're supposed to meet with the people that really put this stuff together. And find out whether or not they're gonna be appointed or not appointed. I mean, that's actually the group that's supposed to appoint them. They say that, we have our appointments have already been made and people didn't accept them and we have a vacant seat, then that really, they've never been a member of the committee and you gotta move forward.
Was everyone informed about the meeting tomorrow at 9 o'clock? Did you receive, and is everyone going?
My personal preference would be to stay and work if we can possibly get going on something. Or maybe not all of us attend the meeting, maybe representatives of the group, but I would like to get some more done. It feels like we're already,
I feel like we have so many misunderstandings of the bill itself, that if we unified as a group and went over and asked questions and got explanations and understood as a group, if I go and I come back and bring you information, it's gonna be from my point of view. Whereas if you go and hear it for yourself, you may interpret it differently than I
At the same time, the statute is supposed to speak for itself.
Yeah, the only problem is it's out of their hands.
Right, the
It's out
statute,
of
it's
the,
in
it's out of
print.
the
It's-
legislator's hands. So the only
They shouldn't
person that
be
can
having
interpret
that
it
either.
now and explain it is a court. I mean, if there's difference of opinion in the court, because, I mean,
don't
it's,
think
it's
there's.
the letter of the law, whatever it states in the law, and if it's ambiguous, that's too bad. I wish it wasn't, if it was not clear, that's really too bad that it was not written very well. But, I mean, they can tell us one thing and somebody else can tell us something else.
But if they
Totally
wrote it,
different.
they can tell you.
Well, that's a shame that it's not written very well if they wrote it. That's what bothers me, and the fact, the intent is, I mean, what they tell us tomorrow can be, the intent can be totally different than what's in there, because anytime, you know how the legislature works, they can write the bill and what ends up being passed is not exactly what they started out with. I mean, it's just the way bills work, and you go, oh crap, how'd that get in there? So
to
to decide what it is. I kind of think we need to set goals and say to us,
Okay, what are our goals as a work group? And then it will definitely have some different goals. I think. So, but one of the issues if we went tomorrow that maybe we could get for sure is that copyright thing that I keep talking about, because this piece of paper right here just says that Missouri has been given a licensure to use the Common Core standards. If you go back and you read the law,
I can mail you a website from
Did you get the one from the Governor's Association?
This one.
We got a release from the Governor's Association saying we can do anything with the Common Core standards we want,
There were some.
just last week.
I might have, did we get?
We just got it. No, it was just,
Was something about the way you purchase it, that we're allowed to change up to 15% of the language.
Yes, you could
Oh,
make a
really?
change.
Yeah.
And that's always,
I didn't see that.
I took it upon myself, I went to like 9 school districts this last week. And I met with the curriculum writers and different ones, some were really interested, some weren't. But a couple of them mailed me some things from some Indiana court ruling, because they had the same questions when they went in to address the standards. And the person that was involved in writing the standards actually says that they were only copyrighted to give people the security that this was not a government-driven document, that the copyright was simply to show people that it was private organizations that had actually written the Common Core. But, however, that since they did do it under copyright, there were certain things under there that, somewhere in their language, that if you change more than 15% of the core values, then it no longer is the Common Core.
exactly what I understood
It
also.
it deviates from what they're trying to accomplish with that.
Does that say you can't change more
No,
than
it didn't say you
50%?
couldn't.
It just means you can't call them Common Core
Right.
when you're
Right.
back.
Right.
You don't want to
You don't wanna
change.
do it in 85.
It's an article.
You can
Then
change
it-
more.
Then it
You
becomes
just-
your,
yeah,
you
it
can't call
becomes
it Common
yours,
Core at that
right,
point. Yeah,
right.
Which
that
is
makes,
what
that
we
makes
want
sense.
anyway. There's something called a memorandum of agreement that was written in 2009, and that's exactly what he said. 85% of the standards must remain the same.
To call it
To
Common
call it
Core.
Common Core.
We're not
Now, you
calling
can
it
call them
Right,
Missouri
we're
Learning
going to change
Standards.
the name.
No. If you're going to change the Common Core standards and put Missouri's name on it, you're gonna take the core standards and change them and put Missouri's name on it, then you're violating your two exact. And you know what, I did see this, let's read this, just bear with me for a minute. It says, furthermore, you'll find the following description. Hereby granted a limited, non-exclusive, royalty-free license to copy. Missouri didn't purchase anything, we didn't purchase licensure, it was given to us for free. But we had to agree to follow, there's stipulations here. You can publish the Common Core standards, you can distribute them, you can display them for purposes that support the Common Core initiative. And, okay, but nowhere in this does it say you can go in and rewrite them. It doesn't say that anywhere here. And it doesn't say it anywhere here either.
So here's
So
where,
that's
this
the
is
point.
the sticking point. We're not trying to rewrite Common Core state standards. We're trying to rewrite Missouri standards. And we are using Common Core state standards the same way we would be using Massachusetts
But those are
or
public domain.
They're still
Or
copyrighted for
the
100 years.
GREs.
They're still copyrighted.
Yes.
If the textbook is, if I quit using the textbook, the one before it doesn't go out of copyright for 100 years.
The
So it's
state-
still copyrighted.
Now, the state standards that Massachusetts wrote, that California wrote, they are not the same as the textbook copyright, they're different. They are
They're still
public domain.
copywritten.
They're still copywritten.
Yes,
I've
exactly.
already seen the copywritten, all rights reserved.
But it's
And so
different,
you
I
can't-
can get somebody in here who knows how to explain the legal part of it, but it is different than a copyright textbook copyright, it's not the same. And the Common Core copyright that they have on there, I mean, if you go in and read specifically, we can't change it. I mean, we can change, they will allow for school districts to add 15% more if there are things that maybe they left out that we wanna add.
And still
Let
call it
everybody
Common
know.
Core, but
So
we are
call
not
it-
wanting to call it Common Core, so
We
it
can,
says
we
the
can take parts
person-
of it or sections of it and use any part of the Common Core and putting in the Missouri Learning Standards if we
Yeah.
want to.
Cause it even says,
The Missouri
no
Learning
way.
Standards are Common Core.
are the patent or trademark rights of the person affected by the copyright, nor the rights of other persons may have in the work, and the publicity or privacy rights. So it says, when using or citing the work, so we can say it's adapted from, you should not imply endorsement by the author. So they're saying the Common Core authors are not calling it that.
Okay.
We don't care.
With this little book right here, this is completely 100% Common Core state standards. We may have put the name Missouri on there, but if we take the Common Core standards and we put Missouri's name on there and we start changing them, we're violating the copyright laws. We are. And we really are. Just because we say these are the Missouri Learning Standards does not mean that they're not the Common Core standards. They're exactly word for word.
But if we get a release from them that says we can do that.
We
Right,
you
well,
can do
this,
that.
I can read you
We,
this
we
little
have,
excerpt.
we have one from the
That's
governor's
not a
negotiation.
release.
This isn't the
Short
one you read.
answer, it says,
This is a different one.
This one right here?
can we
This is the
change,
one I
can
read.
states change?
Oh, I thought you were
Common
reading that
Core?
letter.
It says in the word, yes. States can make changes to Common Core as according to the spokesman for achieve the education of nonprofit and help develop the Common Core. States can do whatever they want and have always been able to, writes Chad Colby in an email to the state impact. There is no limit to what changes, additions, or subtraction the state wants to make the Common Core. Colby says that the rule of thumb, states are encouraged to add no more than 15% to the standards. Otherwise, he says it would negate the commonness of the standards.
Add 15%.
As for the copyright, the Common Core state standards are held under a public license, and it gives states who fully adopt the standards broad permission to use and reprint them. Colby says the main reason for copyrighting the standards was to protect the rights of the states to develop them. He says it also helps protects against charges that the federal government had hand in writing the Common Core. Copyright proves the federal government does not own nor control the standards. But critics of the Common Core say the copyright limits changes and policymakers might make to change or improve the standards.
Who was that
So
saying that?
his take is that, and this is the guy that was involved in
Indiana.
writing it, he says, do whatever you want to. But I'll just warn you that you change
think
more
it's
than
what
15%, yeah.
Indiana said that? Is that
Yeah.
what was your source?
And, I tried to email the website, but for some reason it won't let me send it from my phone, so I'll have to send it to my regular mail account, I guess.
But I'm not sure the relevancy of the discussion that anyway, if we're taking Missouri, or Missouri Glees, whatever, Common Core, Massachusetts, California, and looking at the standards, I mean, there's not 10% difference between any of them. They're all the same. Basically, they're all the same, so we're arguing about origin of document, not content.
Okay.
And if we're taking what's the standard, I don't care if Common Core wording is the best or Massachusetts is the best. Use whichever wording is best explains what we're trying to accomplish. I don't care whether it's California or Common Core or whatever. Then you've got Missouri Learning Standards based on resources that we had from 4 or 5 different places. I don't want to take Common Core and rewrite them. That's not the goal here. The goal, but they're a great resource because they've got great standards in there, but there's some I don't like.
Okay,
That we
so
can do that,
You
so,
don't wanna take Common Core and rewrite it? Did I understand you right?
no, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is we've got Missouri Learning Standards right now, but I thought we decided last time we were gonna look at
All of them.
Massachusetts,
redevelopers.
California, Common
And take
Core,
all
and the
of it.
Glees, and we went through and identified all the domain things, and which are all the same anyway, and most of the standards are
Close.
this really
Very
close.
close.
So it seems like we're kind of shuffling the chairs on the Titanic a little bit here, that it's kind of meaningless. That take what we have, work with what's the best wording, the best information, and I don't really care what the origin is. I don't care if it's Massachusetts, California, or Common Core. It doesn't make the dimes worth of difference if it accomplishes rigor and college career ready
Right.
and research-based standards.
These are
I'm
research-based.
good. I'm good with any of it. And so, you know, whatever, but they're all about the same.
Let me ask you, Jerry, what about the, other requirements that Common Core brings in with it then? If we agree, if we, let's say we don't change anything, and we go right ahead and agree to do Common Core, and we do the testing, aren't there some requirements there that are, the federal government's gonna step in and have a
But
lot more
Carolyn,
control?
none of us are suggesting that we not change anything. We are wanting to change,
We are
we're
wanting to
develop
change,
our-
yes.
Why are we wanting to change?
Because that's what the
That's what the
statute, and
statute's
it's
asking
5
us
years
to do.
in using these standards, so usually you revise and
It's
develop from
time.
it.
It's
Yeah.
time.
It's not 5 years in, use the lease, and didn't you just tell me these are the Missouri standards?
The Common Core state standards have been around since 2010.
Oh,
So
okay.
districts have
Yes.
been using them
Well,
as a
that's
resource since 2010.
And we get 2 more years using it.
Because
So,
the state
great.
doesn't tell us what we have to use, we can use whatever's at our discretion.
Okay, so we've all come in agreement that we want to change the standards, we want to revise, redo it, for what's best for our state. So, we've got to follow what this bill says. I mean, we've got to follow this word by word. If we don't, when 2 years come around, we will be back to, we're doing Common Core, the federal government's gonna have the control over our state that we're trying to get away from. So,
Caroline, what would we not be following in the statute if we start with the Common Core as a basis, the Missouri Learning Standard as a basis, and make the changes and revisions that we think are best for students?
that's the question I think we should go tomorrow and ask. I think we should go to the 9 o'clock meeting and get that clarified, and not only for us, for all the groups, because it's not just about us, it's about K through 12, everybody. And we all need to be there, we all need to be working on the same page here. We need to stop this bickering and fussing. I think our group is one of the better groups as far as the way we're being civil to one another. We need to get this straightened out and to ask that, that's an excellent question, I don't know the answer.
But I'm afraid what Jerry is saying is true. When we go listen tomorrow, we're hearing one person's interpretation, because what he said is true. The bill is passed, the statute's in place, and we would be listening to one interpretation. I'm afraid we'll just be right back where we started, and still, some
I mean,
people.
it's out of their hands, it's out of the legislature's
Why are
hands.
you against listening to the person who wrote the bill?
I'm not advocating not going, and that's not what I'm saying, I'm just saying, that's just one voice that said, I think this is what it said. I can get somebody that says just something contrary to it, and then we get into this. Because the only group that can interpret what the law says at this point, because it's gone, is courts.
Is what?
Courts, that's it.
And I
Other
don't
than
know
that,
about
it's
you,
an
but I
opinion.
don't have any deep pockets to defend myself against this. And I don't wanna infringe on any copyright law that later on they say, oh, I'm sorry, whoever told you that, and they make them the scapegoat. And they really didn't have the authority to tell you that, because you know what, the last lawyer you talk to, there's always one smarter than that waiting around the corner. And I don't have deep pockets, and I don't know about any of you, if you were born with a silver spoon in your mouth, but I will not go to litigation over this.
So are we saying
Or
what
put
we
my school
started,
district
are we
and the
saying what we
taxpayers
started
in
last
that
time
position.
is the wrong path? That when we started comparing, because I think we're fine, if we're comparing California, Massachusetts, and Common Core, let's take a look at what we put down as our domains, and we're comparing those things, I think we're on the right track. Nobody's copying
No.
anybody at this point, and we're trying to put something in place for 5th grade. And let's get a grade level done. I mean, cause right now, I'm not talking about copying and slapping stuff together, because that's not what's best for students.
That's
And I
right.
am trying to make this successful for my kids. Okay, I'm not talking about going to litigation, who even wants to go there? I mean, let's focus on what's here. What we did when we ended was good. Okay, we need to stay on that path right now, because I can't go backwards and keep thinking about this copyright thing. Because what we're doing is not copywriting anything right now, we're putting together what we think is gonna be great for K-5 math, and we have to get 5th grade done, so we can get back together with 6-12 and start making a connection with math all the way through. That's where I wanna go today, cause I would like to do something with 5th grade math. And I don't think what we started is wrong. I don't think what we have done is something we can't continue working with.
I would like to suggest that if we basically lift something from Massachusetts, because it is copywritten, and we cannot just take it, that we noted Because eventually, all of this stuff is going to go through attorneys. So we just note at the side, Massachusetts and where it came from. Or we note the Glees and where it came from, or the Common Core and where it came from.
Yeah, we just need
My
notation.
thinking is, it's going to make the process much simpler, California, when they get, because this will go to
Just cite your
lawyers
sources,
before it goes
exactly where
anywhere
it came
else.
from, exactly.
That's all I'm
Well,
saying.
all I can tell you is Sandra Sotsky is the person who wrote the Massachusetts, when you go and you look at their objectives,
We
she wrote
don't
the
have
language
written
arts.
permission from there either,
We
so
have-
let's just note it.
Could
But
I
our
say
GLEs
finish?
came from
I'm
We
Massachusetts.
never
talked to
get to finish.
Sandra on
We
the
already
phone,
have
and she said
Ah.
it is different, the copyright is different, when you write state
You
standards.
can't,
when
well,
you-
Massachusetts was 2000, our GLEs were 2008,
Right.
so
You
I'm
can't
looking
get in
at.
trouble for copying this.
Oh, that's true,
why they
that's
did
true.
the CCSS the way they did, but I think if
Either
we
way,
note
it's
off
probably
to the
at some
side
point.
exactly where they came from, then we've
It's
covered
different.
ourselves, and we don't have to worry
It's
about
not
it.
the
As long as you notate and where you extracted the
We're gonna
information
change
Right.
and gave them
1% or 2%.
credibility, or give it the credentials of where it came from, just like a research paper. If
Exactly.
I quote a research paper and I put where I got it, I'll let the lawyers take it and say, you don't need that in there, or you do need that in there. I don't want to make that decision.
Remember what Hunter read to us, that you can change 15%?
But we're not
No,
doing
no,
it.
no,
No,
Yeah.
if you change more than 50%, you can't call it Common Core.
You can
You lose
add.
the whole idea of Common Core.
It's not called Common Core at that point.
Right,
We're not
It
letting
doesn't
you call
say
it
you
Common
can't
Core,
change it.
obviously,
no, we
so.
want it to be Missouri's standards.
Okay, so that's what we're gonna say, we're not calling it Common Core anymore, so we can.
That's why we're here, because they
I
don't
don't
want
want
it.
to call it Common Core.
Right,
Okay,
I mean, Common Core is what it is, it's a set of bones
It's one
out
of the
there, and
resources
we're
we're
looking at
looking
it for,
For what it's worth.
along with 3 or 4 other sets of standards.
okay, and so then, after we rewrite it all, we're gonna turn it into the state school board, Jerry, and you're gonna approve it, right? It's going to be Common Core. And then, is the state gonna make a test for that? We're gonna do that?
That's all out of our hands, that's not part of
Yeah.
this bill, so.
Yes, it is. Oh, yeah,
Where does it
that's
say
in
we
there.
write?
But I don't think it's
Our
part of
writing
the work.
That's not part of the
That's
work
not
group.
part of our work.
So I think we just need to focus
it's
on
gonna
what we
take
are
hundreds of thousands of dollars,
Yeah.
so they're going to have
That's
a
not our problem.
commitment to the
But
assessment.
And
that's
I-
what's coming next, if
Oh, I-
you approve it.
Yeah,
But
No,
the
it's
problem
already-
is you gotta have standards before you can ever get to the assessment and the curriculum.
Okay, alright,
And
oh, yes.
I'm scared to death of the assessments.
Me too.
But that doesn't have anything to do with the standards from the standpoint of our task of what's the best standards. I think we're a long way from that, where you're talking about, from assessments, and there's a lot of water under that bridge to cross before we can get there, but we can't get even talking about it until we get the standards established.
So have we got 2 years to do that?
No,
Yeah, till
we have to
October.
October, then they want to implement the standards in what, 16,
I really
17?
think we need to go
16,
tomorrow, even if you
Yeah.
don't think
they,
Bar's
we
gonna
have to have it done by
jeopardize
October
the
2015.
But, and if we could get back to that discussion, just if we could get everyone from every group to go to that and say, let's get on board here and let's, I agree, I wanna rewrite the standards, I understand what you're saying, we're gonna use a little bit of Common Core, a little bit of this, a little bit of that, we're gonna rewrite them, I hope.
I know we're gonna say we're gonna use Common Core, but we're just looking at it and saying, I mean, how many different ways can you say we need to have multiplication and addition in this group?
Right,
I mean,
exactly.
yeah,
A
so,
lot of it's worded
There's
in all of these, right, from NCTM,
honestly,
you
you know,
know.
Common Core, where did they get the
Exactly.
idea?
And I, you know,
Yeah.
Well, like I
that's
said,
what
there's not
things,
10%
and I
difference
would
between any of the
understand
standards.
those
Exactly.
things.
They're
I
very,
think
they're
that
worded,
we discovered that
Oh,
on,
yeah.
I mean,
when we laid it out on those charts,
Exactly.
we knew exactly, they
They're
all
not
sound
different.
very similar,
Yeah.
regardless of where they came from.
and that's because if you start writing standards from scratch and we have nothing to use
Right.
as a resource, that would take years and years and years.
But I think the reason people want to stay away from Common Core, the people of our state spoke and said we want to stay away from Common Core is because what all is going to come with it. And we have not seen that yet, any of us here. But if you can look ahead at the other states that have gone on before us and suffered through this mess, you're gonna kind of find out what they've gone through. I got something pulled up right here from a teacher in New York. Anybody would like the amount of testing that's gonna come with it? How
That's
much
not safe.
little time.
Yeah, and
That's
Missouri
that
is
state,
already
that's
pulled
not
out,
our
it's
state.
all the same animal.
No,
No.
we get to.
Yes, ma'am,
Our
no,
assessments
The
are
problem
ours.
is, regardless you use Common Core or not, whatever standards you have in the state of Missouri, assessments are gonna follow.
Exactly.
they're gonna follow. I don't know what they're gonna look like, and I hope, and Missouri's won't look like New York's, won't look like California's.
Because we're not.
Because we're not gonna we're gonna have Missouri learning standards, whatever they look like. State Board of Education's the one who has to develop the assessments. They've gotta put the assessments together to match the standards. And it ought to be based on Missouri learning standards, whatever we come up with in here, not Common Core, not New York's, not Massachusetts, not California's. It's ours. And, you know, I hope we have input into those assessment processes. Because just like Amendment 3, you know, could blow up in our face with tons more assessments than what we could have right now. And I don't want that to happen for our kids. And I don't know, I don't think it makes a difference which standards you have. It's still a problem with assessments, regardless of what standards you have.
Amendment 3 is a distractor right now, because
Oh,
regardless
It's
of whether it passes or fails, we are still tied onto that waiver and the 4 assurances the governor signed us onto and signed us on Common Core. And your assessment as a teacher, 50% of it's gonna come from this. That's why we need to just throw it all out and create our own standards.
Which is what
Which is
what
what
we
we
started.
started,
Just our own, yeah.
right?
But-
That's
but-
our
but
saying.
we-
started doing.
But we can't
Yes.
just start from
No, we gotta have some kind of
blank
bones
sheet.
to work from,
Exactly,
yeah.
exactly.
Because I'm
But
really,
Common Core needs to be one of those resources.
Yeah.
I'm really fearful of picking and choosing things here and there. I'm really fearful that we're gonna end up with a mismatch of things that don't have nice progressions in there. There are 11 of us when everybody's here. I don't know.
I
I'm
agree.
nervous about
I'm
that.
nervous about that too, I
It's
agree
kind of
with you.
like we're trying to disguise the standards, because we want them to be Missouri standards, so we're gonna take them, but we're gonna maybe put our own little wording in it, so they won't be a copy of Common Core. And then when you take that and you mess around with them, that's when you go back to Fordham's ranking of our previous standards, and we've got a D and I believe an F on them. Did anybody remember that, when you look at it? We had good standards, but it was just, they were jumbled up, and it was the way they were organized is what it was. And I think even then, groups of people from our state were rewriting standards based upon things they pulled from other states, but they didn't want to just literally copy another state to make it Missouri sound. So we do need to be really, really careful.
But I
One
think
of
I
the
would,
concerns I have with Fordham, and it's not a problem, they are a huge supporter of Common Core.
Yes, they are. And-
Huge
And
supporter
that's
of
why
Common
we were
Core.
given this, is because that's the only thing they can pull out of their hat.
And,
Well, it depends
you
on
know,
what
they
you
came
do.
here, to testify for that,
Yes.
for Common
Yes.
Core, and got totally annihilated for being here. I mean, it was just,
Because they sent
Embarrassing.
somebody all the way from Washington DC, I believe it was.
I don't remember who it was, I can't
Yeah.
remember the name, but
I
it was,
watched
they
the
came down
testimony.
supporting it, so, you know. I
And
just,
even though California was ranked very high, there are several tests out there. The NAEP is one that California, that actually ranks lower than Missouri in their testing.
Really?
So it really depends on what you wanna call standard, and how the test was done, because if your state, I mean, those can be manipulated, they set their bars really low, and they, you know, our bars are set way up here, and they go in, they do their testing, and they may do very, very well, and it gives you that false sense of security that, oh, they have this great set of standards, where our bar is set much higher, and our students are actually learning much more in a shorter period of time than other states, but because of where the bars have been set, so how do you really compare when we say California has a better set of standards? That's just one person's assessment,
Exactly.
or one company's assessment. Massachusetts, I think the reason we should pick on them is because they do have a 20-25 year track record.
Yes, they did.
they got it very good.
So, you know, and, you know, so there are things like that I think should be taken into consideration.
Here it says few states set world-class standards, and when you look at this, it's education next. I used to get education, so, we were ranked 3rd at that time. And we did get a better grade in reading for those standards than Massachusetts.
Really?
Yeah, we
did get a B in math compared to South Carolina and Massachusetts, but overall, we still ranked third. And one of the things that the article points out that I found interesting is, and I think this is where it goes back to teaching methodology, and I think that we all agree on that, that I'm all for, anytime there's a workshop, man, I'm signing up for it, because I want to be a better teacher. And one thing it points out is you can set very high standards, which Missouri did, obviously. But if states don't live up to those standards, and I think really what they need to be looking at is their pedagogy, how are they teaching those standards? Okay?
It's kind of unfair to compare us to Kansas when our standards are significantly higher and they hit the bar. Well, yeah, I can jump over 2 feet. I can't jump over 6.
Yeah, if you remember
But I
the
could jump over
GLEs,
2,
and
and
you
so-
might, were you a board member at this time when the GLEs first came out? And then when the first testing came out, they're like, whoa, okay, our kids are gonna plateau out way faster than these other states, because we've set the bar so high, where other states have set it low, it was easy for the kids to achieve it. So what we did, we came back and we lowered the bar in Missouri with our GLEs, just a smidge, so it would take us longer to get there and our students plateau out. So I think really what we need to do is, yes, set those high standards, but then if we feel our students aren't performing, then maybe we need to look at our teacher training and what workshops can we send them to and things like that.
I guess the goal I want to get over is getting over the political ideology of where the standards came from. And because I don't disagree how they got here. I've never disagreed with that. That's always been a concern. But that doesn't mean the standards are bad. Doesn't mean they're great. I'm not saying that they're the greatest thing since sliced bread. But that didn't make them bad. How they got here, I don't like. I didn't like it to start with. I didn't like how it happened. But two wrongs don't make a right. And so I want to do what's absolute best for the kids and the best standards for the kids, and try to get away from, focus on the kids, not the adults here. And because the process is wrong, the process was wrong, in my opinion. Now, I'm one of 11, so you guys can throw rocks at me if you disagree, but we got it. So I just don't want to throw the baby out with the bathwater here and just totally go back and try to make 2 wrongs into a right. And because I think we got those standards, they're good ones. Massachusetts got good ones. California's got good ones. There's a pony in that pile somewhere, people, that we can put these together and come up with Missouri learning standards that's rigorous and sets high bars for our kids. I just think we can do that. And I think if we screw it up now,
Then it's out of our
we've
hands.
lost it in the state board. They just decide what they want to do. They'll implement those standards and we'll move forward. And I don't want that to happen, because I think we have an opportunity here to make Missouri a better
Well, Jerry,
level than we are right now. I just
agree-
think we got that
I agree
opportunity.
with you 100%. What I don't understand is why are all these people so defensive toward DESE, and they don't want a DESE facilitator in here, they don't want these cameras in here, and the reporters. What's going on with that? Where did that come from?
I do not know. It's
Same here, I
that
don't know.
Well, and it did bother me.
I don't. I think that's. I don't. If DESE's, and I disagree that it ought to be independent of DESE. I don't disagree with that at all. I think it ought to be independent of the legislature. They don't have any business at all.
Maybe.
It's
Oh,
us. I do
wait,
agree
wait.
with that. It's us doing
Hold on,
this.
maybe we shouldn't say that. Maybe we should say DESE needs to be here, legislature, they need to be here. That we need to be working on this together. Why are we separating this and saying, legislators, you don't even know anything about this, you don't know about education. Maybe we should educate them. Maybe we should say, why don't you have people sitting in these meetings listening to this? You need to be here just as much
I
as
think
the
one of the
rest
big concerns, and I heard this from several of the school districts, I found it pretty interesting. Because one lady in particular, she pointed out specifically about counting money, which is what we talked about, and time. And she said, those things need to be in there. Those are common, everyday things kids need to learn. They're not in there. Well, money, I think, is counting.
Time is.
Yeah, it's in the first grade.
Time is earlier.
But I think the big frustration from the school district, at least what I took away from it, is that we spent 2 years hundreds of thousands of dollars, countless hours. And we have been putting together a curriculum. Now we've got it on hold, or we don't have it on hold, and some have gone forward with it. Some of them are double dipping in math so that they can play catch up between the old GLEs and the Common Core. So that's an area of frustration. Some school districts are concerned that this is a move to make this a political control set of standards rather than an education from an educational standpoint. That's a concern that was out there. But I think mostly what I got from all of them was, just tell us what you want. We have teachers that are willing to teach. If you want to set the bar high, fine, set the bar high, but leave it alone. Once you get it there, let's get it out there and let's, she said, and most of them will tell you that when this first set of tests come back, we're gonna do terrible. And the first thing the media is gonna do is grab it and say, our educators aren't doing their job. But they're not gonna tell you that for the last 5 years, they've been in a state of turmoil of what do we teach? That isn't gonna be presented. So, and they're worried about their people that make contributions and, well, you guys aren't doing your job, why should I give you anything? You know, those types of things. So I think that's from the educator standpoint, that's one thing I heard over and over and over. It didn't matter if I was talking to the curriculum writer or the 5th grade teacher or the 4th grade teacher or the superintendent or the assistant, it didn't matter. They all had those same valid concerns. They really don't care other than the fact that make sure we have a valid set. And they don't care whether the bar's high. A lot of them have concern about it being too low, but they're like most people, they feel like if you put the bar here, most people are gonna get there. So let's put it at a place it needs to be so that we can set it and let's move on. Let's get this in place and get our kids learning what we're supposed to be teaching. So, a frustration, that's if I had to sum it up with one word, frustration for the educational community.
Well, because they felt like we had a direction that we were headed. And then all of a sudden this came out and now teachers are starting to feel, what, we're doing this again? You're pulling back all this work we've been doing for the last 4 years.
And the fact that the districts haven't given us one thing to use for this, and we've been buying it all with our own money. And so we've been paying for all of our own stuff, and now it's going away. So everything,
Well, I was gonna
Some
say,
districts may have.
yeah, they've given me math curriculum, that is it. The rest of the stuff I have bought, everything on my own.
Yeah,
But now I'm like, okay, now
It's
I have
almost
it, now I'm gonna say, throw it out the window, spend all this
You're right
money.
on target from the standpoint of, every time we get a national assessment, we compare it to somebody, we go,
We
I don't know if you've ever seen that movie,
Yep.
Squirrel,
Yes.
That's
So they
us.
saw something
It's
silver and,
squirrel.
oh, there you go.
and we go different. And all of a sudden, we get a bad report, we go different, and we create a new standard. At some point, we gotta set the bar and practice until we achieve it, just like a high jumper. Move it up, put your bar, if I wanna jump 7 feet, I gotta clear 6.5 first. And I gotta get there, but we keep putting it to 7. Oh, you're getting close. Let's make it 7.5.
Do you think we set the bar with No Child Left Behind?
Did we set the bar? Yeah, we set the bar.
No Child Left
It's on top of the building.
So it was too high.
Oh,
100%.
Well,
100%,
yeah, you
yes.
can't expect all kids to be on grade level, 100% on grade level.
And
There's
don't
no
you
way.
think,
It's totally ignoring any other research that came before that, like the bell curve and IQ test. It's totally ignoring that.
well, NCLB wanted a straight line going up, which is not possible. It's a bell, life is gonna be a bell curve.
Right.
But what we do is raise the bell curve. You're not gonna change the curve, I wanna raise the curve for all kids, so that the kids on this end that are having trouble, I want them to be higher and more achievement than they were before. I'm not gonna get them up here to the IB kids. That's never gonna happen.
right, but don't you
And the
think,
only other way to I can close the achievement gap. I can tell you exactly how to close the achievement gap. Lower your standards. For those upper kids, lower them, and then all of a sudden it gets smaller. That's not right. That's wrong. That's totally wrong. But you can close it because all of a sudden you brought it up and then you brought the other ones down. And that's not what we want to do. All votes ought to rise.
But does everybody agree when No Child Left Behind came about?
I feel like we're really off
Yeah.
task. I think our task should be working on these standards as a worker. So we need to establish revisit where we started. We're not gonna answer all these questions. We're not gonna make sense of any of that.
It is kind
We
of
just
pretty, that's a
need-
good conversation.
Very
Yeah,
interesting.
it would be, but we need to really, because our time is limited. We do have a short amount of years, so we need to focus in on what we're gonna do with our time right now.
I would like to put out on the floor that we think about going back to what we were doing the first day, where we're using the Missouri Learning Standards as a structure. And then we can look at wording, we can look at wording from other places, look at perhaps some movement or some additions. But as a longtime math teacher, I'm really concerned about picking standards from 3 different places and putting them into one document. I'm very concerned about that. I think the fact that what Hunter was saying, that teachers are wanting some consistency, the Missouri Learning Standards are in place. We want to change them. We're all 100% in agreement on that. But it would be a good structure to start with to make sure that we're not creating some gaps that a 4th grader stops here, but they really should have been here for the 5th grade. And I seriously am concerned about losing any kind of learning progression if we're picking and choosing from different places. So that, I'd just like to put that
How
on
do
the
we change it if we don't go to other places for references?
We can, but I'm just saying that the structure stays in place, that the topics, or at least we work from that structure, the topics that are in place for 5th grade, we look at those from the Common Core, and then if we want to change some wording or change this or that, but that basic structure stays kind of in place.
So more similar to what we did the afternoon of the first
the
day, where we
first
said
day.
we wanna replace this one, or the wording of this one isn't
Right.
good, or we need to readjust. I do think that will be more efficient for us, simply because we're gonna end up with the same. I think either way we come around, it's just gonna be more complicated the other way than the first one.
Yeah, we don't wanna design a horse and it comes out looking like a giraffe.
With the
And when you-
horses.
And when you start piecing things together.
Polka dots.
And with polka dots, yeah, 3-legged giraffe with polka dots.
Yeah,
And
that
I mean,
could
I've written
be a
stuff before,
possibility.
curriculum that, I pull from here and I pull from here and it's really disjointed. So I do think your point, Ann, is really,
I thought the first day felt really good because we were really, all of us digging into the standards. There were things we didn't like, we were noting that. And then if we can refer to the other standards for how they approached it.
And I think the domains we already discovered are very similar. The cluster headings we discovered on Friday that are probably, like Jerry said, it's gonna be less than 100, they're very, very similar. So we like the structure of some of the other resources, looking at the standards underneath to simplify. I think that's the part that's probably the most difficult for me and for my teachers is let's really have a clear understanding of what those standards, the 1s, the 2s, 3s under the cluster headings, making sure those are simplified.
So Leslie asked me, because I can't remember why we highlighted some of the things we did on Friday, like what was in the Dropbox.
Because they appeared in 2 domains.
Yes.
Oh,
that's
they're
right.
so common, they were in 2, because I was like, I really can't remember why these are highlighted and these are
Those
not,
were
because they are very
duplicated.
common.
That's right, okay,
Okay.
that's what I couldn't
When was
remember
at
either,
school
so.
last week,
Okay.
and I'd really like to have one.
So I guess to start, Madam Chairperson, is that I did not do a very good job of note-taking on the second day. So
Notes today.
I would like to put out on the floor, could we just have the DESI note takers take our notes for us so the rest of us can be working on the standards?
Any
They,
discussion about that? Because what
She's
The
asking
difficult-
is so she can help.
because what
Do this
happened was
instead.
when I was note-taking, then I wasn't contributing to the conversation, I wasn't able to follow it, and I had to clean things up. And so really, there's 2 of them, they're taking the notes, they write down everything, and we're being videotaped, we can go right back through.
I do not have a problem with that, but I can tell you there's other groups who are gonna scream and yell about that.
But
I'll
we're
make
our
that
group.
motion. That we do that. Because I think somebody needs
So
to
your
be,
motion is what, Jerry?
to let
Let them be the note
the note takers, whoever is taking the notes,
Let
that they
Desi
remember,
help us, right? I
and,
mean,
yeah, not influence, but help. They're here to assist.
I'll
We have a
second.
motion and a second, on the floor to allow Bridget and Chris be our, group's note takers so that Marilyn can be a strong contributor not doing two things at one time.
So
So
they're good at it.
I would.
I will openly admit, I can't type and speak at the same time. I am, but you
I
know.
thought that was, that's your new job description. Yeah, it's more than multitasking.
Yeah, that's like, if we are fine with that, raise your hand if you're in favor of that. We have a unanimous vote, so. You've been relieved of your duty.
I didn't do really
You've
the
been
second
let go
day at
now.
all. I thought it was kind of ironic, James thanked me for it, was like, oh, wow, that was a really good
You've been ripped.
contribution.
So my question to you guys then, how do we get access to it? You post, where are those posted?
How do we get the information?
To get the information.
We could post them, we send them to, Jeremy,
But you can also email them to us and we can put them in the drive, like we
We
did
can.
last week,
or
or the week
if I had
before.
access to the drive, I could just post it there.
But everybody needs that,
Right.
not just the 8 people in our group,
Right.
but all of us.
Yes.
Right.
So that will bring my
You get
next
what?
motion.
Whatever she said.
Oh, they were on the drive. Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
They
James
were
put
put
them
into
up
the
there,
drive.
James added them.
He was emailing too, cause I know he emailed to me.
Yeah, I got
So
email
that
and I
brings
got it
my
on the drive, I
next-
got both.
Kind of went both ways,
Yeah, we
so
know.
I wasn't sure which one was
There's
which.
8 who get it and 8 who don't. That's what we need to get over because we need to be a whole group.
Oh, yeah.
Doesn't help us.
I got everything that James sent,
I did too.
so, and
Oh,
he
yeah,
sent by
James.
email.
James will say, yeah.
I couldn't
James
remember
will-
James.
that's-
Oh, I didn't have
That
that
was
stuff.
that,
Yeah, I don't have that set.
No,
well, I think
Yeah,
it's,
no.
I think you're assuming I did it and it was what they did,
Okay.
because the second
Oh,
day I did
okay,
not
what's
take
in the
notes.
drive is there.
Yes.
Okay.
So I won't take claim of the notes on the second day, they were emailed and we put it in the drive.
Okay.
But that brings up my second point, and I haven't talked to the high school group, so I don't know, but I do know that they discussed using the Dropbox. I think because we were using Massachusetts, some of the focal points, all those commonality of the resources, that we should just have K-12 in that same Dropbox, so we can see what notes they have, and they can see what notes we have. So we're all in one Dropbox, so, and it's just the file, it's just the
Yeah,
file.
my worry is that we leave a gap somewhere between 5 and 6.
But that's,
Yeah, I think
but
that's
that's
Yeah.
another way of being able, because I went to their session this morning, just listening in on what they were saying, and they were talking about 6th grade, and I was just thinking, they have that Dropbox set up, they're putting all their documents, all their information in. If we put all of our stuff in there too, then we can really, in our own, like preparing for these meetings, look to see what they're doing.
You said you couldn't access James's stuff?
And the drive, you have to have Google, but in the Dropbox, it's just web-based.
Can everybody else use Dropbox?
And the Dropbox is just a file cabinet, so it's not like you can edit, we can't edit, we have to,
You have to get permission.
Marilyn,
So you,
don't you, doesn't somebody just invite people like Caroline and then
And it's
once she
web-based.
accepts it, then she can see everything that's in there? She wants to be.
So, well, and I haven't talked to anyone, but I think Kathy is the chairperson because she was kind of leading when they went to break and when they came back, so we could ask Kathy Battles if whoever set up the Dropbox, if they could invite us and if we could just put our stuff. I think
She's
they
really
would
good at it.
appreciate that too, because then they can see, like today, they were having discussions, well, where would symmetry be at the elementary? We know it's down in elementary, but we don't know where. And if we moved it from 3rd grade to 4th grade or 4th grade, they could go back and look to see where we are thinking
Right.
about putting it.
Right.
So would it be easy to take the information, the files we have in the Google Drive and just
Yeah,
take
it's
that
just
over?
saving them in there. And so we really could have both going at the same time. It's just, I think the Dropbox would be easier for all of us to access and we'd have their stuff on
you're
top
just
of
looking
ours.
for like a good clearinghouse for all of it.
It's just a file.
Just a
It
file.
really is
So
just
that
a file.
everything's transparent and
Yeah.
everybody has access in the group.
So do you want me to try to email Kathy Battles to see if they'd be willing for us to, as a whole group? Do we need to nominate, do we need
I
a,
think we need to make sure everybody's okay with Dropbox, just,
okay.
can everybody use it and everybody's okay with it?
Well, I think I
It's
It's
very
very
easy.
easy.
Everybody-
Yeah.
Put things in it, but
I'm not-
I've not been able to get Google Drive to open.
Do you guys have that?
I've changed my password 3 times.
I'm not very proficient at it, but I know I
I'm
can,
sure once you
I
invite.
can
know
jump in a
it's in there.
pool and I can find it
Okay.
typically
I've never
somewhere
used
in
it.
there.
Do you like it better than the other stuff?
I've never used Google Drive ever until this time, so that was.
And the
I don't
difference
use
between the
Dropbox.
two, in Google Drive, we could all be on the same document editing it at the same time. But that also gets very cumbersome when we're all trying to edit because it will jump in between where we're editing
Yeah.
as well.
That's why our facilitator's here to give us some hot copies, so some of this can be formatted.
So, do we need a motion? I motion that we, ask ask secondary math if we can access their Dropbox, and then we can put our files within that Dropbox as well.
Do you have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second to access the secondary math group's Dropbox, and that's where all of our files will go, so we'll have access to theirs and they'll have access to ours. If you're in favor of that, raise your hand. Alright, it's unanimous. Do
So
you
let's see if they'll give us permission.
I
mean, they have-
We should note Janet's continued concern about the fifth, sixth grade. I think we all agree with that. We don't want to lose the importance of keeping track of
Yeah,
that.
cause we had a math vertical team meeting this past week, and we sat, my partner and I teach fifth grade, we sat with the sixth grade teacher, and we just found some really gaping holes with the Common Core there, and she's like, I feel for you, I know, we're leaving you a lot on your plate, but that's the way it's written, you know?
Well, and you know, that's something that you were talking about, how that they cleaned out the glees, and if it was mentioned in one place, they took it out. That concerns me, because just like symmetry, I mean, do we not talk at all about where it's introduced? Are we only just making these goals be where mastery happens?
Correct.
And how are we?
I think the standard is mastery and local control decides, like, if we wanna introduce it at a younger grade, or if we wanna introduce it at that grade, that would be your school district that makes that decision. The standard is the standard, yeah, for that expectation for that grade level. So and that happens, like, if you have advanced kids, your advanced kids may, hit it before then, but that's the expectation
You know
of
how we were
that grade.
talking about money last week, it's second grade, but you need to be teaching it in K-1.
You can be,
Yeah.
it's
And
not
I
saying
don't have
you
a problem
can't
with
be.
that.
Yeah.
You know, my only issue is with the way it was worded in California, where they had two groups of coins and one of them to determine value. Well, a lot of first graders might get confused with how many were in each group rather than the amount. And that was my concern, that was the only thing I was trying to say, just I got derailed, so.
First grade group, probably, there's 30 pins over here, 3 corners here, there's 3 corners.
Well, yeah. And I tell people all the time.
I think before we move on, there's still a couple of housekeeping things.
Because it just comes so
Audrey, the cafe closes at 2:30 or closes at 3? That's 2:30, so if anybody wants a drink or anything, we should probably take a break right now.
And then we'll do refills, so if you ever go down to get one like this, they will refill it, it's a little less, you're not
And then
paying
I'm
the
like,
cup.
there it is. Oh, there's a cake.
Lighten it
I
up.
gotta drive, I have to drive home tonight.
Get done a lot faster.
So do we wanna take a break now or keep on working?
Take a long.
Well, keep it really short, run down, run back, bathroom and tea, that's what I need to do.
So start back at, you need 10 minutes, 15.
2:25, let's go for it.
Yeah, whatever.
Is your bathroom close by?
Yeah, I'll point to it, if you want to follow me.
Better than me, I take my kids to do stuff like that for me.
So it goes actually pretty easy on the iPads too. 'Cause
It
it's- It is. I love it on my iPad. I have it on mine, my daughter's, and my phone. I can pick up all we do Google for the school district, so I have it on my laptop. And she even uses it at school, for seventh grade. She's got Google Slides. She does all her presentations. She can either do it on my laptop or her iPad or whatever device we have. She's got
How old is
Google.
she?
7th,
Oh,
so 13.
7, that's better than 7.
No, yeah, no, 7th grade.
Really?
I know she took off this morning, and she had told me about her social studies test, that she had gotten an A-, but I guess they make you sign it, and I don't know if they lose, I don't know, it's just stupid right to, I don't know why they do that, but anyway, she texts me as I'm driving, here, she goes, I needed a signature on that by Friday. Well, I'm spending the night this time down here because we're working later and I gotta be up early.
Yeah.
I guess you don't get a signature, I guess you didn't give me your test. And, so emailed her teacher. I said, well, I did know she got an A- on her test, but she did not show me her test. So I cannot sign it because I am now in Jeff City for 2 days. So it will not get a signature on it, so I'm hoping you accept this email as a signature that her mother knows she got an A- on her social studies test. I guess her teacher was laughing at me. I'm like, because they know I'm a teacher too. And I'm like, well, because she's all panicky. I'm like, oh, Lord, they can't take your A- away from you. Because they want to fight that with me, they got to fight on their hands because that is not content related, and you cannot pull that A- from my
I
child.
doubt that they were worried about you seeing an A- so
Yeah.
much as some of the other
Yes,
ones.
yeah, it's usually the anything C's and below is probably is what they needed to see, but. So yeah, it was just funny, she panics, even one of my good friends that her daughter hangs out with mine, and Stacy's like, your daughter's freaking out that you did not sign her social, she did not give me her test to sign, that is her responsibility, not her mother's. Like,
That's the way to create an account. Doesn't have to have a Gmail account.
You're asking an old woman who does not know.
Okay.
I always go to my kids and
I
ask
do,
them.
I do too.
Pearl, you talking about Google Drive?
I switched it so that when I'm doing search now on Google, and I never used it. I never liked it.
Well, help him, because I don't know what to tell him.
But it's asking me to create an account.
Yeah, you will have to create an account.
I will,
Mhm.
so I have to have a Gmail.
Yes.
Great.
Just keep the same password,
Yeah,
do
same
yourself a
password.
favor.
I have
Same
14
email
of them, I
address, just at
think.
gmail.com.
You know, I finally just started doing that, same password for everything, so if somebody wants
Which
to
is
hack me,
exactly
that'll
what
be
you're
pretty
not supposed
easy.
Yeah.
That's exactly what I do, I've got 3.
I
that
couldn't
just kinda
remember
wrote
all.
down. I know, but that's, like you
Yeah,
said,
you're not supposed
I
to
mean,
do
I've
that, but
talked
I
to-
can't remember it. I have
I got
all the passwords to my
password
bills and all
board.
that stuff, I have typed written up. It's just
So it
sitting
doesn't
there.
help you.
I know, it's just sitting there. So Clayton called, my oldest son called the other day, and he's like, where's that list of all your, because he wanted to get into one of my
Yeah.
AT&T accounting thing. And I'm like, I think it's by my bed. I don't look my bed, I didn't even know what was that.
well, our business forces us to change our password every 90 days.
Oh,
So you just go back and
Every
forth?
account. Well, no, you can't just go back and forth.
I would
They won't let you, if
Yeah,
you
you
use
can't
it
use the
before,
same
you can't use the
password
same for within a
for
year,
certain period, yeah.
after a period of time. And we're talking about 16 number password, we're not talking about
Right,
cat.
yes.
I
We're,
got two,
we're talking about 16
Uppercase,
capital,
lowercase,
uppercase,
number,
lowercase,
yeah.
numbers, screwy signals.
we have to use passphrases.
Yeah.
It's like typing a paragraph.
Yeah.
I went to the conference this summer and they were talking about security on the POS systems, the point of sale systems.
That
in
sounds
stores.
funny.
So they wrote- piece of- yeah, well, that's what they are. That's exactly what they are. But they said you should use your password should be phrases like a song that you know. And I'm going, guys, hey, cabin, that's my password. I can remember it,
Yeah.
I know it, and I put it on everything. But I know if I ever get hacked and they find it, I'm screwed.
I have
They're,
two,
they're in everything that I've got.
Hey, you know what? JPL, Jet Propulsion Laboratory.
Yeah.
The Pentagon, they've all been hacked. So
Oh,
I think
I
we're
know.
pretty easy.
That's true.
I have a two systems we get in, we have to use this. It's a passphrase that I have to use. It has to have at least 5 words. Each word has to have at least 5 characters.
Oh my
Oh
goodness.
my gosh.
And then this is a 10-character number that changes every 30 seconds. So that when I log in, I have to type my passphrase in, and I have to look at this thing,
Holy
and I have to
cow.
type the 10 numbers in before it changes.
Oh my gosh.
Well, and
But the
that's,
systems are in sync with each other.
Oh my gosh.
I'm a transmission engineer for AT&T.
and you know, in some of those websites you go to, and then they'll start asking you questions. You know, like your mother's maiden
Oh,
name,
yeah,
or
yeah.
where did you meet your wife,
The
or
first concert.
what was your
you ever
first
went to.
concert? So I just type in and go Springfield, 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 and Springfield. Answer every one of them the same. Well, they finally wised up, I guess, and now a lot of them say nope. You can't have the same answers on different ones. But my son, who's a network guy, computer guy, he said, just answer all the same. You know, where'd you meet your wife? Springfield. You know, where's your first concert? Springfield. Where was this? Springfield. And,
Have
but
you
that,
guys,
that didn't work.
have you been reading about online testing where the kids are writing and they're figuring out if they just write a sentence that's grammatically correct over and over,
get a really high score because the computer doesn't know that they're supposed to be writing, you know, like a
About something
collective.
specific.
And they can just write a bunch of nonsense if they figure out, you know, as long as it's all grammatically correct. It could be like, I walked my dog, I went to the grocery store, you know, filled up my car with gas, over and over, just junk. And then they can pass,
Yeah.
like the ACT.
The computer can't tell
The computer
intent,
doesn't know.
as long as it makes sense grammatically or in the right tense and all that kind of stuff. All it can do is grammar and spelling. And that's a
I
problem.
think that the computer could figure it
One of
out.
these days there will be, if there's not already somewhere.
They're probably gonna fix that problem.
I mean, if you got a computer program that can read your research paper and tell you that you copied it out of a document somewhere else in this country, there's a program that can say, this is a bunch of BS. This doesn't make any sense. There's gotta be a program out there that will say that this passage doesn't make sense.
Teach it to grade it.
Yeah, I hated that one when they finally got that program to do plagiarism. That's how you get through college, isn't it?
Plagiarizing? Hope not.
You just change a few words.
I tried to convince middle school kids that they couldn't just
Oh, no.
print it off Google and
Yes,
retype
exactly.
it.
Oh,
It's
exactly.
kind of hard to convince them of that.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
They just don't get it.
I made them do note cards and the whole thing.
The whole bibliography and everything, absolutely.
Yeah.
Footnotes.
And you could, well, a question per card and then the answer to the question from their research, and then you put them in order and start typing. Yeah.
I used to love to do that. I don't know why.
I like
I like research papers. I enjoy doing that. I wasn't very good at writing. I was terrible at writing, but I love research. I'm not a good writer, but I like research and doing. I do too. I really enjoy that. Guess that's
I don't know what I mean.
engineering or something. I'm not, but.
I made it with time to spare. All right.
Okay, so while we're on break, we're not gonna waste other people's time. When the testing does come around, if Missouri does our own standards and we do our own testing, what's gonna happen when they wanna compare our scores to everybody else's?
We'll still be there. The national assessment.
Okay,
Yeah.
so we'll still
That's what
do
we've
that.
always, yeah, that's
We've
what
always
we've,
done that.
yeah. I don't think we have a choice.
I don't think so.
I don't even think the schools have a choice. They call you and say, we have a deal for you, you're going to do this, and they do.
It's all random.
Yeah,
Fair enough.
yeah. Where are you heading?
I'm
So
gonna
I
head
know
here
where,
if the spot's okay.
yeah, it works, I'll just move my stuff.
Hello?
Yeah, 'cause I used to wonder that too, and it's all different. NAEP is the one thing that everybody, NAEP, National Assessment of Educational Progress, yeah. And I tell you, yeah.
$1 for somebody that's sitting there.
And she was from here.
You have to get to
I go back.
Yes, I was, I was leaving.
Help
You did
write
that.
them
No,
down.
no.
Oh, yeah, I was that. Okay. We wrote that assessment.
I helped on some of those.
Some of the readings, I can see some of those things.
Yeah.
I mean, they're good questions, but I'm just thinking,
I know, when I saw the
this is tough.
Yeah.
Tough for fourth graders or third
And
graders.
then I was.
As we put that together,
Right.
you want it to be tough, but, you know, doing the constructive response and all that kind of stuff.
That's why I don't find the big
Trying to
thing.
make it
Well, Candy
space
corn's
here.
good too.
Well, I think I'm good.
I've got a lot of room over here.
I just borrowed a computer too, so.
Did your presentation go well? Is that what you were doing?
Well, I was supposed to have it and I ended up having a different meeting instead and it was a team presentation, so I just let the other person take it. But I had a different meeting this morning.
Did you drive over from Columbia?
No, from St. Louis.
How's the weather?
I had some patches where it was really heavy rain, and then there were a couple of accidents on 70, and one where a truck driver had kind of crossed the median was in both east and westbound lanes. So.
Glad he stopped before he hit anybody.
I don't think he hit anyone. I think he just overturned himself.
There's room here if there's not back
Good.
there for you. Whatever works best for you. Sorry. That's how I wrap up my used drum so I can throw it away.
right, it's 2:25, I think we'll go ahead and get started. Welcome, James.
Thank you.
Did you get the sign sheet?
It's over.
I think before we get started with our work this afternoon, I think we started to have a conversation, but not everybody was here. We weren't able to get started until 1:30 today, just because we didn't have 9 people. So I think we need to have a discussion of a group of how, is 9 still the number we want to have as a quorum? Just revisit the quorum. I think I'm a little confused about that, so we'll open up discussion for that.
I think if not everyone's going to be appointed, if those spots aren't going to be filled, then 9 only allows 2 people to be gone. If there's only going to be 11 of us, it could make it difficult to get anything done if we wait on 9 people.
Have we heard any word on the other appointees?
No, if it's on the website, it still says there's 3 places that are still saying we're waiting appointees.
I know that the, Senator Dempsey's staffer sent out a list of people, and there is one person that's listed for us that hasn't been at the meetings, and I don't know who that is, so.
I think there's a couple.
I think there are 2.
There's only
on the
2
website,
listed
there
that
are
are
2.
not here, that have never been here, and then there's 3 that are saying awaiting appointments.
That's 5 at least.
And I'm not sure of the process of finding that out. If we contact them or. It was a little frustrating sitting here for an hour and a half this morning.
Well, if 13 people have been appointed, whether or not they're here, could we say 7 until the other people are appointed? Could we make it 1 more than half of the official appointments? Would that work?
As long as someone can do it here on business, is that what you're saying?
Or we can, like you said, make it 1 more than half the official appointed members. So when the awaiting gets filled, 1 more than half of that. Make it a little messy.
Sorry. Like I said, I borrowed this.
Our own expression.
Sorry.
Can't wait to see what shows up later.
Hope there are no more surprises.
At least you're not on a projector.
I have another presentation, and I needed to have I have a Mac myself, and I needed to have the thing where you could plug into the projector, and I didn't have that,
Yeah.
so I borrowed this. And
Yeah.
wasn't expecting that.
Now, that's not good to be on a projector.
Not when you don't know
You
what's
don't
going
know
on.
Exactly right.
Okay, Marilyn, can you repeat that?
Yeah.
Okay, so the motion is that in order to carry on business for discussion, we would have 1 more than half the listed appointees
That would be 7,
Right.
because there's
Right.
13 appointed right now.
right
So if it
now.
goes up
But
to
if
14 or.
1 more gets on, then we'd have to go up to 8.
Yeah.
If 2 more gets on, we'd have to go up to 9.
So instead of giving just a number,
So that if it fluctuates,
If those 7 have to vote on something, are they just gonna go with quorum of the 7, or that doesn't
with them,
The decision we made was 2/3 of those present to approve something. So-
2/3 of who, the amount of.
Of the amount of people that are there. I mean, that, I don't know if you can keep that still, but whatever number you pick so we can actually do business is the one we really need to clear up is, we don't wanna sit here for an hour and a half like you did, waiting for me to get here, or, cause things happen.
Right,
People-
absolutely.
people-
I mean,
people
I
have
can't be here
schedules and it's
tomorrow
just- And it's just the way it goes, but I don't wanna sit here with 7 people and we can't do anything, but I understand that if you want 2/3, then that's just what it is, whatever of 7, 9 people that are here.
Well, 7, more than what? So 1 more than half, we can still conduct business, so we can still get things done, and then we don't necessarily have to vote on it, we can make, but it's in
Yeah,
place.
because we can use Dropbox and make
Yeah,
sure
use a
everybody has
Dropbox and we
it.
get it to everybody's
And then-
attention, this is what we have worked on, this is what we have kind of, and then go from there.
Yeah, the goal is not to make decisions with people gone. The
Right.
goal
Yeah.
is to
Still
Be productive.
continue the work.
Be
And
productive.
I think we had this, a discussion about, it's still, people could still meet and talk about stuff.
Yeah.
And so I think that, yeah, I think it's fine for them to get started and work on things. I think it's a fine goal.
If it came down to voting and someone couldn't be here, then we read something to the effect that they could vote online, or, they could vote over the phone, or they don't have to be present to vote.
Okay, so the motion is, in order to conduct business, we would have one more than half of the listed appointees. Okay, so that number may fluctuate. Like this morning, we would have been able to move on with the 7 people here. Do I have a second?
Sure.
Okay.
You have a lot.
Got lots of seconds. If we're in favor of that, raise your hand. Okay, that's unanimous. And then, are we going to stay with the 2/3 of the amount of people that hold the quorum, or do we need to bring that forward again?
And the 2/3, we were really specifically talking about approving what went forward, right? We weren't like talking about 2/3 to stop and go to lunch, right?
Right,
It's
okay.
two- Yes.
I hope not.
So it's only that
Take a
final
break.
decision,
Right.
right?
And I feel like that's what our decision was
Yeah,
last
I
week.
think that's an important
That
one.
one's
If we're voting on
Yeah.
accepting the standards or what we just put together, I think that's appropriate vote. I don't know that just little housekeeping things.
Yeah.
And I don't,
Well, I
argue
think
about what
that's
that means, but I don't, we could get bogged down for crazy things.
So, let's get started. From what I was hearing this morning, what I heard at the end is we had a lot of discussion again about the copyright and, I really feel like everybody's here to do what's best for kids. We've agreed that, the Missouri Learning Standards are a great group of standards, that there is some tweaking, there is some revision that needs to happen with them. The work we did the afternoon, the first day, where we were actually looking at the standards, Missouri Learning Standards, and documenting, what needs to be done, if we need to revise, tweak them, reword. Is that where we wanna go this afternoon?
I don't think that's in the bill. Just why we need to go listen tomorrow morning.
Well, in the bill, it does say, for each subject area in which the State Board of Education develops, evaluates, modifies, or revises academic standards or learning standards, the State Board will convene 2 work groups. And so they are saying develop, and when you look up the definition of develop, it is expanding on, it's growing that. There's all, so we are taking the baseline of what we have, and we're progressing it, we're promoting it, we're making it better. And so, and we did tear quite a bit apart on that first day, just in operations and algebraic thinking. We separated some, we said we didn't like the wording of some, we didn't fix them right then, but we notated several standards that we were gonna have to go back to. I'm just trying to calculate the time it's gonna take to revise all of these, so we need to do it in an efficient manner. We need to figure out a way to move through the standards to figure out which ones really need to be revised versus which ones need to be thrown out and replaced versus which ones need to just be dropped completely off or a totally different one added in.
The second definition of develop is start to exist.
What are you reading from on what was that?
On page 2, bold red. And we've done this before, we've gone through this before, because even at the bottom, whenever a state board develops, evaluates, modifies, or revises. So we have to start with something. I just feel like if we are going from pulling, we're gonna lose the coherence because they're vertically and horizontally designed. And we can modify from there, but we need to modify what we currently have, in my opinion. And make it better.
Ian brought up a point that if we're pulling from standards from here, and here, we're gonna lose that
I'm just
good.
worried that when our liaison, or whoever it is, goes to give the report, you know, how somebody's gotta go and they can't hear.
I'm wondering about that, because as I was reading, it doesn't say an oral report, so we could have a written report that we collaboratively put together.
I'm like that, don't have to do that.
I thought we had to have somebody actually go.
It doesn't, I didn't find anywhere, I've read it several times, and I could not find anywhere, because I was wondering, what would the liaison, because right now we have one chairperson, but technically I think we're supposed to have possibly two. So that if one person, like Lori can't be here tomorrow, someone's gonna have to step. So we need to have like a backup.
We just
So
have to.
as I was looking through, what that person does, there's no, I don't see where it says, it just says prepare a monthly report. So those could be our minutes, or those could be the notes that we were taking the other day.
Yeah, it goes for pro tem and that, and then a speaker, a report goes to them now. However you wanna do that, I think you got.
I don't think you
Well,
So
have
it
to do
doesn't
it in
have to be
person.
oral, it could be a written report to them.
I don't think it has to be in person.
At least it doesn't say it has to be.
I didn't see where it said
So I don't think that this, I don't think that they, according to this, I don't think they will approve what we do if it's just revising Common Core. So we need to be real careful.
Well, we've already gotten a new name for the domain when we're talking about operations and algebraic thinking. We already have the domain name. We've done that. It's relationships and algebraic thinking. We've already come up with a new name.
Okay.
So we're already on the right track. So, but if we're thinking about, when we need to think about how it's going, some of that, yes, we can use out of Common Core. And we're gonna have to probably, because it's
We can't change it.
It's the same as what it would be in
the
the
same as
other
what it's gonna be in
standards,
other standards. I mean,
too. We don't wanna go back.
Well, we,
I thought what we were
when
doing.
it says write and interpret numerical expressions, there's really no other way to say that.
I thought what we were doing at the end of our last meeting was going well. I mean, we were going through and we're plugging things in.
What I'm hoping is we could combine what we did on the first day with what we did on the second day to make it fit.
How's that? What do you mean by combined?
Because the second day we worked on Friday, we worked on the cluster headings and the domains. The first day we had gone through one domain, each grade level, but we were looking specifically at standards and which ones we thought need to be changed, revised, taken out, that we had a problem with. So somehow we're gonna have to get to the standards. I mean, we were getting kind of the framework, and the framework was similar in all
And
three
we got the cluster
documents, all four documents that we put together in that chart. The cluster heading, or the domains were very similar. So we have our name of our domains. Now we're trying to put the standard under that domain.
Right.
I'm
But we
guessing.
haven't quite agreed on cluster headings.
As an outs, you guys understand the whole concept. The headings and domain, what we call them is not really that big a deal, is it? I mean, we really need to get to the standards. I mean, we can call it a horse, we can call it a palomino, whatever, to make difference. That's not a big deal, is it? Whether we have.
Well, so we know what we're talking about.
As long as we have
Yes.
some generic, I'm not generic, but some, I mean, whether we call it number and operations in base 10 or number sense or number sense, is that as critical as the cluster groups that we're talking about, the guts of it?
Yeah.
That's what's really critical.
And the
not-
guts-
Okay, I just don't wanna get
And
wrapped
we
up
wanna get
in,
to the guts.
yeah, I don't wanna get wrapped
Yeah,
up in
well, we
what
do
the
need to get to
title,
the
just because of
We need to get to the
regardless
guts.
of what we
Needs to
call
get
it,
to the
and the
guts.
guts is the part that I'm worried about losing,
continuity.
Yes.
that's,
I understand that, I understand that totally.
yeah, I'm worried about that. The domains, what we're calling the domains, we finished that in a matter of 5-10 minutes because they were all very similar. The cluster headings, when we pulled in California, Common Core, Massachusetts, and the GLEs, they were very similar. So, I mean, I think that was good, that was important to discover. So I think if we use something that already has the clusters, then we can get into the standard, which is going to be the difficult part.
And
I
we-
agree that there are a
yes.
lot of standards within the Missouri Learning Standards that are complicated, that are bulky, that we can use California or Massachusetts, cross-reference those and look at the bullet points, look at the number ones and number twos, and just simplify it so that it still has the meatiness to it, but it's just, easier to interpret.
Well, and if we go back to that first big topic of the relationships and algebraic thinking, we already got the clusters. We said represent, analyze patterns and relationships, and we said write and interpret numerical expressions. So under those two, that's what we need to do today, is come up with the standards that fit under those two,
In fifth grade.
in fifth grade.
In fifth grade.
In fifth grade.
We're at one grade level.
We're at one grade level.
One domain, 2 cluster headings at this point.
Is everyone clear as to where?
I am at the very top of the document that he started when he sent it, and it's the very first thing is relationships and algebraic thinking.
It's gonna
I'm having my own technical difficulties, but I'm gonna get there eventually, hopefully.
James,
Well-
do you wanna use my computer and I can share out?
I think I should be able to figure it out eventually.
I can't find his internet connection button or anything on there.
Oh, it's a ThinkPad, should be.
This
Yeah,
is
mine's on
You're
the
talking about the one that
Is it up
listed,
here?
the California, one in
Yeah.
Massachusetts,
Is
No,
Missouri,
no.
had 6 or
This
7 of them.
Yes.
Okay, that's one, okay.
Here's a copy, Jared.
Yeah, I got it, I just wanna make sure I'm on the right
Yes.
one.
Like, if I borrow it, so it's-
Yeah, oh yeah, you're on that
Yeah,
one,
I
because
just
the
wanna make
button,
sure.
the two at the
Yeah.
bottom are your cluster
Yeah,
headings.
okay. I can get lost really.
That's what I was looking for, but I couldn't see it. I missed it.
All right, now we're gonna go public Wi-Fi.
Okay, let's see.
They're on the, in the.
Yeah, okay, I didn't know if we had hard copies or not.
I do have an extra one.
No, that's fine. I can work on here.
You're in the drive right now. We're gonna get it eventually in the drive. They're in the drive.
So when you, Leslie, when you said that,
Well, and then I took it away, because I was making sure my keyboard worked on Google. So when it says I edited something, it really didn't. I was trying with my new keyboard.
Leslie.
Does it work? It does not work.
when you said the two at the bottom are the cluster headings,
That's the work group, or, yeah,
right there,
yes.
all that did was take the Common Core, or if you want to call these the Missouri Learning Standards, it's, still Common Core, okay, but all it did was just take it, flip flop them.
And I don't think we should flip flop them.
But I think,
Well, no, but that's what we decided on, because we used the word represent that came out of the Missouri and the Massachusetts words, and with patterns in there, I know, but patterns and represent, that's what we decided for. There's really only so many ways you can say this when you have to do this, and
It's
so
a big idea.
it has to be in there, yes, it has to, I mean, I don't know how else we're going to say that sort of, that's how they're gonna do that. I
Cause
mean,
everyone we looked at had that same kind of structure, they started with big ideas and then.
Is this basically what we did, see this right here?
Yes.
Did we take all of this and say
Yes.
this is
Yes.
what we want
Yes.
from that?
Yes,
Yes.
yes, those were our two clusters, so underneath those, that's where our standards are gonna have to come in. So what is that standard for writing and interpreting numerical expressions? What is it we want the kids to do with that particular?
That sound all right? I guess it it's really. All here, all we did was just cover it.
Well, not necessarily,
well, I think, I don't know if this has been the decider on how we want to put them.
but we just
decided as
came
a
up
group.
with, but that's what we decided as a group as a cluster.
Yeah.
Yes, and it doesn't matter the order of the cluster, I mean, you can look back in your, right now, whatever California says, I have that online, so pull that up. What does California say about numerical expressions for their standards? What does Massachusetts say? So if we're gonna pull from all those other things, that's what you need to look under right now. That's where you need to be looking, not just at the Common Core booklet or Missouri Learning Standards booklet, look under Massachusetts and California, if those are the resources we're using, or NCTM, under writing and interpreting numerical expressions or representing and analyzing patterns and relationships. What are they saying that fifth graders need to know under that?
California one's in the drive. And that's why, and Massachusetts in the chart.
they're
That
both-
there,
they're all
everything's
like, I know it was
on.
on.
Yeah, they're all.
I'm like, I know, why am I missing that? I'm like, why do I feel like I was going on so many Google slides? I'm not feeling
And it's the same way on the next one, on the ever since in operations, we're still keeping the same, the two cluster headings. Understand the place by system. Didn't change a bit.
Well, and that's getting back to where they're all gonna be worded very similar. A lot of them came from a lot of the same resources. When you create standards, you're getting a lot of the states are using other your states as resources. And
That's such a change on the other.
So can we go back?
Let the record note that at 2:45, James got on the internet.
Got that down.
would you like a round of applause? We can do a woo-hoo.
It'll go down.
Big hot shot now knows how to get on the
Really
internet.
slow.
Oh, yeah, mine is the iPad.
Mine doesn't.
Even though it's a small screen, I have to go
Express
kind of
the
back
same
and forth.
idea, but looking for the most
I can't keep
clear
this
statement.
straight and do the other one and then
Kind of-
I can keep a
All the
screen
way
up.
through, or just?
Just finding the page I want.
Oh, as far
Oh.
as the structure?
Yeah,
Yeah.
just
The
the,
structure,
how it's
okay.
stapled together.
Okay.
On number sets and operations in base 10, there's fractions.
If we pull it out-
Fractions, we pulled it out because it's kind of its own beast.
Okay, we'll put it
I kept saying that.
Okay, remember that.
Did you say it was its own beast?
Fractions is kind of.
And then when we get to measurement and data analysis, why don't we have everything versus?
We couldn't, we passed over that one because we couldn't seem to get a feeling for where measurement fits best. We didn't get very far.
But that's kind of data we want to follow with.
Okay, so are we ready to get into the depths as we're so lovingly calling
Can I
them?
ask I'll ask a question for the experts as far as writing some of this. Is it better to have, like, California's got one that's a long standard's got multiple things, several different concepts, in my mind, concepts, or is it better to have, separate them out into a different concept? I mean,
Are you
know,
looking
Common
at,
Core's got, I'm looking at fifth grade relationships and algebra thing. You know, California's got one sentence that tried to put all of it in one standard. Missouri's got, what, 4? Is it, and this is mechanics, I don't know what's better. Is it better to have 4 separate ones, easier to understand, or is it better to just write one and make it
Want a
a
balance.
two?
Yeah.
kind of want a balance?
Is it,
I think-
I don't know, I have no clue.
Like I feel with domain 1 in Missouri Learning Standard, under operations and algebraic thinking, the very first standard under write and interpret numerical expressions, those 2 are okay, I think we need to look at a little bit, but we've already talked about analyzing patterns and relationships, that number 3 kind
There
of
were 2 of them.
had 2 standards within it.
But see,
So I
if you
think
start breaking
Okay.
up too many of them apart, then you have 100 different
And that's what I was
things.
kind of- that
So
was
it's
my-
kind
yeah.
of like where you can find a balance that
Okay.
makes sense to keep it together, then do that, but
Okay.
I
didn't mean
agree,
to
like when we
stop
looked at
it,
number
I just-
3, we thought that was way too much for one standard, that it would be better to have that separated apart.
Does anybody have a problem with their Google Drive?
Yeah, it took a while for it to download, but I got
Okay.
it.
Have others, do the rest of you use Dropbox?
We talked about that before we were here, we're gonna combine with Dropbox
Well,
with,
I asked if we could, but I haven't heard back, they might have to vote on it or something.
we're
Well,
asking the
We
secondary.
already, they already gave us, I think, access to the Dropbox.
There's a House Bill 1490 Dropbox that I have access to. 1490 Workgroup. I joined it 4 days ago and I didn't make it.
Yeah.
I've not mastered that.
Well, I can, okay, so let me go into that, and I'll,
We thought it would be good to have K-12 all in one location so they can see our stuff and we can see theirs.
Unless they invite you. But once you're in.
And not everyone is able to use the drives.
You have access to. It's really handy sometimes. You do a lot of sharing, and back and forth, you know, with grades and stuff. Other people can it's kind of nice.
James, there are a few, just want you to invite us to drop box.
okay, I'm trying to get on myself right now.
Oh, good, I don't have to do it,
Yeah.
let's see. I should have you wrong. But I did last week, so I know I did something at one time. Somebody was walking me through it.
Okay.
No.
There,
Which one are you guys on?
We're on the representative
That's
family
share with, I just
relationships,
have
the
to
same
stop.
standard
I
on
need to slow down.
but we're in Massachusetts.
So let me try something, what's your email?
Because it's a grade span, because it's six, so
That's why
by
we
the
have to
end.
take it apart, not use the whole thing.
But I think that we would have the numerical pattern, which is first one, and then the ordered pair into two patterns. Would be
Well, so it says that I have permission to look at the stuff in there, but it's not giving me permission to add stuff.
And that's probably what you would have.
So I can't put any of our stuff in there right now, I don't know if you can.
I doubt it,
It's-
I don't know.
And that's what we're kind of waiting to hear from, and right if they'll give us
Let me
permission.
see if I don't think anyone's emailing me back.
But you were thinking of a specific Dropbox
Just for the math.
working group, math
Standards.
working groups.
Right,
Just
K-12,
we don't
right,
care,
so,
not,
and they can have two
social studies or
folders,
anything
cause
else,
it's just a folder, basically, so we can have our own folders in there, but a lot of the documents were the focal points, the Massachusetts, California, many of the same documents were there. Or that we're using, cause I heard them talking to them this morning.
Which one are you in, California? Yeah, I'm having a hard time with Massachusetts, like.
Me too.
Well, they're 5, 6, it's a grade span,
Strand,
so-
so we, and a lot of times it's gonna lay it out as sixth grade, so a lot of those you're not gonna use for fifth grade, you're gonna have to pick them apart.
So did we finish what we were doing at the end of last time? So, cause I just pulled up the thing from our Google Drive, and the document that I was working up front, you know, and I did that line at the bottom, I did work group, what we put as our, what are these things are called again, strands or domains?
We got the domain and the cluster headings.
Did
we did not
on
create
the
the
measurement and
standards.
data analysis, I don't have
No,
one.
we didn't get all of them.
We didn't get all of
Okay.
them, but
We got
Got stuck on
relations
that
and
one.
algebraic thinking, number sense and operations in base 10, and number and operations in fractions. They're the three we got.
Should we just finish that, or was there an idea to do something different first?
I guess we should probably do that.
Well, what did we? For some reason, when I pull up the strands document, it just has the titles. It doesn't have the-
I'm not giving
go to the
What do you
domain,
have
go
on?
to the domain.
It's not showing up.
So, I mean, the way I saw this going forward, because it seemed like what we were doing was working, and granted, it might not be the most efficient, but it's, doing something is more efficient than us not doing anything. So, the way I was thinking is we would continue going the way we were, and we would flush these things out, and then continuing to look across the different standards, plug in under there, you know, look at Common Core, look at these others, and figure out, well, what is it that we want understanding the relationship between fractions, decimals, and percents to be? What is that thing? Is it one of the things from Common Core, is it one of the things from Massachusetts, wherever, and plugging those things in. And I understand the point of continuity, then I think we need to start looking across that, but it seemed like that was something that we were at least able to agree on, to start looking across them and synthesizing the information into one place.
I think that's gonna be fairly easy to do with the headings, the cluster headings, the big ideas.
Right.
My concern comes in, and I'm fine with doing that on those, my concern comes in when we start looking at the standards themselves, because that's where we're going to lose, I'm afraid, the learning progressions that are in any set of standards, if we just start, well, this sounds good from this one, this, and I would like to, I know that we'll do our very best to make sure that doesn't happen, but there's 11 of us, and it's a huge task, and that's, I am concerned, truly concerned about that. That we have these, you know, these progressions are within the standards. Could we start there so we don't lose the progression, and then figure out if it's how we want to say it or not? But the idea is, at least I haven't heard any of you be really upset about the math.
When we get a
The
little
concept.
lower, you will hear some.
Well, and that's great. I'm great with thinking about it, but I'm just worried about losing those really nice progressions that are within the standards. I'm afraid we're going to create some learning gaps for children if we're not awfully careful. I know we'll all do our best to not let that happen.
But if
There's
it's
11
already
of
done,
us.
if it's already there for us, the progression is already there, and our job, and we look at the depth of it and make that clearer. I mean, that's where the real work's gonna come.
I'm really worried that we're gonna set something up that's just gonna be fragmented and.
When we get done with our job, will it be looked at by teachers all over the state? And they say,
Okay.
oh, it's like a mess, or will they say, yeah, this is great?
It could be flat
I
out
believe
rejected
it's in
when
the
we
bill.
sold it.
So
It says
I
it
would-
will be.
I reached out to my local school district and told them I was involved in this process and said I'd love to hear feedback. And they responded cordially to me, but they weren't as receptive as I thought they might be. Like I was like, hey, I'd love to come talk to teachers and hear, you know, what they like, don't like, and just sort of like, okay, we'll get back to you.
Don't call
Yeah.
it, we'll call you.
Right, that's what it felt like. But they were very cordial, I should.
Well, it may go back to what Hunter was sharing earlier, and I'm sorry you missed that information, that he had talked with several schools, and they're expressing frustration that we're changing things again. And they're just getting curriculum built, and they're just getting going, and now we're talking to them about change. So it might have been
Right,
that
sure.
they just don't wanna hear your message.
Too much.
Yeah,
So
but it'll be in the notes on the videos.
So I see Ann's point about not wanting to lose the progression, and I don't disagree. My point is I would like to be able to look across multiple sets of documents as we do it. You know,
I'm perfect with that, I'm just suggesting that we kind of keep what's in place as an organizing structure, and then look for better ways of saying things, adding back in time and money, whatever else people think is important. I don't know, just
So
wanna come up with something that's
No,
good
what
for
do you
students.
mean? Because I don't think the progression was really there with the Common Core, like we learned last week and this week in our team meeting with our math teacher.
Well, then that's our opportunity to add it back in, I guess, and if we see things that are missing, we have the opportunity to add it back in, but I'm afraid if we're looking at, maybe I'm wrong, I don't know, but it just feels like if we're looking at 3 different progressions and we pick something here and something here and something here, we're gonna have nothing that is very nicely vertically aligned.
So I'm gonna ask Janet, since you guys just looked at that this week, or last week, what were the things you were noticing as gaps?
One of the things, now I only sat with the fifth
That's
and
fine.
sixth, I could bring like work back maybe for somebody next time we meet. But just between fifth and sixth, for instance, there was no data probably over taught whatsoever in fifth grade, which left a huge problem for the sixth grade teacher.
Because it moved to middle school, it's completely taken out of elementary and moved to middle school,
that
because
concerned
that's
her.
that inch deep, mile wide, like we wanted to move things so that we're not touching upon everything multiple years, but the year you teach it deeply. So it moved to middle school. Similar to in geometry, like we used to do all the transformations, like flips, rotations, turns, But now that's saved for middle school where they're actually putting the algebraic expressions on the coordinate grid, because we're introducing coordinate grid in 5th grade, and then in 6th grade and 7th grade and 8th grade, they'll expand on that. So that's those built-in progressions, just where it starts is, and again, that's the standard for that grade level, but you could build it in your curriculum, you could introduce it at an earlier, it's just not gonna be tested until that particular year.
So I'm looking at the first standard out of the Common Core, and it's getting at order of operations because it's talking about using parentheses, brackets, and braces. So maybe this will get what I'm getting at. So it's getting at order of operations, but it's not including purposely exponents because the kids haven't been exposed to exponents yet. So if we look at another standard that just says use order of operations, we're losing that deliberate not putting in of exponents yet at 5th grade. But that's what I'm worried about on a very small scale, that that's going to happen when we start just choosing here and there.
So Ann, just so that I'm clear, were you suggesting then that we look, so we take one of these domains, like measurement, data analysis or whatever, and then from there start going through grade levels? Or to take one and go through? Is that what you're saying?
Let's start at 5th grade and kind of map
That's
it
what
back,
we
what all the
did.
prerequisites and map it back.
Yeah, I think
all the
that's
way through
important,
Or were you,
yes.
so were we saying to do that, or were we saying to do all 5th grade standards and then?
I don't have a preference. I think it might be nice to look at one all the way back. But my suggestion is we use the Missouri Learning Standards as a structure and then adjust wording and revise as we see fit, and take out, add if that's what we think we need to do. That's my suggestion.
I think that we're saying very similar things and
I know
saying it in
we are.
different ways. So if we take one, let's say we start with relationships and algebraic thinking, and we have our 2 points under represent, analyze patterns, relationships, write and interpret numerical expressions, and then we go and we look at Common Core. And
That's the starting point, and we
Right.
assume that this is in place now. That's I think where we're different.
we could put that in. We could start from there, clarify as we said, the problems that we had with it,
Yes.
and then still from there we can then look at Massachusetts,
That's
California,
exactly
wherever.
what I'm saying.
We can look at those and see if there's something we missed, see if something says it better.
Exactly what I'm saying, yes.
Which I think was our intention and where we started on Monday. Monday and Tuesday of last week. That's, I know, it seems forever, but yes, so, yeah, yesterday. That afternoon, we were doing that. And, but we didn't have we didn't have the copies of the other standards yet.
But yeah, so I mean that's basically what we did. We started with one, we put in the information, we looked at the others.
I just think when we get to the standards, James, it's gonna be cumbersome to put all of the
To copy
standards
all of
here.
them
Yeah, I
and
think
put them
that's
in.
gonna be cumbersome, where if we start with one, clarify that to begin with, and then do what you say, look to see, okay, is there something better, is there something we missed, but we still have something that we start with.
I don't have a problem with it. I would make a suggestion that we go ahead and get our clusters for the other areas first
I agree.
as our first point, and then I don't know if we need a motion.
We're missing
In
the
5th grade
data.
or back?
I
It's
think,
5th grade, wasn't it?
Yeah, we were just
Or,
working.
yeah, we were just working on 5th grade the second day,
right,
but the first day we were working with operations and
All the
algebraic
way back.
thinking, and we were going back.
I really
So that's why I
think
asked the question, just making sure I'm on the same page.
yeah. So we would have, excuse me, sorry. So at each grade, we would have the same relationships and algebraic thinking, right? That would be the same at each grade, but then the cluster would be different? Or, is that right, or not?
Well, because we put in fractions, we wouldn't have that in kindergarten, first and second grade, I don't think, maybe not even 3rd, I'm not sure, but relations and algebraic thinking could probably go down. I guess it depends on what we titled our cluster, if it would be appropriate for that
The
grade
clusters
level.
might change per grade level.
Yeah, so the
Yes.
clusters could change, but
The domain, I think his question is
Yeah,
about the
I know.
domain, would we keep that the same? I just know like, we had one that was focused in on fraction. Currently, fractions, they're used in kindergarten and 1st grade under geometry, because it's more about equal shares than fraction necessarily. that's really started, like, standards start more in 3rd, 4th, 5th grade.
But we
And-
could put them under fractions.
We could,
Numbers and operations in base 10 are in first and second.
So,
Right, the
so we could
It's in kindergarten.
finish getting our clusters in fifth
base
grade
doesn't go on.
and then plug in standards in fifth grade. So that's the debate now, is finish the clusters at fifth grade and plug in standards, or finish clusters and then go to fourth grade cluster, you do it all with clusters.
It would feel nice
Sense.
to have fifth grade come in there.
Yeah, by tomorrow.
I think that's, I will now make a motion, I guess, for us to fill in our clusters and then begin putting in the standards under them based on the format that Ann and I just described, where we start looking at one set of standards and move through the different sets of standards to inform our thinking on those. So that's
or 5th grade.
for fifth grade.
And that'll really help with the concern about the fifth grade, sixth grade.
Because
Right,
we
so we
have
talked
that.
about providing that to them even before
And
we
she
finish
says
the
that's
other grades,
great.
just so they would know where we were.
She did email back saying it was a great idea, so I emailed her, how do we get permission to add? So, because we don't know how to add.
So we have a motion on the floor to complete the fifth grade clusters and begin work on, writing the standards. Second?
Second.
Okay, we have a first and motion and second to complete the fifth grade clusters and begin plugging in the standards. Raise your hand if you are in favor of it. Okay, unanimous.
So measurement
So-
data analysis, I think, is the first one we don't have a.
Yeah, and why did we skip over that? I feel
We
like,
skipped over it,
Measure.
it's because it's hard to know what to do with measurement, because it can go both places.
right,
And so it's kind of hard to know how to write these cluster headings, because it can be in data and it can also be in geometry.
So we just need to try to be
so
consistent.
there's no formula to say that we can only have 2 cluster headings.
It's just what do you want to focus on?
If, for example, we have, one of the common core ones is convert like measurement units within a given measurement system, which I think you could argue would fit, right now, we have it with measurement and data analysis, but it could also fit in our cluster heading of geometry and geometric measurement. It's just kind of hard to know.
It would be the types of problems you would ask within that standard.
I think that's why we skipped past this one.
Well, if we look at California's,
Because
which
you're gonna
says,
be doing capacity, all kinds of things in there, so really, I wouldn't want to put.
Put it all in geometry.
No, you would
Don't-
want to, yeah, because you're gonna clear other things in there.
so California says students display, analyze, compare, and interpret different data sets, including data sets of different sizes. And then the second common core says represent and interpret data.
Yeah, that
So-
one's
so-
fine.
But
The
y'all,
data's
both of
fine.
those mean the same exact thing.
So
Yes.
something on data, so one point could be whatever we want to say about data. And I do like having analyze in there, I think that's a good.
So maybe display, analyze, and interpret data?
Display,
Display, what do you say?
you said display.
Yeah.
I just was in my mind thinking display.
Can
I
you
was repeating display, analyze, and interpret data.
They did have to
Well,
say.
it does, yeah.
Do we think that the data sets of different sizes? Okay.
I don't think you need that ending on California attached.
Correct. Yeah, I would not interpret it if you said data that would then mean that all data are of the same size. So I think we're.
Yeah, I mean, it already,
Yeah,
it
that's
already
right.
used
It's
the
a
word
little
different, I'm pretty sure
redundant.
we're, yeah,
Yeah.
I'm sure.
Shorter's
Yeah.
better.
So display, analyze, and interpret different data sets.
Or just as data before.
We're cute. That's a
Yeah.
But then here's where, I mean, what do we do now with the measurement stuff? Does it stay in here and then we pull all the geometric measurement in here as well, or?
We have another one under, we have geometry, right? We have a domain of geometry or no? We do have a domain of geometry.
California did it as
geometric.
measurement and geometry. So,
Which is kind of what, we've got geometric measurement.
yeah.
So would you think of the difference between the two? Geometric measurement being measurement of shapes, in objects, and measurement here being measurement of samples, measurement of maybe distance. Would you put that under?
See, there's the thing, I don't,
Well, they have two cluster headings. The first one, under their domain or whatever it is, measurement and geometry. I'm looking at California. Students understand and compute the volumes and areas of simple objects. And the other one is students identify, describe, and classify the properties of and the relationships between plane and solid geometric figures. I'm really not hearing measurement in either one of those cluster headings.
well, volume and area.
Volume would be,
yeah.
right.
So I guess I'm wondering, do we, instead of having measurement and data analysis, should this domain just be data? And then put all the measurement and geometry together, but have separate cluster headings under it, so that we don't have to decide.
And so instead of saying geometry and geometric measurement, would that just be geometry and measurement?
And then data throughout would be
Just data.
and graphs and charts and
Right. Probability, if we do anything with that, it would be in there.
it could be
Yeah,
data and statistics.
Yeah, it could be.
It seems cumbersome to have measurement and data together.
So you're saying have data be separate?
Just, I mean, that's a possibility, we could do that.
Well, so I would think that you just do, like we said, data and statistics, and then the other one be, like we said before, geometry and measurement. Just instead of taking geometric measurement,
Just say geometry and measurement.
How critical is it to get the standard in the right topic? I mean, if it happens to be in this heading and it could have fit in the other one just as easy, is that a big deal? I don't know, no.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of the ramifications of moving that, on that vertical progression and horizontal
I mean, because
progression.
we could
I mean,
nitpick
it's-
ourselves to
it's
death.
both
Oh, it could go
ways.
here, it could go here, we could put it there. Is that the real issue, or the real issue is what the standard says?
It's gonna be what the standard says and how you
I
make
just
it
don't
make
want you
sense
to
to
fall
the
down
kids.
this, hey, I don't wanna
Yes,
put
the
it in
kids
this
go, why
bucket
is
versus
it
this
here?
bucket, as long as it's covered
I think
in the 5th grade.
I think the reason, I think you're right. I think it's helpful to try to make sure that we get in the right place
As
for
close as you can, yeah, so they're
for a few
related.
reasons. For one, as we do track across grade levels, we know that we're looking in the right place, just organizationally, I think it helps, but I think you are right.
I mean, that's the definition of cluster, is related standards. I mean, that's,
Right,
they need to be related, they can't be.
yeah.
So
I
if-
just did figure out.
I think that while we're on the data and statistics, or whatever we end up calling it, Missouri and Massachusetts both have probability at 5th grade. That's different than display, analyze, and interpret data, so that's another decision we could have to make. If we,
Where do we have probability?
It's one of the Massachusetts and Missouri had, it's understand and apply basic concepts of probability, which I think that could be a cluster in itself.
or we could wait and let it come in middle
Because a
school.
lot of times with probability, the way we report it would be with percents. And percents are more,
Fractions.
well, the fractions
I mean,
are
4%, so you
elementary,
understand.
yes. But when you go, I mean, most statistics, probability is reported with percents. It's 100% chance it's gonna rain today.
It fits really nicely when they're doing proportions. It fits nicely with that.
And then still,
That's middle
it's,
school.
that's still middle school.
So under display, what did we say, analyze and interpret data?
Display,
So
analyze, and
that would cover,
Basic concepts of probability.
that,
Basic concepts.
that would cover like mean, median, mode, it would cover, graphs and charts,
Sampling.
Right, develop and evaluate differences and predictions that are based on data.
So,
Analyze and interpret.
This is why we didn't do this. Hard to say.
well, why don't we
It
leave
is.
it? So so the only question I guess really is, do we need another one? So we like to display, analyze, and interpret data, but is there anything else that needs to be there?
Are we keeping the domain just data analysis?
I think we said data and measurement. Or should we
So
say
data
data
and
analysis?
statistics at one point. I mean, I wrote that down.
What did you write?
Oh,
What
sorry,
is
no,
data and
I
statistics?
wrote the wrong thing, I apologize. That's
What
my-
are we writing?
I don't know, I just wrote down the last thing I heard was data and statistics.
Separately by itself, not in the measurement.
We
No,
put
it's just-
geometry and measurement together.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I
Really,
wrote it wrong.
statistics is measurement. So we're just sophisticating the name of measurement to statistics.
Data and statistics. And we have display, analyze, and interpret data.
Yeah, that's what I have.
So then within the other standards that we looked at, there's the convert like measurement units, but that's now gonna be someplace else.
It's gonna be under geometry.
If we
I
look
think that's the only heading, maybe.
I think that's the only cluster, and then under
The
that,
cluster
that's
header,
where,
yeah.
the standards under that would be your mean, median, and mode.
Then
Good grade. Median, fifth grade.
So then we're looking at geometry and measurement now?
We see it all the time.
Let's move on to geometry and measurement.
Do those.
So we no longer have measurement and data analysis. That's not any longer a,
No.
It's
whatever.
gonna be
We
data and
separated it out.
statistics.
Okay. Just making sure I'm on the same page. So I'm gonna take that out of there.
With only one cluster heading, display, analyze, and
What's your
interpret
current
data.
lineup?
Yes,
I'm done.
okay.
Oh.
So now we're into geometry and what was geometry and geometric measurement, right? Okay,
And we could just now call it geometry and measurement.
that works for me.
Are we driving you nuts here?
Yes.
Oh, make sure we're.
No, I was just gonna write either the name, cluster names, or whatever we're calling them up there, so we know what they say.
That's a good
As
idea.
opposed to,
I know,
I'm trying to read this, you're doing this, and I am
That would
lost.
be helpful.
I am totally
That's-
lost.
I can
track
write
it either, because I can't see it. I don't even know what we're saying.
Is that a whiteboard?
I wanna make sure I don't.
We don't have a-
I hope your notes say, James said something and then
I
someone
like
else said something
James
and
and
then.
statistics, display. Maybe Chris had it better.
You'll be just as lost as we are when you
Looks
read
like a
them.
permanent
Oh, that's
marker.
I don't think they would, they'd appreciate that.
Can we get it for
I can
tomorrow?
put it on here, but I can.
I have it for tomorrow.
Is that one I should?
Is there any?
Those are extra.
Markers, oh, yes.
Perfect, yeah, those are.
Do we need a projector? I can go get one right now.
Oh, awesome.
Get
After
your shoes up.
colors. And erasers.
Actually, I think that's the word you should use.
This one?
That's a whiteboard.
Just move my computer out of the way.
Yeah, these things.
It's basically empty.
Very observant there.
I don't write very
It's a
well,
little
let's
too
see what
clean
happens.
to be used.
Don't you love that thing? I use mine all the time.
Yeah.
The
Oh,
camera is
yeah,
mounted
yeah.
right up there, so.
Well,
So it's looking at me right in the face?
Smile.
Hey Jerry, you have a close-up right now.
That's what I noticed, I just looked it right down. Has anybody got any powder for I can put on my head so it doesn't shine?
Take away the shine.
Part of my nose. Okay. What's the first one?
The first one is relationships and algebraic thinking.
I'm not a good writer, so don't. Okay.
We're all
Second one
judging
is
you right
number,
now.
sense, and operations and
Yes.
base tense.
Number, sense,
And operations
and operations.
and base tense.
Oh, that's right.
These are clusters, right?
These are the
unique domains or strands or whatever.
Yeah.
Domains or strands or whatever.
Yeah.
The third one is data and statistics. Geometry and measurement. And number and operations, fractions.
Number and operations.
Yes. Fractions.
Yeah.
Or
So we've all agreed that that's them. Okay, so that's set. That's what I wanted. Okay.
Well, it was set on Tuesday too, but we
Well,
just
I
made a
wasn't
few
sure.
changes.
I wasn't sure.
It's reset.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
We reaffirmed it. Okay, for today. Till 5:30.
No, we're on to 6.
And it's also in one place. in
You'll
the-
keep that 5:30.
Yeah.
But what did
In the.
It expires at 6.
The parking.
The board
That
races
was one
itself
big
at 6 o'clock.
fraction.
Okay.
Did you reduce
Okay.
to simplify?
now, we're on
no.
geometry and measurement,
Gotcha.
looking for our
Small.
So one common
headaches
one
or
that they,
whatever.
one common one is locations, so that's, well, it's not in California, but it's somewhere else. Anyway, Common Core in Missouri and Massachusetts both talk about location, locating points using coordinate geometry.
Could we start with like use coordinate plane to, where are we at?
Geometry and measurement.
That's right.
We're talking about locations and coordinates.
Let's see, you said Massachusetts, right?
Massachusetts and Missouri said specify locations and describe spatial relationships using coordinate geometry and other representational systems. That's too,
Is that too wordy?
that's too
A little
wordy.
too wordy.
Seems awfully wordy to
The
me.
question would be what other representational system would you use?
How about
I mean,
just-
coordinates are
What
coordinates.
about just describe, I don't know, spatial relationships
I'm lost.
using
Where-
coordinate
Where are
geometry?
we reading?
So we're under geometry and
Under
measurement,
geometry.
and then Ann was saying that one of the themes across multiple standards is coordinate geometry. So, like which one is it? The second Common Core one, graph points on a coordinate plane, solve real world and mathematical problems. And then the second Massachusetts, Missouri one, right?
How about graph points on the, in the first coordinate on the coordinate plane, or graph points on the coordinate plane limited to the first quadrant or something like that? Cause I think we talked about.
They're limited in first quadrant. Cause that's all they're gonna do in 5th grade, is the first one.
I mean, because the basic thing is to graph points on the coordinate plane.
Yes.
I mean, I'm not real
I
thrilled
mean, we
about
could-
set to solve real world problems. I think that's getting too deep into how you want to teach it. But the point is graph points on the coordinate plane.
Yes.
Right.
It's not in California.
It's not, it's in
Well, it is.
But
Massachusetts.
it may be
Well,
somewhere
it does
else.
say, well, it says students identify, describe, and classify the properties in relation to geometry.
It may be under.
So that though, I mean, to say that that's a, one of our cluster areas seems a little narrow.
It is, but I don't know what else it would fit under.
What about the coordinate geometry? Is there more in this area?
There's, if you put coordinate geometry, that's huge.
Right.
That could be a whole bunch, and I
And
mean, we
not
could
necessarily
label it
appropriate
coordinate
for fifth grade.
geometry and then just put that standard underneath it if you wanted, that's fine. But I don't think I can't think of anything else at 5th grade that you would put under coordinate geometry.
Because we're limited to the first quadrant. What would you?
They do have it in California.
What
They
is
talk
it?
about coordinate plane. They have it as, looks like 6th grade, I'm not real sure how they do some of their stuff, cause it's all
6
two
because
grades.
it's grade span.
And they do all 4 quadrants, but it says graph points and identify coordinates of points on the Cartesian coordinate plane. So, yeah, But we could adjust the wording to make it fit what you guys would be doing in fifth grade.
Yeah, I think use elements of coordinate geometry or I don't know if that's the right phrase. Like,
I found it
That's it.
No, this is California, this is Massachusetts, yeah.
or we can leave it as such, a graph points in a coordinate plane, parentheses, and revise it, as we go back through and plug stuff in. And then parentheses put coordinate geometry.
I know there are two packets.
And then as we go back and-
Massachusetts, that's the supplemental guide.
So you're leaving graph points on the coordinate plane as, right now as the, that,
I mean, I'm fine with changing it, or it doesn't matter to me right now, because we're gonna go back through and plug in the things, and so if we want that to be the standard, and I think we'd probably want, then you would want to be more specific, as you mentioned beforehand.
Well, that could be the
That's the
cluster, and then the only standard underneath would be more specific graph on.
Except that when we take off the real world application in the cluster heading, I think we should have a standard about problems within that would utilize that. So we might have two standards, one
Okay,
with
so move that
problem
down to
solving and the
alternate
other with
cluster and down to-
whatever it is that we're gonna be doing. Because we are taking off to solve real world from the cluster heading, but we could still have a standard that has
I
application.
think in the past, when it was applied like as real world, what they did is they would have like a little map. And they have like a little house and a school building and a post office, and if Johnny starts out at home, what are the new coordinates if he's going to school? It was that kind of stuff, that's what they term real world problems.
I just don't know the value of adding that in, but that's the point that we can get to later.
And I don't know about real world, but application of whatever it is we're doing. So it's not just plotting a point, because plotting a point is very low level. We're applying it from this location to this location, and how many, how much did he move, or where did he end up at? That's an application of the skill. And so just to keep the rigor there, that we would want something, some standard to say that we would be applying whatever it is that we're.
Yeah, I think there might be different ways to say it without just saying real world applications, or I think what are the skills that you're talking about there? So one is plotting, that's one thing, and then another point is,
Measure.
well, yeah, I mean, it's using it to get from point A to point B, or whatever else the things are that we're talking about, that are the specific skills, that are the things that we expect them to be doing in a real world application. So.
Reading a map.
Latitude, longitude.
No, not anymore, we have Google. Where's this place at?
Well, GPS. So I guess the only discussion we have right now really is what the heading is. Is it graph points on the coordinate plane?
yes, let's leave that,
Leave
that's
it there.
good for now.
So
Yeah, we kind of.
Volume is another one that's consistent.
Do we wanna say first quadrant so it limits it? Or do we
We're
wanna
gonna
leave it
leave it
general
standard.
here?
We're just-
Leave it general.
So yeah, understanding volume is an important piece. The volume and area.
It feels like area would probably happen before fifth grade.
Right, it happens in third grade when we're learning this technique.
So could we just do understand and compute the volumes of simple objects? Because that kind of combines California and Common Core.
Why simple objects?
Well, you don't want to do.
I know, I just said complex and simple, and those descriptions are always.
That's true.
Um,
Yeah, how do you define simple? That's true.
I
Well,
think teachers struggle with that.
what you don't want is some weird shape.
What if we just have to figure out the area and volume of?
What if for the heading we just say understand and compute volume and then clarify it underneath?
Yeah.
That work?
No, I have it right over here.
Understand and compute.
I think you have to have computers, so.
Is there no? Is there nothing that they would do on area that's great?
Oh, they'll do it,
Yeah.
because they already know it, so it'll be asked of them to do it again, it might not be the biggest tested thing, and they're gonna probably do more volume if it's great in area. But they'll have to know area to do volume.
And the area could be a little more complex.
Yes.
It could be a combination of, like.
But they will already have
shapes.
known area before coming into fifth grade.
And then they go into surface area more at the middle school level. So the idea of area is with the volume, you find the area of the base.
Right.
And then, so we still do area at fifth grade,
We
we
won't have
just
any,
expand upon it.
You don't need a specific one to say,
so that they get assessed on it.
because if you're computing volume,
You're computing area then with the height.
So we have there, understand and compute buzz, how far I got.
volume.
I just
Oh,
put,
volume.
I didn't have that,
Oh,
I
yeah,
got
we
understanding compute volume,
I don't need that.
I don't know, what do you?
No,
Okay.
Conversions and measurements.
See, we're still living in-
So then, another sort of common between them is, so California says students identify, describe, and classify the properties in relation between plane and solid geometric figures, and then Common Core has classified two-dimensional figures into categories based on their properties. So, understanding the properties of shapes is,
But the huge difference is California throws three-dimensional in and Common Core's just two-dimensional, that's a big difference.
I mean,
But I
I-
think they
We're
can
doing
do
volume.
three-dimensional.
yeah, if you're doing volume, you should probably. There are very few two-dimensional shapes that I've been able to fill up.
Yeah.
Me changing it.
Then hold us up.
Let's put an Xbox in, we'll understand three-dimensional.
Well,
Yeah.
Minecraft, it's all about it, that's all it is.
So we can say analyze characteristics and properties of two and three-dimensional geometric shapes, is that what we're saying?
Do you teach that anyway?
I mean, I remember
I haven't
teaching.
gotten to it yet, I'm coming back into fifth grade after teaching for 4 years, I haven't taught fifth since I was in Colorado.
It's been a few years since I taught, but I remember teaching sphere and cylinder and.
Oh, yeah,
Yeah, they
teach it, I
learned
taught
those
it in eighth
names
grade.
down low. Like they
And
learned
they
those
have to,
names.
they
Right,
have to be able
right.
to analyze it and know it, and, you know, what is a vertice, what is an edge, what is a face, they gotta know all that.
Right.
Be able to-
And it's a younger grade,
So,
generally.
So do you think geometric is really important there? Two and three dimensional geometric shapes?
Say what you said again.
Oh, it's under the Massachusetts and Missouri.
Analyze characteristics and properties of two and three dimensional.
That's where I was at, but I was wondering, did you say geometric shapes?
I did.
Okay, I just didn't hear you, that's why I was clarifying.
But then what's the action with that?
I taught it, I taught it.
Do we want them to describe
Well,
them
you
or
do-
classify them?
Analyze,
so you're
Well, that
saying
would
one
be
of the things we want them
classifying
to
them
do?
if they're analyzing.
yeah. I would think so, but when,
I
And
think if
sorting
you're
and
analyzing, you're
justifying.
looking at the attributes
Yeah.
of them, not really.
You're really
Making
looking
a
into,
connection
yeah, you're looking
with
into it, you're explaining, analyzing is taking one part.
it'd be easy to
understanding.
ask them to justify how they
Yes.
have organized or sorted
Well, that's
those.
what the last part says, and develop mathematical arguments about geometric relationships, but that just got real wordy. I'm like, I think you could almost pull that one apart and make it almost into a standard, you know what I'm saying, not a
I think
cluster
that
heading.
is standard.
I think that actually, yeah, I'm saying that might be a standard, not necessarily a cluster heading. Like, if we're gonna talk about two and three dimensional shapes, underneath that would be a two, there you could turn that into two standards right there.
Well, isn't that, don't you think that's why California has that last one, mathematical reasoning every
Yeah.
time? You have a little, every time.
Well, that's what, yeah, so does, this has mathematical reasoning here too.
Practices,
Oh, it
yeah.
does?
Oh, yeah, it's
Yeah.
mathematical practices every time.
Pages 6, 7, and 8.
So the only thing that I'm,
And it's on the page, it's
So
on
it's
every
not,
page.
it's not in the standards though, is it? So
It's
It's,
the-
yeah, every grade has
Go back
it.
to the-
Okay, yeah, but see, that's what, got that little gray box over there, and you're telling me those are standards.
There's the standards for mathematical practice that are intended to be woven through everything that you do,
Yeah, they are
They're the
woven with
same.
everything you do,
Every-
yes.
Okay.
which is the same thing as California, they just called it
Something
They
mathematical
different.
reasoning.
put it within their domains, I mean, they've got it listed here, you know, when you go, you see specifically, whereas if you don't flip back to that page, are you going to, you don't think it makes sense?
Oh,
It's
it's,
the
well,
danger.
it's embedded with everything we do with.
The danger about having it
So
separate
we could
is that
make
you-
it into ours, like California, we can.
It's not like it's another thing that you teach separately, it's more that you would wanna teach it, use it throughout.
And it would kinda help with that real world issue too.
I kinda like that it was noted every time, but that, I don't want you to touch it.
It's kind of like inferencing with reading, you just teach it.
Right, it's everything.
If our purpose for analyzing is classifying, should the cluster include classify and then one of the standards, like you said, be more specific of analyzing characteristics and developing mathematical arguments? So is what overall, what we're wanting them to do in the analysis is to actually sort them. Like, these are two-dimensional, these are three-dimensional, these are triangles, these are squares, these are prisms, is that the overarching thing that we want for them to do between the 2 and 3-dimensional shapes?
I think the difference on identifying is lower level, so yeah, I think we're wanting them to see this whole group, these are all prisms, they may look different, but they're all prisms, so.
And then what
So
do they
that-
have in common and what are different, what makes them distinct?
Are
So
they
would that
only
be a
similar
standard?
shapes or are they congruent shapes?
That
It's a
would be,
higher level
Yes,
classification.
yeah.
so similarity and congruency could go into
Yeah,
their classification too.
So for the cluster, what do we want to say? Just analyzing the characteristics and then build up on it.
I'm fine with that part. Just analyzing, what do we have? The same as the beginning of Missouri, Massachusetts.
Is it in fifth grade here? In this?
I don't know, I was just looking at the glazes.
Three-dimensional
The
is
glazes
not
that
fifth
identify similar and congruent shapes in 6th grade.
They do that in 3rd grade. I bet that goes all the way through because similar, I tell you, similarity and congruency for 3rd graders, it was a very simple task.
I taught that, yeah.
Yeah.
They start that in kindergarten, when
Yeah.
they start looking at shapes.
So I think that goes all the way
They
through.
don't use the language,
Okay.
they use it.
Yeah.
So we have analyzed characteristics and properties of 2 and 3-dimensional shapes.
I think that could be the
Yes.
cluster and then
Right.
underneath it we stick. Is that what we wanted?
Seems really long for a cluster, but
It's just what we, from the beginning of the Massachusetts, Missouri one. Analyze characteristics and properties of 2 and 3-dimensional geometric shapes.
That's what I have.
Awful big, but.
Well, we'll come back and bold it or something, put a little question mark.
I'm just looking at both the California and the Common Core, that's the level they get to is classified. And I personally kind of like that verb as the cluster heading. But that's our
Classify instead of
goal.
analyze.
Mhm.
and then
You
analyze
analyze
is
to
the
get to
standard.
classify.
So you're saying classify is higher than analyze?
Yes, because you have to use your analysis to classify, you're not, it's not just looking at, to me, when I read all of these states, it's not you're just looking at one shape and saying this is a rectangle, rather you're looking at rectangles in general, analyzing what's true about all of them, and from that, you're coming up with a classification of rectangles. So it's, to me, it's higher than
Which
just
gets that
analyze.
square conversation
I was just
and
thinking that's
realization going.
We can use classify and then put analyze right in just whatever.
So classify.
I
like bad news.
didn't plug it back in.
Oh, I'm sorry.
He lasted
Classify
exactly an
two
hour.
Based on their properties.
And then
Maybe not
then
based on
what you were reading could be more of a standard.
So classify characteristics, properties is 2 and 3-dimensional shape.
Classify properties of 3-dimensional
Classify
shapes.
Characteristics and
Okay.
I think
properties.
just, no, I just think classify 2 and 3-dimensional
Oh,
figures,
perfect.
and then we'll look at their properties and analyze those underneath, but our end result is that they classify.
2.
Is there anything else you would want them to do other than, I mean, because classify, I think, like you said, is breaking into these different categories or whatever. Is there anything else that we would expect of them to do? I mean, I guess because if you're classifying, you would be classifying based on the number of
Right,
vertices or the number of whatever,
right.
So you would do those things. I'm just trying to think if there's any other thing that wouldn't fit under classify. I guess if we think,
Well, because as we start, when we come up with the standards that go under it, that's when I'm gonna have to really think about that. You know, as we think about what we really want with them with classifying and, you know, what makes a prism, and what makes triangle, triangle, I mean, there's like, we're classifying them, you know, I mean, we'll get to that, I think, within that standard.
Yeah, we can always come back to
Yeah,
these and things if we don't like them.
Okay.
This one is gonna have quite a few clusters because it's such a gigantic domain.
So the only other thing that I saw in this area that we haven't touched on was,
I'm thinking of measurement itself, like
Yeah,
conversions.
the conversions, we haven't
I mean,
done
They're
converting
going to
like,
have to convert something here.
It's not anywhere there. Well, it's on the first.
Well, it was up in it, we don't have it in there, you gotta go back to where we put it in, where measurement was. And it says convert like measurement units within a given measurement system.
so we're talking about standard to metric? Is what we're talking about, or
No.
we're talking about something
Within-
else?
standard to standard metric.
Which is, that's pretty important.
And it's not just, I mean, it's everything, it's the it's the liquid, the capacity, the gallons to the, yeah, all that, all
Feet to
those
inches,
conversions, it's not just
miles.
inches to centimeters and all that type of stuff, it's all,
Length.
it's,
It's all
length,
Mass.
capacity, mass, and mass kills them every time. So it's all of that, so we have to get something with measurement itself in there.
Well, and the fifth grade would be the appropriate place for, especially some of the decimal measurement
Yeah.
pieces with
They
the
do
metric
gallon man in
systems,
fourth
so.
grade, I know that, so that that's a
Well,
preface
those are
that.
fourths and eighths, those tie back to your fractions.
So can we start
So gallon,
from, can we start from that statement, convert like measurement units, and then start tweaking from that?
yeah.
Right now, we're at fourth cluster heading.
Maybe in fourth grade we'll put gallon man in there, but fifth grade they should have already created a gallon man. So, yeah, so fourth grade they create
Gallon man's fine. Okay,
convert, how do we
like
word that?
measurement units within a given, what's
So is it
everybody
number
else
four?
say?
Yeah,
I mean, I don't have a problem with having more clusters under some than others, because it does make sense that if our sort of strands are going across grade levels, then there are some grades that are gonna do more work in one strand. So I don't necessarily have a problem with that.
Plus we threw measurement into it too.
Yeah,
Right.
it's really. So our cluster heading is what, convert?
I put convert measurements within a measurement system. It says within a given measurement system, within a like measurement, I don't know. Like, we don't want them converting customary metric and metric.
That should be a higher grade.
Yeah.
yeah.
So we want it to be within
Either standard.
the same system or a like system or a system.
What did you say, convert measurements within a measurement system?
Yeah, I don't know.
I said convert measurements within a given
Given
system.
A given system.
I mean, if there's 100 meters, how many centimeters is that?
Did you say within a given measurement system or just given?
I said within a given system. I mean, we can fix it later, but I know what I'm saying. We can go with that.
You know what you're saying today,
Today.
when we come back.
And I'm gonna look at you, I go, why does that say that?
I'm sure a recorder's got all this.
Oh,
Exactly by word, yeah.
Yeah, have we changed the wording of that now?
Would you
Convert like
read what you have, Myra?
I just copied and pasted from above. Convert like measurement units within a given measurement system.
Which is, yeah.
I mean, I think you have to have a given measurement system or you're going to get into the metric to inches and back and forth.
Yes.
And given measurement system lets me know I'm talking about standard measure, I'm talking about metric measurement.
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
So did you say convert like measurements?
Like measurement units within a given measurement system. I
So
just
you
copied
just
and pasted from above, yeah.
Would you read the four that you have?
Yes, I will. If I'm, and then James can correct me when I'm wrong. Graph points on the coordinate plane, understand and compute volume, classify 2- and 3-dimensional geometric shapes, and convert like measurement units within a given measurement system. You guys with me?
Classify 2 and 3.
Does that sound like what we talked about? Is that what you have?
Yeah, when do they do angles?
Earlier, probably.
Massachusetts is going to
Yeah, they do.
some
I
of
was
the
gonna say,
angles of a
fourth grade-
triangle or
Well, they
quadrilateral.
start in
Like
third,
It just
identify
happens
it.
to be right there.
Yes, there was,
The triangles.
there was no actual measurement of it.
In
So that
third
would
grade,
be-
all they do is it obtuse, is it obtuse, and is it a 90-degree angle in third grade?
But
Yeah,
fourth
right.
grade, they measure
Fourth grade, they
compared
measure.
to a circle. The angle measurements.
So are we ready for fractions?
Sure,
We're making good
why
progress.
not?
Feels good.
I don't know what a fraction is on my sheets of paper.
I think we already have
We
fractions.
did fractions.
Oh, did we do fractions?
Yeah, we have two.
We have two. Did we finish it?
Understand the relationship between fractions, decimals, and percents, and perform operations and solve problems with fractions, and James nicely put estimation in parentheses under that.
Just so we didn't forget. to
I'm
do
just
that.
reading what he wrote. Yeah, I think that sounds
I know
good.
estimation shows up in everything in numbers and base 10. Seriously, the kids go, why do I gotta estimate again? I go, well, because sometimes when you can't think, does it sound right? Does that answer make sense? That's why you estimate. That's all I'm asking you.
So do we have all of them?
I just wanna raise a question about percents, and I'm fine if you guys wanna leave it, it's fine, but I'm wondering, at 5th grade, do we want percents at 5th grade?
Are you thinking later or earlier?
I'm thinking later, because wherever you talk about ratio, that's really what a percent is, so it might make more sense to talk about percent later.
Didn't we have it back there on decks?
No, we talked about it. Also, percent is, probability.
I like that. I mean, I remember when I was teaching, I was showing students that how fractions and decimals and percents, like they're all the same level in understanding. To think that, okay, if you're eating half of a pizza, you're eating 50% of the pizza.
It talks about, I'm just throwing this out because I want people's thoughts on the language. It talks about understanding the relationship. It doesn't necessarily say that they can create percents or they can compute percents. It says they're understanding the relationship, but which kind of goes with what James was saying. I'm just throwing, because I didn't teach 5th grade, and so I really want to hear from the 2 5th grade experts about, where are kids in their understanding.
Well, they do understand it from my experience, because when we correct papers and they know that 9 out of 10 is 90%, 9/10 is 90%. And so, and I'm assuming your kids know the same thing. So putting that fraction into, in that 0.90, 90 hundredths is also 90. So they know that relationship because they know their grade then.
Yes.
Because so they have made that connection. Now, as far as them doing anything more with percents beyond that, I can't, it's been a while that I've taught 5th grade and bringing that back to my memory, because I've been teaching 3rd for a while. So I don't remember how much more I've done with percents.
I don't recall if it was in the standards at the time or not, but I know that I taught students that fractions were essentially division problems. And if you knew long division, then you could get the decimal, and then you could convert it to a percent. And it was all related. Like you said, 9/10. If you could figure then out how to do the division there.
Yes.
And they sure are getting it on their, does anybody still do AR, on their AR goals? I think there's 60% to their AR goal, and now they're, they've got a ways to go before they make it to 100%.
So I don't have any problems, especially going that direction.
Yeah.
Now, going from percent back to a fraction, unless it's a, 1/4.
No, yeah, I've never taken it
Or
backwards, but
25%.
like I said, it's been a while since, and you've probably been teaching 5th grade longer, because I've gone back, I went to 3rd and I've taught adults since then, and 8th grade, and then I was in Colorado, 15 years ago, and that's when I was teaching 5th grade, and I'm back to 5th grade now, so it's been a while, but,
Well, I know conceptually, even in kindergarten, when we do our ball reach stuff, classroom stuff, and they graph progress, they may not know exactly the fractions, but when they graph it, and they're trying to hit the top, they're here. They're relating that we're 90% because the teacher's putting numbers on there. We're 40, we're trying to get to 50. I'm not saying, the concept
It's starting to
is
build.
starting to build at that, so that, what you're talking about, it makes a whole lot of sense that the relationship of 9/10, you divide by 10, you got 0.9, you can easily convert that to percent. It's just step by step.
Right.
And they're starting really early, not in the curriculum, just to what they're doing in the classroom. It's not in the curriculum, I know, but it's just,
Okay, I'm just gonna say that they have to know more about percents that you divide and get a decimal and then
Oh,
move the decimal
oh, I
point. They need to understand that what a percent really is a comparison to 100. And so I just think when, I'm
It's a
fine,
ratio,
I'm
and
fine with
ratio
leaving
and
it here,
proportion
but-
is appropriate for middle school. Like, I think those are foundational pieces, but percent's really proportional. So it really falls under the domain of ratio and
Well, I
proportion.
think from the things that we're talking about, I think we can leave those portions of percent in here.
Okay.
I think it's a good, I think they should have this introduction here, and maybe the stuff you're saying, with ratios and whatnot, maybe that is higher, and we get in, hopefully, the high school people will get into that there.
For middle
And
school,
I imagine that
middle
some,
school's huge with ratio.
at some
and
point, we're gonna
proportion.
have to
Seventh
probably
grade
get
is
a
big.
bridge committee or something, you know, to look across.
I just want us to be really careful when we start picking the standards, that we're very clear. If we leave percents here, it's an understanding.
What does it say? What does the standard say for percent?
We just say understanding the relationship between fractions, decimals, and percents.
And that was the cluster we chose.
That was from California.
No, yeah, that was from California. Just say.
Are we making assumption positive rational numbers?
This one, okay, California. I'm just looking for words, okay? Use fractions and percentages to compare data sets of different sizes. That's the only place I see the word percent in that area.
For fifth
Let's
grade.
see, where is, no, just a minute, let me keep looking for this
I think it'll be
standard.
Myra, was that in
2.0.
fifth grade or was that in sixth grade?
I'm in California, yeah.
identify and represent on the number line decimals fraction.
You're in California, it's kind of
It's
cold
fifth
in
grade.
California today.
California is just fifth grade.
Here, it says interpret percents as part of 100, find decimal and percent equivalents for common fractions and explain why they represent the same value. Compute a given percent of a whole number. Is that California? Uh-huh. It's, I don't, let me see what page it's on.
Let's see.
It's under number sense.
Yeah.
And that first part's what you guys are talking about,
But it's, if they knew fractions, yeah, 90,
right?
108 out of 100.
Okay,
I
This
know
is
so,
a measurement.
22,
Fraction's
well,
a measurement of the whole.
there, I think
Some
the
page,
way I have it down,
20.
it's 22 on mine.
yeah, well, I have the paper one in front of me. so.
Oh, this one. The Massachusetts, out of California. This says reposted.
We're not really
It's-
going to the computation piece, are we?
I'm looking at California.
That's what I am too.
Carolina.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So which, what is it on California? Is it 1 point?
It's 1.0 number sense, and it's 1.2 underneath
Right.
number sense.
Well, we could leave the word percent on.
Yeah, I agree with you on that. I don't like the grade stand thing.
I like the idea of keeping percents here. At least to the degree.
I guess if we leave it there in the cluster, then we gotta be very careful how we word it in the
Right.
standard.
Yeah, are you
So
looking
that
for
when it,
mastery or
when
what are you
then,
looking
well,
for?
and then, well, how we word it is how it will be tested.
Yeah.
So if
Yeah,
we are
mastery.
just looking at it as a
Right.
comparison going from a decimal to a percent and not working backwards, I'm okay with that. That sounds right for
Right,
fifth grade.
right.
But if we start getting real wordy with that, then we're putting our, not that my upper kids probably couldn't do that. I bet my, you know, if I go, they like to say 0.08, well, that's, 8 out of 100, that's 8%. They can do that. I got some kids that can't, but that's probably 3 out of, 17.
And what does it mean?
And what does it mean?
8%
Yes,
What? Yeah, it's
Exactly,
always
so they-
of something.
And they're not gonna come up with that on their own without me pulling it out of them. And they're never gonna get it on their test
I think
without.
they compare them, even like statistics,
Statistics.
baseball, they compare the numbers all the time, but do they really understand what it's saying?
I think converting fractions
And
and
decimals
decimals
to-
into percents, I think that's right. And I think you're right. Going the opposite direction is more difficult. And it's
Yes.
not-
Actually, it's not if they really understand that percent means per hundred, then it's quite easy to
That's
give
Right,
them
really
a
75 out of 100.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah.
But I think the first step as far as fifth grade goes is getting them to that percent. And then from sixth grade, let's get them.
Well, if it's, once we get into the standards, we put that part in there clearly, that it's,
Yes.
you're going this
Yes.
direction, and if we do put something in the other direction, it's.
It's gotta be very, it's just gotta be carefully written. Because however it is we write it, that's how that test is going to be, how that test is going to assess them.
And they're
that's going
not,
to be
I
for
don't
all
think they can
students.
understand about repeating decimals. I mean, they may recognize what it looks like, but have no, and you have to be really careful of the fractions you pick even.
That's what I was saying, when we didn't,
Yes.
we're assuming they're positive.
If you
Yes.
work through a long
Because we
division
put in a
problem and you
1/3.
show them, you just, they then start understanding and seeing why it does repeat, but I think it is definitely more
So then how do you
abstract.
what do you write for percent for that then? You know, how do you make sense of that? I don't know,
And
it's
that
just,
goes to the attending to precision. If you operate with it, then it
You just have to
covers
be
all,
careful what we
all
put under
kinds of
it.
things.
Yeah,
At
we just gotta be careful with our wording.
At what point do you answer the question you just said? And then
Middle school, it's middle
for
school.
75% of what? Of what's 75% of 40? That's middle, sixth grade, or is that
That's
farther up?
portion.
Is that
It's
sixth grade?
mainly seventh grade.
Okay,
a
so
lot
that's
of
even
seventh
higher.
grade.
Okay, that's what I was wondering, if it's the next
And
grade
then
or.
eighth grade gets
it's
into more irrational numbers
Okay.
because they're also doing Pythagorean theorem, so they're doing more of the.
I'm gonna jump topic a little bit, and I apologize ahead of time. What is your position on remainders? So I hate remainders. I hate when they teach remainders in the early grades. Just divide the rest of them. So that's a discussion for when we get to
Yeah.
earlier grades.
that's been tabled.
We know James hates remainders.
Let me write that one down. Let me write that one down.
nice, all numbers
are gonna be
even.
What do you do with that little left over about even?
Those 6 extra kids on the bus. and you have to have
Exactly.
another way to
Let
deal
them
with
stay
that.
at school.
Well, I'm saying
You can
just-
interpret what it means.
Yeah.
If you're going on a field trip and you have 7 buses, if this remainder of 6, what does that mean? Is Herford the remainder?
the
Well,
next
I got
bus,
enough
and
money,
they
so
walk.
6 kids can
They
go
walk.
too. Yeah.
Do you
But at the
need
same-
an extra bus at
But
that
at the
point?
same point, I think kids, my problem is that they don't realize that you can continue the division problem. That you can use the decimal place. That's the point that frustrates me. It's like they think, oh, can't do anything more. I have to stop at the remainder. It's like, no, there's more that can be done. Solve it all the way through.
And they're showing
Well, that
later.
comes, and that comes in time.
Because they could also just write it as a fractional piece of it,
Yeah.
the whole.
All right, sorry to.
Are we
Get
gonna
off
try to
topic.
interpret percentage or not? Like, could we put it based on 100?
We're gonna be
No,
clear
that comes in the
and,
standard, not in the
careful when we
cluster.
write the standard.
So we keep understanding the relationship between fractions, decimals, and percents, and what we put under that will be specific about what we just talked about.
Exactly.
Is
And
it
then-
appropriate in fifth grade to say they understand 1/4 is 25%?
They get
Is that
there.
right?
They get it, yeah.
I would think you could do on quarters and tenths.
I do it with money, when I do 1/4. I said, if you got 4 quarters, what is that 1/4 worth?
So, and maybe fifths as well. I mean, the really easy ones.
That comes later, but I can do
But
it with
again,
fifths
it's
as
just
well.
representing it in either the fraction, the decimal, or the percent, the
Yes.
equivalency
Yes.
amount.
At least quarters and tenths.
They work with this.
Oh, and you can do halves.
Yeah.
Yeah.
it's-
Factors of one,
Denominators.
denominators that are factors
Factors
of
of
100.
You better write that down.
Oh,
before we
before I
forget.
forget.
We do up there, well, not kindergarten.
And we only needed those 2 clusters, perform operations and solve problems with fractions. That covers adding and subtracting, multiplying, dividing with like and unlike denominators, right? That covers it all. So we can be specific and understand it.
Right.
Okay.
So are we good with that part of fifth grade?
That covers our, so then I wanna get rid of all that other stuff that we
So then we can delete out
we
our.
can delete out the other stuff, cause now we have our domains and our clusters, now we gotta work on standards.
Maybe put that in a new.
I'm saving it, yeah, I'm
Yes.
gonna create a new document. You guys do whatever you want in your own, and I'll do that on this one.
I've saved the old versions. It'll be more ready to write, but less,
So we've just identified the next level down from these
Yes.
spots.
Yes.
Yay, woohoo! It's
Yes.
only taken four, like.
Hunter, are we on the same, hey, Hunter, are we on the same page now?
Yeah.
We're ready.
I think I wanna talk about copyright some more.
I think
You can't use the word decimal.
I think I got dinner plans.
Percent is not allowed.
See, Carol, we're using one-fifth of the standards that we were going.
We're
working decimals.
Which is 10%.
Which is 10%, that's, hey, math standard.
Who brought the Advil this way?
I've got,
I may need some in just a little bit.
I don't have Advil, but I have a brand new bottle of ibuprofen.
I have a
Hasn't even been opened.
I better take it. That kind of makes me a little drowsy.
It's not a pretty spot.
Yep, help yourself.
I know our.
I told you, it's never been opened.
Just be honest, it's us. You don't have to,
Well, I'm
you don't have to
sure-
lie to us, it's the weather.
No, it's the weather, you guys, it's the weather and.
That's what happens.
Yes, I did not forget when I was at the store the other day. I thought, oh, I should get some of that and stick it in my purse.
Well, for me, next time, can you bring your coffee pot to probably make it?
I don't drink coffee, so that might be a little tough, but I'll do that too.
Yeah, I might do that.
Well, I'm disappointed
I could be
downstairs closed
agreeable
already.
to that.
I think there's a relationship between the productivity and the number of Advils that are taken.
And
the amount of coffee.
It would be hilarious if our
I
examples.
needed to, and Alan took one.
Examples like that.
Laughed.
A work group.
A work group tried to develop 10 standards. And they got 4 done.
What is the relationship between?
Bring coffee.
Strategic plan.
Okay.
All right, thank,
No, this is off the drive, I don't wanna mess up anything that's in my systems.
Oh, yeah.
I thought I could see, I thought it was a shared document, but
which one? The,
I don't see you operating on,
oh, I'm sorry, I was having difficulty, so I've just,
you're not in the drive.
yeah,
Okay.
Oh, I'm in the drive and I did just.
yeah, I downloaded it and I'm making changes here, so.
I'm gonna play for it some more tonight. Okay, now where?
And part of that is because I'm on a different, again, not my normal computer, so I don't know how everything works.
I sympathize.
All right, so now we'll do as we did before. We started with Common Core, we went to California, Massachusetts, and to work through.
The fourth grade?
No, I thought we were gonna go.
Fifth
Hey, don't
grade.
throw us off task here.
I'm trying to, I'm catching. It's like I did.
No, we're gonna stay on 5th grade.
Okay,
Uh,
but we're not writing them all on here, we're
And
just going to.
relationships and algebraic.
Are we?
Not
No,
before
no.
before we start, can we, since everybody's here today except for Brad, which isn't great, but try to decide about our next meeting time before we leave today.
Oh, you
Not
know
right now, I don't wanna stop us in the middle, but before we leave today,
What
'cause
I'm-
Hunter won't be here and Lori won't be here.
What I
I don't
meant
know,
to
what did I
do,
say?
what I meant to
You
do
said
was
the next-
create one of those calendar things where you can go in and say which days you're available and which ones you're not. Would it be okay if I created that after our meeting today, and everyone clicks, and then tomorrow morning that could be our first action item?
But we'll have two
Oh, we
people
got
on.
We got
Well,
But
let's do
you
it
could,
today.
but you could go ahead and check which days you're available on that. You know, it's one of those things where you have all the days and people each go on and check which days they're available. Cause I need to pull up my calendar and look at that.
So we've got the next meeting, it's on the calendar, whether we use it or not,
Right.
is different story, but we do have 2 days, the 21st and 2nd, or 2nd and 3rd, or something.
Is that
I
what
couldn't
it is?
remember, so I mean, that's there, we have that available if we wanna use it. But I think that.
Let me,
Google
I'm
Calendar.
pulling up my calendar right now, so we can.
I don't wanna get us off track,
Okay.
let's do it later, but I just wanted to,
Before we
yeah,
leave
before
today.
Hunter.
Well, because we also want registration application.
I'm with you.
And it's
Yeah,
gotta
we
be,
have to schedule.
and it's gotta be posted,
Yes.
so.
So are we under relationships in algebraic thinking?
Mhm.
And we kind of looked at the fifth grade ones before, are we,
So what I was saying is, do we want to, as we say these, say what we had thought first and then look, or do we want to just look? Do you understand what I'm saying? Like, when I think of this is what I was intending, or do you want to just dive into these? So, do you understand what I'm saying? So like, when we say relationships in algebraic thinking represent and analyze patterns in relationships, yeah, never mind, let's just forget what I just said. Let's just dig
because we
into
have the cluster heading, analyze patterns and relationships. And we had already talked about the two numerical patterns. We felt like that was appropriate for fifth grade, right?
Did we take off represent?
Patterns, relationships.
How many cluster headings are there under that?
Are we under
Two.
relationships and algebraic thinking?
Yeah, I have represent and analyze patterns and relationships, write and interpret numerical expressions.
That's what I have here.
So,
Where do you know that at?
On what we created.
Oh,
Right there, where it
Down
says
to
1 or
verify.
2 maybe?
oh, I'm so sorry.
That's okay, that's okay.
Okay.
Well, I'll be there tomorrow.
That's the two
I'm on,
hit.
I'm
Okay.
Let me email it to you, just to your name and email, okay?
Here, let me give you my other laptop.
so much better.
okay, so common course, under analyze patterns and relationships is generate two numerical patterns using two given rules. Identify apparent relationships between corresponding terms. Form ordered pairs consisting of corresponding terms from the two patterns, and graph the ordered pairs on a
So we didn't want all of that in
Right.
one standard.
But yeah, the thing that I don't like about that is it's
Step
that
by
so
step.
much that they just put into one. I think it's good to break them out.
Agreed.
So do we like the idea that they're looking at two different patterns and comparing those?
And they're generating them. They're generating the numerical patterns,
Using the two given rules. Which
So-
was that
pattern,
thing that I did from.
represent and analyze patterns.
So is there,
No, because that's when all the state reps show up and then they want to hand me their card. Yeah, I know, they think I'm in charge when I stand up, so I prefer not to be in charge.
is there a reason that it's that needs to be generate two numerical patterns?
It's
or
a
is it-
step up because
Yeah.
they've already generated
Earlier
patterns
grades,
earlier.
they'll do one.
And so it's a step up to compare, here's these two different rules, here's what happens when you apply these rules, now let's look to see between the two results, what do we notice? It's a step up.
It's kind of low, fifth grade, it's not.
Well, and then they plot them on a coordinating plane, but this takes them
Because
from,
it
this takes them
takes
from analyzing their, I mean, they create the, they create the pattern, like you saw up on the chart, and then they take that pattern, if it's 7, 8, and then 8, 9, and then 9, 10, and they take those, the X, Y rule and plot their, what they analyze that pattern they created. So that's, I mean, that's a lot though in one standard, see what I'm saying, for what we're asking them to do. So you have to split it out to make sure they're generating those two rules to understand how they're coming up with that rule, and then, going from there.
It's kind of interesting, when you look at Massachusetts, it says analyze and determine the rules for extending symbolic, arithmetic, and geometric patterns and progressions. Gives some examples, but then right under that it says this standard is intentionally the same as standard 6.P.
And so we didn't think geometric patterns would fall under, like at this point, that was because our big idea is relationships and algebraic thinking. And so if we went with that, because I did look at that, we don't think that geometry needs to be within this particular standard because of our domain and cluster.
So the thing we talked about before, where you had, say, the numbers down the left side, you just had like add 2 and add 5 at the top. That seems kind of basic, but is that all we're saying here?
Well,
Seems basic.
that is basic. Sometimes the rule isn't there and they've got to form the rule. Like,
It's really looking at the relationship.
Or like if
They
you
have
have,
to see it.
the example here is if you add 3 and you add 6, this one is always going to be twice as much as this one because you're adding
Double.
twice as much. So it's, you know, maybe the example we showed did seem too simple, but you could have, the rules could be more complicated. There could be more to observe about.
and sometimes the rule's not even there. They will put a couple numbers in there and they have to come up with the rule based on what has already been given and tell you why is that rule what it is. Because
And
it's,
that part's hard.
It is hard.
so, I mean, what I did was the simple version up on there, just to show you that's what they're actually.
Well,
So-
what kids
so
generally do is they go additive versus multiplicative. Like they're just looking at what I'm adding each time, so it's really recursive. It's based off the number ahead of it. When they don't have that, they have to generate those numbers. That's why I think generate is really gonna be a key term there. Then they have to really think of all the relationships.
So so what it says here is generate 2 numerical patterns using 2 given rules. So what we're saying though is sometimes they might not be given the rules.
Well, they can't, in a sense they are.
Are
They
given
give
the
you that number in that chart. The rule is given, it's just not stated.
It's not explicit.
It's not
They come in.
explicit.
Gotcha.
So they've got to be able to come up with that rule based on the number that is in that chart.
So if we do, if we keep this in the way it is, then
Well, they probably start that in 4th grade, yes.
That's what I'm saying, so.
Yes.
if we keep this in,
It's okay.
I think we have to put an illustration in. Because
Yes.
I think many people have no idea what we're talking about. If you just say generate 2 numerical patterns using 2 different rules, what the hell are you talking? What in the world are you talking about?
Well, and another way that it is said, I think, who we had, maybe it was California, they called it an in and out chart, and that is what I've always called it.
Yeah.
Is it, okay, was it Massachusetts? I like in and out because what goes in, how does it come out? Okay, that's what we used to call it on GLEs, I
It's a
think.
function.
It's a function chart.
Input and
We need to-
output.
Input output chart, input output. And it starts in 3rd grade at least, I know, because I used to do it in 3rd grade too, very simple forms of this in 3rd grade. So, but input output, cause it's, what goes in has to come out. If I have a 3, but I add 3 with the rule, then what's it spitting out? I mean, we all have a function man on the screen, he spits something out because, I mean, anyway, how do you make it work, but.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with keeping this in. I like the idea of how they have the examples in California, so
I
people
agree.
know what we're talking about.
I agree, and
Yeah.
I am,
It even says here, represent real situations and metaphor relationships with concrete models,
yes.
tables, graphs, and rows of words with symbols. Example is input output tables. And this standard is in
So-
signs.
What are you typing, James?
I was just gonna write what they have here first, generate 2 numerical patterns using 2 different rules. And then I was gonna put example, what was it called, input output?
Input output table.
Graphs and
So you
rows
do
of
identify a
words
parent
and
relationship.
Function tables. I mean, it's called a function table as well. The kids,
Isn't that the more the kids friendly term, but in their standards we want to.
I mean, we can say
Mathematical.
function table, input, output.
Do you think you should say in words and with symbols?
Well, the last time we talked about, we were keeping it arithmetic, numerical, not algebraic expressions.
Did you use the whole thing, James?
I just put generate 2 numerical patterns using 2 different rules, and I put example, input, output.
Okay.
Do we identify parent relationships?
So
Yeah, do
input,
that
output.
to generate.
Yes.
This is how they did it in
That's what she was
California.
saying, I think it's looking at this pattern and this pattern, not looking within the pattern, but let's look at this pattern and this pattern and say what the relationship was. And I think that's different than the relationship going down this dark, it's rather
Or
looking
they have
across
to,
two
they have to
tables.
identify the relationship between the 2 patterns. Right,
Which is a
yes.
step up.
It's just a step up. So that could be the second. Yeah.
Would we
So
want it
say-
as a second one, or can we have that together?
I think it could be two.
So, okay, I'm here. I didn't hear what you guys was talking about over there.
We need to add to that.
So you said generate 2 numerical patterns using 2 rules, 2.
I said basically that first sentence from the Common Core standard.
Generate 2 numerical patterns using 2 given rules.
Right.
Now what do we wanna add?
Something,
Well, they have to be able
I
to
don't like the word
understand the relationship between the two patterns. I mean,
but I don't like the word
I don't
appear
like the word
necessarily,
appear.
yeah.
Identify apparent
Is
relationship.
identify strong enough?
So,
I mean, it is just recognizing it.
What about
So
interpret?
identify would be interpret the relationship.
Well, they,
They'll recognize.
identifying would be saying if you're adding 3 and adding 6, identifying would be this one is always twice more than this one. That would be identifying. And interpreting it would be because I am adding twice as much. So I don't know how far you want to go.
How much do we lose by just taking out the word apparent? Just identify relationships, is that?
Okay with me.
Yeah, I don't think a parent needs to be in there.
So identify relationships between corresponding terms, does that work? Or do you want something else there?
I mean, essentially what we're doing right here is we're just breaking this apart, this one standard into 3 standards, is it right?
Can we put this one in color and come back to it and let's think a little bit about it? I'm not sure.
Kind of think out what could be the best way
Cause I'm still not sure we're saying it in words that people are gonna understand what we're looking at. We know what we're.
Well, and do we?
I mean, without
A
examples.
lot.
Yeah, I think
You're gonna need, that's why kind of like some of the other states, they have those there for you to go back to.
We
Oh,
can
this
share
is how.
Well, in the Common Core, maybe we could use that as a guide for writing an example.
Which were under, yeah, number 2. No, that's not right, in number 3.
You might have to check the messages as well.
Yeah.
5P. Actually, there's some good ideas there in this one, but there's a lot of them, you know, 5 different ones.
I think one of the things, having done hand scoring, one of the things that we need to include in our example, whether we use this one or we generate our own, is that starting point piece, because that's a piece teachers aren't always relaying to their kids, that you have to have a starting place for whatever it is you are doing.
Yeah.
And if it's our assessment, I don't see that scoring convention changing. So I want to make sure that it's clear that that starting place is important, so that everybody understands that across the state.
Maybe if we rewrite that first statement, we should say generate 2 numerical patterns using, however we say it, using given rules and starting points to really emphasize.
Okay. I'll stick it in there, we can always take it out.
Can you say that again?
Here's what I wrote. Generate 2 numerical patterns using 2 given rules and starting points. And then in parentheses, the example of input-output tables.
Good thing we can use it with the X, that's what you got.
I do now.
I'm just trying to make sure we're staying on the same.
Yeah.
Do you need to refer to the relationships, or we can just, I guess, it's right
And actually with putting that starting point in there, then it kind of makes the next one make a little more sense. Because they'll be, if we're starting at the same point on each pattern, then the corresponding terms makes a little more sense.
So what did you say?
Marilyn, we added in the first standard on generate 2 numerical, we added and starting points at the end of that.
Or and a starting point, maybe. So it's the same, otherwise,
Or the
it's-
common one. Isn't there
that's a
common?
good idea, yeah, the common starting point.
Yeah. Okay. And a common starting point. Okay. And then identify relationships between corresponding terms.
Of the 2 patterns.
So that would be
So
the
we want
second
to
one.
add of the 2 patterns? Or are you just thinking that out loud is,
Oh, I don't know,
okay.
just clarifying.
Say that again.
She said of, what did you say, of the,
Identify relationships between corresponding terms
of
of
the
the
2,
2 patterns.
yeah.
Or you wouldn't say of the pattern, I mean, it makes sense here because they were all written within the same standard, whereas we've kind of separated it here, so I think you'd say identify relationships between corresponding terms from a, you know, I mean, you understand, you wouldn't say of because it's separate now, but you need to say a statement, you need to say a statement referring to what we just did.
But then maybe it just goes at the end of that one, generate 2 numerical patterns using 2 given rules and a common starting point, and identify relationships between corresponding terms. Would people know what that meant?
That makes more sense to me than going to
I think this is the tension between standards is, you know, you put them together and you get a big wordy thing, and then you say, well, we need to separate these, and you.
Well, and that's what we did say we needed to separate.
Right.
How about
But when you test it, you're gonna wanna test them together. And you're not gonna wanna test
Right.
those 2 individually.
How about generate and compare 2 numerical patterns using 2 given rules and a common starting point?
Yeah.
Yes.
Generate and
That work?
compare.
Not find all conclusions.
Or generate and, make conclusions, that would be alright too.
So what I have right now is just generate and compare 2 numerical patterns using 2 given rules and common starting points. Now, I think that's starting to get pretty clear to me.
Does that make more sense as a parent?
I think so.
Okay.
I mean, and again, not the input-output table to me means anything, but if we're able to display.
It organizes the pattern is what that table does.
Well, no, I'm saying that saying input-output table rather than showing what we're talking about, I think it's very helpful in California where people can look and say, oh, that's what they mean.
Yes.
And so if we, you know, and I know that's probably out of our control, we could put in examples,
Put it in.
We can put
but I think that we absolutely need to push for that type of thing so people can see this is what we mean.
I agree.
But I think we've got something pretty good there. So then the next part of it is form ordered pairs consisting of corresponding terms from the two patterns.
That's nice because it's laying the foundation for when they're talking about what a function is and linear functions later. I don't know if the wording makes sense or not. It's a nice, really nice idea.
So if we kept it separate, form ordered pairs of corresponding terms from two patterns. So why don't we just start with the graphing the ordered pairs instead of just forming them? Graph the ordered pairs of corresponding terms from two patterns.
With common starting points.
Well, it's
Well,
gonna
we
be
just
in the
said-
coordinate plane. It's gonna be in quadrant 1. So where it says form ordered pairs, in order to graph the ordered pairs, you have to form them. So that can be a little bit redundant. So if we say graph ordered pairs from two patterns,
I
that
think
means I'm not just giving you numbers to, you're forming them and graphing them.
Well, I would think the only difference would be that in forming, you're expecting them to put it into the ordered pairs rather than if you take it out and you might think they're provided the ordered pairs.
They're provided the pattern,
Right.
the two patterns, so they're gonna actually form them to graph them, if they're gonna graph them.
What if we said, and here's kind of where we have it separated again, causes a little bit of disruption, but what if we said using numerical patterns, form ordered pairs
Form a graph.
to form a graph. So,
Are we still on represent analyze pattern?
Yeah.
The second standard, yep.
Are we write and interpret, are we done on write and interpret?
Not
Or we-
yet.
We're still on represent, okay. I thought we were there, so we should have been so graphical.
okay, how's this? Using two numerical patterns, form and graph ordered pairs.
Why is it pairs? Is that just a good thing? Why using phonograph ordered pairs?
Because that's how you graph it, like graphing ordered pairs.
I'm just looking at analyze and determine the rules for extending symbolic, arithmetic, and geometric patterns and progressions. Which is pairs. Just wondering.
Oh, yeah, they can understand why it goes from 1 to 5 and 5 to 9 and then 13.
Yeah, are we getting into a different strand here, or is it? Fine.
No, I think we're fine. We're fine here. It's gonna overlap with graphing later on, but it's a use of graphing here.
Sure. Okay. So then we've basically taken what Common Core had, we've broken into two standards, is what I have. We generate and compare two numerical patterns using two given rules and common starting points. Using two numerical patterns, form and graph ordered pairs.
Okay, the only thing I wanna clarify is, I have a common starting point, and I thought that Anne was kinda saying that they needed to have the same starting point.
Mhm.
And so, I mean, that little bit of difference can really change a standard. And I'm not saying I wrote it down right, I'm just,
Say what you have.
it was just that first one on generate and compare. At the end, it was and a common starting point.
I had that.
Okay.
And do we want to say right here that we're gonna limit this to first quadrant graphing?
That's what I'm wondering too, because we're making an assumption, and if we don't have it somewhere on the coordinate plane in first quadrant or within first quadrant, then it could be interpreted. It could be
Well, I mean, the only way would be in any of the other quadrants is if you have a negative number, right?
Mhm.
So what if we said using So in either the first or the second standard, they'd have to be just using positive numbers. So then you're not saying first quadrant, but it's only going to be there, so.
It's clear.
So how do we wanna say it?
So it's gonna be.
Two positive numerical patterns?
But see, a pattern
Form
can
and
be
graph
negative, I
order
mean, you could be a
pairs in the
subtracting
first
pattern, you just don't wanna go below zero.
So this is it more, that's not. So is that something that needs to be in both standards, or in more of the graphing part?
More the graphing part, I think.
So using two numerical patterns containing positive integers, or is that right, or?
Well, we could just go ahead and put form and graph ordered pairs that lie in the first quadrant, and then, would that work for now?
Well, I think I think it's fine. And again, going to understanding. Hopefully anyone teaching 5th grade math would understand that. But I think it is more, it's easier to understand if you're using positive numbers rather than we're only putting it in the first quadrant. So, if I said to someone, hey, I want you to graph using only positive numbers, no negative numbers, they could do that. And I said, graph in the first quadrant. What?
What about using I don't know where you put it, using two numerical patterns, comma, use, based on positive numbers or whatever we wanna say there,
I
comma,
don't think we
form and
wanna
graph
use
ordered pairs.
Integers though, because
Integers.
we do have fractions and decimals that could be used
Sure,
within some of those patterns. So I don't think we wanna use integers, but we
Okay.
can say positive numbers.
So, yeah, you're right,
Using two
using two numerical
numerical
patterns, comma, right.
Based on positive numbers.
Or we just say form and graph ordered pairs
Well, then
based on.
that leaves out zero as a starting point, and that zero as a starting point is gonna be pretty common sense.
Yeah,
Okay.
maybe you're
Say
right, maybe we
within
just need to
first
say first quadrant.
I think that they'll
and-
know first quadrant.
And
Because
if
it
we
would
put in
actually,
an example, boom, here's what we mean by first quadrant.
it would actually be nice for some of the kids that were able to think about negative numbers, if they see this pattern that's decreasing, they could go ahead and extend it, and if we limit it, then that kind of, even if they don't graph it.
So at some point, we need to say, like, we want to make it clear and understandable, but at some point there are mathematical concepts that.
People just need to have.
Well,
I liked what Carolyn said, she kind of was whispering over here. So it would be using two numerical patterns, form and graph ordered pairs in the first quadrant of a coordinate plane.
I like that too.
And it's very specific, it's a full thought, it's not somebody wondering what is a first quadrant. I mean, now we know where that quadrant is.
It's on a coordinate
I
plane.
heard her say it.
Has all those prepositional phrases in
You
it, but
fumble,
we've
I'll
got
pick
it.
up. You want me to say it again?
Yes, please.
Using two numerical patterns, form and graph ordered pairs in the first quadrant of a coordinate plane.
That's good.
There you go.
We are a good team, you guys.
We're getting there.
We are.
Isn't this the one we were gonna say for later?
It was something we looked at that first afternoon.
So I think then we've covered this standard piece.
Okay.
Thoroughly. One cluster heading, and we have like
Okay, it
60
sounds
others.
good. One cluster heading,
So,
one
great.
And it was a hard.
We should be done by 2 tomorrow.
With
With
another
all
one?
of them.
Okay, so
Alright,
we're ready for
moving
number,
on.
write and interpret.
So there's two big ideas here. There's evaluating expressions, and then there's going from words to numbers and back and forth. So those
Okay.
are the two big ideas, right?
Right? Let's see.
We're still in relationships. We're on
Under
the
the
second
next cluster.
cluster, right?
Okay.
And interpret numeric.
So the first one with Common Core says use parentheses, brackets, or braces in numerical expressions and evaluate expressions with these symbols.
So So we could say, write and evaluate numerical expressions containing whatever. Would that be clear?
I think it's clear now.
Or just evaluate numerical expressions that use bracket or parentheses braces.
I think it wants them to actually, because it says use, so I think they need to write them too.
Evaluate. See, in order to evaluate the expression, they're gonna have to,
They use the word use in whatever state this is, California. They say use letters, boxes, or other symbols to stand for any number in simple expressions. Can we kind of go from that idea?
Well, they can use a box for any,
I don't want them to use boxes, but.
Well, boxes is hard, I mean,
And
but
we
they
want
can
to
get
stick to
that if
numerical.
it's just, they're looking,
Right.
because it's fact family, so if they know blank plus 7 equals 13.
But if we stick with numerical, then they wouldn't have
Right.
any of that in
Use the properties of equality to solve problems for full numbers.
Why is it,
quality.
Use the
We can
properties
do
of
an equality with that, so it interprets.
we had a little discussion last week about expressions and equations, and why is it limited to just expressions here? I mean, wouldn't we want them to solve,
here. That's higher, James, for
It's
them
in
to,
a different domain.
That's in numbers and operations.
Because we want equal.
so that's under one of our other domains?
Yes.
But we would want them to solve some basic ones at fifth grade, right? I mean,
algebraic equations.
well, I'm saying like, we would want them to be able to use parentheses and brackets to solve some problems. I mean,
Right, yeah.
Here's another one from California, it's the 1.3 under algebra and functions. Use parentheses to indicate which operation to perform first when writing expressions containing more than two terms and different operations. So I don't know if we can pull from that.
I like that.
Yeah, because that's what they're really getting to
That's what
here,
they're-
is
like
an
that?
order of
Yes.
operations.
So this,
Order of operations.
we'll start there and then tweak.
And
All right,
understand
so
that.
read, say that
which one
again.
was that on California?
1.3 under 1.
Would you read it?
Right there, yeah. Use parentheses. I'm gonna go slow, I'm typing too. To indicate which operation to perform first when writing expressions containing more than two terms and different operations. It seems kind of weird.
I'm
And reads at
wondering,
the same
Yeah.
time.
I know, well, I'm
Alright,
just
I do type
wondering
fast, I'm sorry.
how low this will be as a set, like if I were going to assess this.
Uh-huh.
Use parentheses to indicate. So really, I'm just checking where you're putting the parentheses, which operation to use first.
Right, that's, I just, yeah.
So it's not evaluating the entire expression.
Well, but in their example, then they do say, what is the value of the expression below? And then they have a,
So you're saying you want the word evaluating or
So,
somewhere?
but it says, what is the value of the expression below, and they're not just putting parentheses around whatever they do first. Because I'm interpreting it as use parentheses to indicate which operation to perform first.
So
I'm putting
what-
parentheses around whatever I'm gonna do first, which
What-
is your first step, but you don't have to go any further.
so what they have is they say, what is the value of the expression below? 13 is it plus 4 minus 7 times 2.
Parentheses given.
Yeah, parentheses given, around 7 times 2, plus 31 minus 17 parentheses.
I understand what you're saying, the way that it's worded, it sounds like they would just be sticking the parentheses in.
Like
Where
that
with
example
that's when-
doesn't match what we just said. Use parentheses to indicate which operation to perform first.
What you're saying is really is evaluating, because it's
Yeah.
asking them to answer it.
Yeah, that's right. So those are, well, I mean, is this just order of operations?
Evaluating
It is just
It is
a
PEMDAS.
separate one.
What?
It's PEMDAS.
Right.
Please excuse my dearness.
Right.
What about,
Yes.
So, but does that go here or does that go somewhere else? Is that under-
no,
That's
that's
what this
this,
is.
that's what this
Yeah.
is.
They need to understand, when they do expressions, sometimes that expression will be out there and there'll be no parentheses or no brackets. They've got to understand, they have got to do multiplication or division first. They want to start at that beginning and read it like a book. they have got to follow their order of operations. Then,
So it really is evaluating expressions
Expression.
that involve parentheses or
Involve, include,
what was the second part? Use parentheses to indicate which operations performed first, and then
when writing expressions
when writing.
containing more than 2 terms and different operations.
How about evaluate and write expressions containing more than 2 terms and different operations?
Write and evaluate.
Oh, I just lost it.
Write and evaluate.
Expressions containing more than 2 terms and
Containing more than 2 terms, different operations, and parentheses, blah, 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 blah.
different terms, different operations, and I'm not sure how to write that last part.
And blah, 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 blah.
Yeah. B-L-A.
ELA,
I got that.
Is that
You
hyphenated?
need an H in there, come on.
Yeah, H. I'm sure that'll get through the school board.
Evaluate and write expressions containing more than 2 terms, different operations,
And I don't know how
Grouping
far we wanna
symbols.
go, parentheses, brackets,
I
brackets.
say we go grouping symbols, that includes parentheses, brackets, braces. I mean,
I could here replace variables with given values.
so we're not doing this with
Okay, so-
numerical.
So is one standard or one thing that we want them to know just order of operations? I mean, and do we need something that just says specifically something about order of operations, or are we?
That's what we're saying right here. We're saying, when you
Say order of
evaluate and, when you're evaluating the expression that has more than 2 terms with different operations, then you're gonna have to decide what operation to do first in order to evaluate it.
I'm just wondering if instead of
Dance around it.
us making sure that they know, I mean, I'm just wondering if we need to spell it out clearly and say something about order of operations.
As long as we leave out exponents, because they don't do exponents in 5th grade, so we would need to,
So,
in order of operations problem?
oh, well, maybe not order of operations.
They do it with volume, but no.
because I'm thinking you can have multiple standards here, like standard 2.A is, however we want to rephrase it, understand order of operations. We'll say more of whatever that is. And then 2.B is evaluate and write expressions.
Why can't we evaluate and write expressions following the order of operations?
Okay.
I mean,
Without exponents.
Without exponents, yeah.
what other,
Right.
what other
That's-
order of operation problems would we do?
That would be it.
So that's what we're saying, right?
Evaluate
That's the
and
first
write
thing, that's the
expressions.
You're on the same page.
Yeah.
We say
You're on the
our-
same
And then I
page.
think if
We're
you
talking
say
about the same
that-
thing, it's
We
just,
are.
Yeah.
I think
is
if
it
you say
one or
that,
two standard, you put it in 1 or 2,
I think
that's
if
what
you
you're
say
saying.
that, you don't have to say containing more than 2 terms, different operations,
Yeah.
so evaluate.
I wrote
Do you think
evaluate
the
and write
terms
expressions
are
using
critical
order of
for kids
operations.
to
Is that what you heard? Is
Yes.
that right, Marilyn? Okay, that's what everybody else heard? Okay. Is that what you heard?
Say that again.
Evaluate and write expressions using order of operations
Without exponents,
without
Should we
exponents.
put that in parentheses? or-
yes, that would be fine. Or not including exponents or.
I like not including. But that's personal preference.
I forgot, what did we say?
Can you give an example?
Evaluate and write expressions using order of operations. You should be using the order of operations.
No,
Give
just
an
order of
example in the
operations is fine.
standard, you mean? Or give you an example right now, so like 5 times the quantity of 4 plus 6. Hopefully we can do it mentally, 50, like they decide they have to do the 4 plus 6 first, and then they times it.
And a lot of times what she just said is written for them in Word.
Okay.
And they gotta take that written word, what is written in Word, and how do they make it into
Represent it
in a numerical expression?
with the 5
So-
parentheses, so 5
so,
times the
yes.
quantity of 6 plus 4.
I think that should be, I think that's like the second one here, I think that needs to be a separate one by itself too, that they take words and translate it into numerical expressions, something like that, that's hard.
So when
Yeah, I
like
think
it
that's
says
right.
here, add 8 and 7, then multiply by 2, that's what's given to the kids. It's written in Word, and they have to put it to 2 times 8 plus 7.
So it's something like translate verbal numerical expression, translate verbal
expression.
expression, written
Written
Not verbal,
expressions.
written written,
Yeah.
words,
Oral.
translate
Right.
words into numbers.
Into numerical expressions.
Yes. The last part sounds good. I don't know.
What do you say with the words or?
All the words say translate written expressions into numerical expressions.
Written expressions into numerical expressions, that,
Written numerical
You don't think you
expression.
need to say using parentheses?
Maybe.
Is that included in the, is that included because of using order of operations above?
I don't know.
Well, so if we just had an example, Anne has 2 times as many dogs as Joe, or whatever, and they need to be able to then write that as,
Joe
is
has
that right?
three black dogs and 4 red dogs.
Is that right?
Well, if you look at the example that's in here, it says in words, it says add 8 and 7, then multiply by 2, and they're able to translate that into a numerical expression.
I'm sorry, where were you looking for that example?
Number 2.
in parentheses, or in italics.
Yeah, it's in the italics version. Italicized, I don't know.
Yeah, italicized.
So the second example in particular is an interpret. They don't have to come up with an answer, but they know what it means.
They need to know that that's 3 times as large, yes.
Yeah, yeah, we can write that.
So do we want without evaluating them, or?
No, I
I don't think we have to
Good.
have
No, I
it
don't
that
think
way.
they- no.
California 1.31, it's there, where it says use parentheses to indicate which operation to perform first when writing expressions.
I think the big thing on number 2 is that they want them to basically read a small word, or know what that little.
But the way that sounds, use parentheses to indicate which operation to perform first. All I'm doing is putting in parentheses around what I'm gonna do first.
And if it makes you feel any better, when you said, couldn't figure out if it was words or whatever, I don't think they write it any more clear.
Okay.
I mean, so, but we know what we're trying to say at least.
Okay, let's go.
What did we
What
write?
did you?
So far, I don't know, I only wrote translating words into numerical expressions,
I
but,
have written expressions into numerical expressions.
so, and they have, right, some expressions.
I mean, we can leave it at that and come back and rethink it later.
We can highlight it, all right, that's what I'm doing on mine, is highlighting stuff we
Okay.
might wanna wordsmith.
I like the part that had highlighted.
There was something somebody added to the end of that, what was it,
says,
trying to clarify,
interpret
you may
numerical
remember?
expressions without evaluating.
Yeah,
I
without
like that
evaluating.
too.
Because it says translate written expressions into numerical expressions without having to calculate the indicated sum or product.
So maybe it's that number 3 then, something like that.
So without evaluating them or without,
No, it would have to, yeah, it would just have to be without having to
What'd you say?
calculate.
Hunter, you
Would you
didn't
read it
mutter
again?
loud enough for me to hear it.
Oh, I'm sorry, no, I just like the way it's highlighted there on 2, where it says interpret numerical expressions without evaluating them. That's on the,
And so put without
California.
evaluating them.
I just like that phrase really says what we're trying to do.
Okay, so here's what I have, see if that works. Translate written expressions into numerical expressions without evaluating them. Does that sound like what you're saying?
No,
No,
we've
just
got the
say no.
interpret piece. Is this a separate one, or is this supposed to be still?
Feels like a separate one almost to me.
Okay,
So this is,
I think it goes right with it if you're translating it.
It's one of the common
You're
core.
just translating it, but you're not actually giving me an answer. You're just taking it from written.
well, one is
Well, or what
taking
about-
what is the written stuff
Yeah.
and writing it into an expression, and one is, I mean, it's just understanding that
Yeah, that's the phrase.
3 times something in parentheses is the same as that stuff in parentheses 3 times, right? I mean, that's what they have.
what do we want the end? Without
Say that
having
one
to
again,
calculate.
Hunter, that you please, you said interpret,
It's actually, interpret numerical expressions without evaluating them.
It's
That's
right
just
there
like
in
a-
the number 2 expression.
It's number 2 on there, and and something around that built that, because that's what it's actually doing, it's just taking that small word problem, how you organize it into a problem.
The example says add 8 and 7 and multiply by 2.
This, I mean, it's basically, we teach them this with multiplication already, right? We teach that 3 times 2 is the same as 2 plus 2 plus 2, you know,
Yeah.
it's the same. And so we're just extending that to say 3 times whatever's in parentheses is the same as if you add them and do it 3 times, or if you multiply 3 times each one of them. I mean, those are,
But now we can involve fractional numbers and decimal numbers and not just whole numbers.
And include distributed property.
Well, that,
Well, and that was those properties of inequalities that she mentioned a while ago, and I was thinking about that too. Properties of equality, not inequality. Yeah, properties of equality.
I don't know, I kinda like the without having to calculate the indicated sum or product.
But I want to limit it to sum and products
Okay. Without having to calculate,
without having to calculate.
We just have,
without having to
without having to
calculate.
calculate.
well, I mean, for now, it sounds like we could just leave it as what they have, right? So we could write a third. We have the first one, which is evaluate and write expressions using order of operations. And we have translate written expressions into numerical expressions. And the third one could be
I
interpret.
don't think we have to.
What is our, what's it
Right,
Write,
interpret,
numerical.
so we
We have
haven't used
interpret,
interpret.
we have write and interpret, and we're evaluating expressions, and then we are translating words into numerical expressions.
So
Write
as they-
and interpret.
Are you, someone, you were saying that you didn't think we needed a separate one, so how would you include interpret in here?
It's in our cluster heading.
I know, but I'm saying, if we're wanting a standard on it, do we include it in one of these, or do we write a separate one for it?
I personally see them as two separate things, but
I agree.
I'm
So the
okay with
interpret.
either one.
Okay, go ahead. I'm good with either way. Just, you know,
Honestly.
I mean, if we're
This
just.
is not concrete today.
No, it's not.
No. So interpret,
Well, what are we putting as our third one? I need to hear
Today.
that out.
Today.
I need to hear the third one out there, because right now I'm hearing, if I'm gonna translate written expression into numerical expression,
interpret
and then you
numerical
keep saying
expression.
that all
Basically
flows
what's
into
there.
one thing to me, so I'm just trying to make sense of it. I'm trying to wrap my
Interpret
head around it.
numerical expressions without evaluating them.
It's just the rest of that standard.
See you guys. I'll see you in the morning.
Well, with numbers record simple expressions.
Sorry. Okay. That's
So we're going to evaluate and write, we're going to translate, and then we're going to interpret those, but we're not going to evaluate. So that means we can write and explain what that expression means, but we don't have to worry about solving it, which allows us to do things with percents and fractions without having to be able to do all the math yet, or at this point in the year. That makes sense? Does it sound right to you, Janet? Okay, so the three, splitting into three. It's got a good boy.
I'm having a sinking spell. We've been here a long time.
I just think that we have to be careful, because if we break everything apart like this, we're gonna end up with 100 standards.
Yeah.
That's true.
And this seems like those are so closely related
That's what I
that we could probably put them into one and hit it in multiple ways. But I'm fine with us keeping it separate right now and just see.
Okay, so we could put write, evaluate, and interpret the expressions using order of operations. And then get rid of the third one.
So write, evaluate, and interpret on the first one.
Does that make sense, Leslie? You're the fifth grade
Yeah,
teacher.
it's all gonna be tested all together anyway, to keeping them all separate into 3 standards. It's all gonna be grouped in a big lump sum.
Big complaint will be all those verbs all together in one standard.
No, that's true. I mean, I get
That's what
it,
they
but-
did in the TLEs. That was the biggest
Mhm.
complaint about the TLEs, is that there's everything that you could possibly think of.
Yeah, I mean,
But
this
it's
is,
true.
it's the balancing act,
It
you
It is
know?
the balancing act,
Well-
you're right.
Okay, so let me throw this out there. We're evaluating with the order of operations. Okay, let me think through this. I was just looking at how, other stuff is used verbs. Nah, I'm just gonna let it go.
Let's
No,
put
I
it in
gotta think
hours.
some more.
Yeah,
I think that's what we need to do,
that
we
one.
need to
Let's
step away from it for a
Yes, I
second.
think we need to, I need to
Maybe
wrap my head
tonight,
around it.
someone will
Yeah.
wake up in the middle of the night.
Or something. I don't wanna wake up in the middle of the night and think math,
But
but,
that's what we do.
But I know that's what I'm gonna do, yes. I just think I need to rethink it a little bit as well.
How was that? I think they combined it, they had it interpret, but I think we had to put it into the first one. I know.
I think it would fit better,
translate.
wouldn't it be?
That's what I was
Translate and
thinking too.
interpret, where you're gonna translate and interpret the language.
But see, I just think if they were given this expression right here already with numbers, and they have to say that it's gonna be 3 times that, they're not translating anything, they're just taking something that they're given.
I would hope that no one would give them some wicked numbers.
No.
Well, I think you would, I think you would as you introduce the topic, for sure. I mean, I think that.
Well, when it's introduced, yes, it kind of goes up.
But this is the standard that we want all students to be perfect master.
Yeah, this is the
It's
height.
not the
This is where we want them all to get to.
introducing them to this, it's the, every fifth grader should have mastery of this. I don't know, I think that.
I mean,
I'm
because
fine
if
too.
we're getting to that point, is what you're saying, right?
Yeah.
When we can take it from that to that. That's the
Yeah,
interpretation.
that's what Anne's.
Some interpretations gonna go to the third one.
No, that wasn't what we said, was it?
Not last.
No.
No, we put interpret in with the first.
Write, evaluate, and interpret, is what we have. So
Yeah,
we
So
have-
it's 2.
There's a lot of verbiage.
Are we moving on?
There's a lot of
Which one can we get done? Which one can we do within 20 minutes?
I bet we can do place value.
Yep. Or we do one of them. Is that our number sense and that's number sense and operations? Yeah.
It should be on the back of that.
So Common Core has recognized that a multi-digit number, recognize that in a multi-digit number, a digit in one place represents 10 times as much as it represents in the place to its right, and 1/10 of what it represents in the place to its left. I think, is there an easier or better way to say that, I guess is the question, because I think that's a important skill.
Really important.
That's understanding the Richter scale.
Well, and it's just understanding that
Yeah.
multiplying times 10 or dividing by 10.
Yeah.
Uh,
And they really start working with that at the lower grades when they're using 100 chart, having the kids figure out 43 was 10 more and 10 less. They start at,
Well, let me tell you.
I know, well, it didn't,
Because when I started doing exponents, they were not getting that 10 to, to the left, wow, crazy.
But I think with more exposure to these standards that hopefully to you, they will have a much stronger sense of humor.
So I guess the question is there some way to improve upon what they had written in that standard? in that in a multi-digit number, a digit in one place represents 10 times as much as it represents in the
But I
place.
think what's
Right.
important here is to think too, that these could be decimal numbers. And that's the big new thing in fifth grade versus third grade or fourth grade, but now we're looking at decimal numbers as well. So that number, multi-digit number, could be a decimal, it could involve a decimal.
Yeah, I think in the California standards, it's kind of in that statement, they understand the relative magnitudes of numbers. They don't define
It's not
it.
very
And I don't like
explicit for
California
teachers. Yeah,
saying
that
very
doesn't-
large and very small numbers. That kind of leaves it wide open for,
All kinds of interpretation.
yeah.
And I'm not finding any, oh, there's one, this is a second, there's just a little bit on decimals in Massachusetts.
Yes, it's like,
Well, it says accurately and efficiently add and subtract whole numbers in positive decimals, multiply and divide using double-digit divisors, whole numbers, multiply positive decimals with whole numbers. Very interesting.
all of that's one statement.
It sure is, 5N.12.
Right, so one thing California has in this area is estimate, round, and like you said, manipulate very large, e.g. millions, and very small, e.g. thousands numbers. So,
So even on the
here it is.
standard, it seems vague, they define it down there in the cluster.
Yeah.
And to demonstrate an understanding of positive integer powers of 10, this example is 10 to the second, 10 to the third. Demonstrate an
But-
understanding of positive
Now,
integer
in the, I'm sorry,
No, go ahead.
no, I interrupted, I apologize.
No, I'm done.
In the focal points, it says, building on their work in grade 4, students extend their understanding of place value to numbers through millions and millions in various contexts.
I mean, we have decimals to the thousands right now, but we could change that to other place values.
And there's a lot I just missed.
They're operating similar to what you just read from Massachusetts, I think in the 2-digit, you had said thousands, I think, when you were reading it. We're operating for multiplying,
Yeah, it says
But-
millions too.
but to actually name the numbers
And they have
or the
that,
place value it could be.
they have that in California when you go under their heading. But they still talk about them as very large, but in the parentheses, like James said, they put in millions and they go with
And
thousands.
I would rather, instead of saying very large, just say what place value, I think, because that's relative.
do we need to have a standard of students just knowing what the place values are to a certain point?
Well, I think that's what this is getting to, that each place is a tenth to the one place and 10
Right,
times to the
that's
other.
one thing, but I think
And where
knowing
the
the
limit
name,
goes would be, yes, that we would need to put
Like
that in.
reading and writing decimals.
And that's down, if you see read, write, compare decimals to the thousands. And then they have the expanded form. So this is kind of an understanding piece of when we say there are 10 hundredths, what that means.
And that the patterns continue, they get it with whole numbers, so it's really that what they know about whole numbers and place value also applies to decimal place values.
And you've got your percentages in here too. Did you see that?
yeah.
Identify and determine common equivalent fractions with denominators 2, 4, 5, 10, and mixed numbers with denominators 2, 4, 5, 10, decimals and percents through 100%. Example, 3/4 equals 0.75 equals 75%. Phew, that's a little lot to put in there.
Can we leave this one blank and think about it? If we wanna put it in.
But we just said a minute ago, we could
Yeah,
get place
and I
value.
know, I know, I think I
We can do that real quick.
Well, what if we go to perform
Yeah,
operations?
that's fine with me.
Well, I think we could get something about reading, writing, and comparing and using,
Right, I
And
think
rounding,
2
we
and
can get
3,
those
I just
done.
don't think that there's much we can do to number 1 because it's more of the understanding and they're just recognizing. I mean, it's a lower level standard, but it's a huge critical
Yeah,
underlying piece of everything
They need to know
else,
that,
so.
yeah, the one number next to it is 10 times greater than the one before it. And they're not, somebody, I mean, that just,
It's
they,
not intuitive.
there's really no other way to word that one. They have to know that.
So basically, so we're saying, no, we can't improve upon what this is written in.
I'm
Well,
not
I probably could,
For,
but
for
You
now,
could,
let's
but
put
right-
it
I
this.
can't right
My
now.
question is, with it being so important, does it need to go beyond recognize to understand right there? They understand that in a multi-digit number, a digit in one place,
I think so.
rather than saying represent or
Understand.
recognize.
Or demonstrate.
Yeah, something
Like
stronger,
understand.
you like understand,
So
and then
it's the
leave the
same
rest of
thing.
it.
Demonstrate and understand.
Well, because like the one in Massachusetts says demonstrate understanding of place value to billions and thousands. Well, what does that truly mean? That means they understand that from billions to thousands, that it's 10 times greater, you know, the difference in between those numbers. But, I mean, we'd have to add something that says in here, and we could say demonstrate understanding. That's what it means. I think that's what Massachusetts is trying to say too.
Right.
Only they didn't use that it's 10 times greater than the next place value.
So I think it's fine, if we just change, instead of recognize to understand and keep the rest of it the same.
Works for me.
Say understand.
And I
Although we
highlighted,
can demonstrate understanding too,
Understand.
I don't feel strongly one way or the other on that.
We can use understand, it's fine.
I highlighted it, so
Do we wanna specify, like this one says, from billions to thousands, do we wanna specify,
I don't think so on this one, because that doesn't, that
because it goes
doesn't
for,
change.
it's no matter where
just to
you are.
compare, right?
Yeah.
Is that just to set a range?
I,
'Cause
well,
that doesn't
yeah,
tell me that it's 10 times the next digit, that doesn't tell
no,
me
it
that.
doesn't
It's
tell me,
just
but I
set
think
up
that's
here,
what, yeah, I
Which
mean,
one
that's
is
all.
Well-
That was Massachusetts, but that's just saying they're gonna go to billions and thousands in fifth grade.
I just wonder
But
which one it
that's
is.
A really big range.
It's 6 in,
Oh, it's six
two.
then? Okay, because I'm on 5, that's sixth grade.
Yeah, but we do it.
I mean, it's essentially thinking that, okay, you move the decimal place one place to the right,
Yes,
you've increased it by
10
10 times.
yes, yes.
it's 10 times bigger,
Right.
times.
Right.
How many zeros? do you
And
get?
it's 1/10 less when you go the other way. So that's what we're saying when we talk that way, yes.
'Cause
So-
she made
So
a
we're
good
not
point, because
putting
that
limits
really
on this
gives-
one.
I have a whole anchor chart in my classroom,
Science.
if you'd like me to
We're not
bring it.
putting
Oh,
limits.
yeah.
I could take a photo of it and put it in our
that science and
standards.
numbers, if
So-
they don't understand that, they're not gonna understand the
And
science
maybe-
concept of
maybe-
fifth grade.
And maybe you said that the answer to this was in number 3, but just knowing the names of the place values, like I said, knowing what's millions and is that in here or is that in an earlier grade? I mean, that's, I think,
Well, that grows with every grade level, so they usually get to 100,000, I think, in fourth grade. But then all of a sudden, we hit beyond that in fifth, up to billions.
I mean, because what we just talked about with knowing, you know, that.
The ones, the tens, the hundreds, the thousands, tens, 100,000, I don't know, do they go to millions in fourth? I forget how high they go in fourth, I think it's just 100,000 in fourth.
And they seem
No,
to understand that fairly well, but there's still some of my kids that when you get down to the decimals, that's just a really hard concept for them.
Decimals was 5th grade.
it's the yeah, that's when you go, then you go to, and we only go to thousands.
Because I feel like just identifying and saying, I know that this is the 100th place, this is the, I mean, and it's again, it's a lower level skill, but as you read a number, it's fairly important to know.
And that is why they cannot say 0.08. That is why they have to tell me that is 800ths. And I say, you have got to learn to use, we have pathways, the rude brother, and that is the TH. You have got to spit at me if you are gonna say the eighths. That's so, and I have, this is the one time in math, even in fifth grade, I have anchor charts all over my room with place value, because for some reason it is such a hard concept for them to see such a big number of billions. And then you put that decimal point in, and you've got all those zeros, and then you get down into the thousands. And so they see that, and they're like, oh, good Lord, you know, I mean, it's crazy for them to look at.
We can
So-
put that
so I-
in, we can put a standard in to just identify the place.
Place value up through I mean, that's what I guess we could say.
But would they have that at an early?
But again, yeah, keeping that coherence, like right now, fourth grade is dealing with hundredths. They work around hundredths, the idea of tenths and hundredths, that's about the limit. So the fifth grade, they get into thousands and beyond, or just thousands
think
at the
it's just
current time.
thousands. Yeah.
So we just wanna make sure, like, if we change it in fifth grade, that's gonna impact fourth grade and third grade, you know, and sixth grade.
So identify place value from thousandths to millions? Or do we,
I
or
think it's
billions?
billions.
Billions?
Come on, our national debt's neutral.
Yeah, I think they should at least know how to write that number.
Well, you could probably even go to trillions, but
So understand, what, how are you writing this? Understand,
I put identify, place
Identify.
value from thousands to billions.
To
I
billions.
like billions to
Billions.
thousands.
So from left to right.
yeah, I
Billions.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's fine with me, I can go that way.
okay.
From billions to
What can I say?
Have to
Be
read.
honest. This number and
That's right.
Can't read in the middle like people.
Okay, identify place value.
So then now you can pick the spot on the number, you know where the numbers are, and you know if you move one spot to the next, that you're
yes.
multiplying or you're dividing times, then it's 10 times larger or it's 10 times smaller.
Okay,
That's
So
where we start.
identify would be one, and then understanding would be the second one.
The understanding that one, yeah,
Oh,
first you gotta identify the place value, how much it's worth, the value of the number. Then you can go to understanding this 10 times greater. Does it sound right? Because they can tell me,
So
They
under
can
the
tell
cluster, ordering them, we're putting identify as
Identify
the
first.
lowest, so it's actually the first
First
one.
and then the next one under it, they can tell me that if I said, 10,132 and I needed to know the value of the 3, well, that is 30. The value of that 3 is 3 tenths. Okay, what is that relationship to the, how many tens greater is it than the 2? So they need to know the value, they need to understand that is 10 times greater than the 2 place value. So there's a difference in that. So the understand goes second, right? That's what I was thinking. And are we saying what's it? What did you write for understand?
Understand that in a multi-digit number, yeah, I think recognize just became understand.
Yeah, that was.
As in compare in various forms, is that what she's talking about? Or is that the next?
I think that's coming later probably.
Ooh.
Common ideas across
I was
all
gonna
of
put
them.
two together, like the identify and use rounding, because that seems to go
Yes.
in there too, like
Yes.
it's connected, but I don't know how we put that together, so.
So rewrite, compare, and rounding are all common
Yes.
across all the standards.
So rewrite and compare, is that what you said?
And yeah, that plus rounding are they're in all the standards, those ideas.
so we're going to read, write, and compare decimals or all the place value?
So I got lost. Are we now under our perform operations one?
No.
We're still under
We're
understand place
still
value.
doing place value.
It's a third standard.
Read, write, and compare what? You wanna stick with decimals or read, write, and compare place value, numbers?
I personally like to stick with decimals so that that limits it a little bit. But
And 2000s, because we're going from billions to thousands.
they should already be, I know they're not, but they should already be okay with rounding whole numbers.
Okay.
I mean, just in a grammatical, compare decimals to thousandths. It sounds like you're comparing decimals to thousandths.
Mm-hmm, I know.
To the thousandths place.
Right. Read, write, and compare decimals to the thousandths place.
Let's see, let's see.
Three.
Okay.
Now, do we want to get into this business of substandards like this?
Yeah, do you wanna do that?
The only thing that's really different in there is just expanded form. Well, and number names too. How about if we put read, write in various forms and compare decimals to the thousandths place? Or in parentheses after write, put standard and expanded form if that's important to us. To not have as many substantives.
You're just gonna do decimals, not percents and fractions.
I think the expanded form is important.
Because of
Because
distributed
it's gonna come
property.
later.
Well, and it's also that understanding,
Yeah,
understanding of the number.
yeah, because the expanded form gives the value.
So is it a substandard or is it more of an example that we want to give of what we expect them to do?
When we write it.
Well, I think it could either be a substandard or up, we could do that, or up where it says write in our standard, we could put parentheses and put standard and expanded form to really be very specific about what we expect. Or it could be a substandard, but then it just gets to have more.
Or you could say read, write, and compare decimals to the thousandths place in standard and expanded form.
Would you read them in the expanded form?
Well. We're gonna write them.
You
Or
know
what
you
we
read,
read,
write,
that's what we
and compare standard.
Mm-hmm.
So the question is, do you read, write, you write it, expanded? You compare it, you can compare it, expanded, it's just that, I'm not sure if you read it, expanded.
So what's the read part? I mean, so I
I
guess
would say
is
that's 3 times 100 plus 4 times, so I guess
So
that
is
would
it-
be
16.475, and they can read it correctly as 16, and I can't remember what it said.
475,000.
The question, I mean, my question is, you're obviously not gonna test reading on a standardized test.
Obviously.
I mean, so is reading necessary here? Is it necessary for us to put it in? Or is it sort of intuitive if you're going to
You
be?
kind of are testing reading if they have to read it written in words and then pick the decimal written in numbers, they're still having to read it.
Or
Right,
like
but
all
this
of them that
gets
are
to the
equivalent.
same sort of discussion we had earlier about like, well, that other stuff, you need to know how to do that with, like you need to know area to do to do volume, so we don't need a standard on that. You understand? So it's like,
but
do we
if
need
it's-
to include
but if
read
it-
or not?
But the thing is that they'll read to hundreds at younger grades, but thousands would be the new.
You can put that on standardized test.
It'll be put in written form, it'll say 475,000
They could have like
in
3 choices and they
words,
have to read
in
them all.
words, and so if they read it, they'll have to know how to put that in standard form. So they'll know how, when they hear 475,000, they will have to know what that looks like.
Right, so I mean, so I guess
So
the
that's
point is that if they're writing it, they're gonna be reading it. Or
Well,
they're,
they could also be given the decimal in number form and have to pick the right words for it.
And they'd have to read all.
And then they'd have to read it.
Okay, so I think we should write what you put. Read, write, and compare decimals to the thousandths place in standard and expanded form.
good, because I'll.
And then you don't have to erase it anymore.
Okay, not to muddy the waters, but what about word form? Because they could also see it, they could see 2 decimals written in words and
Yeah, it
have
does
to
say
do,
number
and that's not
names.
standard or.
Just add word.
Add it because I think it's important.
Okay.
In Word, standard, and expanded form.
Okay, so in Word, standard, and expanded form.
Word.
You're like, do I have to spell it correctly? How do you spell that? I don't know how to spell that. I'm like, I just need to read it, that's all. You spell check, and it's on technology these days.
You have reminded me of one of the funniest 5th grade memories I have is about a spelling test where we were learning states, and they spelled states. And a kid misspelled Virginia.
Oh
no,
I know where it's going.
Oh, my kids just took a states and capitals quiz today too, but they didn't have, it was already laid out for them, nobody had to spell anything. That's good.
Yeah,
I had a kid give a PowerPoint, we were studying body systems and science, and every time they said the word organism. Thank God I didn't have any really advanced students in there, you know, like had older brothers or, you know.
Yeah.
You never know what to do when something like
No,
that
I-
happens. What do you do?
Need to work on that spelling.
Well, it was written correctly on the slide they made.
They were just
Didn't
pronouncing
pronounce
it incorrectly.
Yeah.
Oh my.
Well, it's 5:20, do we wanna talk about it?
We only have,
Do
do
we
we have
rounding?
two more? Yeah, we have rounding, and then if we wanted to do powers of 10.
No, I think powers of 10 is really cool.
I know, we skipped over it, I don't know why. But we made 3 much more concise. We don't have a 3A or B anymore.
So can we just say round decimals to any place? Or round decimals, or?
Do we want to, does it have to be rounding, can we say estimate? Do you want it to be like,
Usually estimating involves some sort of operation that you're going to do, and rounding's the tool that you use to estimate. So it feels like this one's just give me a number and let me round it.
you know, I know that's somewhere.
It is
So say what you said, Anna.
round decimals to any place, round.
What was our GLE with decimals? I mean, we had rounding.
Shouldn't they be able to do both? I mean, estimate
Yep.
and round.
Yeah,
The whole purpose to me of rounding is to
to
estimate,
estimate,
so.
yeah, so they can do that.
And a lot of those money problems. Their own story, it's not money.
I wanna put estimating in.
In the next one
In the
down, it
next
feels
piece.
like,
But I'm wondering, can we drop this one and incorporate it into the next one?
What if rounded, I mean, I think you'd want round, you'd wanna do it also, I think, from basically any place. You should be able to round to the nearest whatever.
Decimals are whole numbers, you're saying, is that you're saying?
Right, so I mean, not just rounding decimals.
What about with number 1, understanding the multi-digit number, represents 10 times and use this to round?
I didn't catch all of what you said.
I'm just
Thinking
thinking
out
out loud, I don't think it's gonna work, so I won't repeat it.
But you heard it
I'd
out
like
loud.
to
Yeah, I
suggest
know.
you put
I'm
round
glad
here
it's on
and put
tape, too.
estimate in the next one down with operation.
So what if we just,
Just
or we had something very similar to what they had, use place value understanding to round decimals and whole numbers, or,
Oh, yeah, we could do that. Because they do whole numbers at an earlier grade.
do we want to broaden it?
Because
That's,
they do whole numbers in the earlier grade.
so they already know rounding.
The
And all we're
biggest-
saying is, now they need to be able to
Decimals.
round
Yes, and the
decimals.
biggest struggle is if you give them 25 and 1200s and you say round to the nearest whole number.
Yeah.
They could, if I said round to the nearest tenths place, they can do that. When I say round to the nearest whole number,
Or sometimes
all of a sudden they round at 30. I don't know what numbers that
sometimes
come
nearest
out.
dollar. Yeah.
Yeah, or the nearest dollar, and it's, you have $5.35, and I say round to the nearest dollar. They come up with $10 for some reason.
Yeah.
They don't get what that nearest dollar is, that decimal point, that 5 is in the ones place, and that is your nearest whole number. That is the hardest part. So I don't know if there's a standard that when we say rounding decimals, if I say tenths, they know to underline the tenths, draw an arrow to the hundredths, and give me, 5 or above, give it a shove, 4 below, let it go, but they do not get that whole number one. When it is worded, rounded to the nearest whole number, when it's in a decimal form, that's the hardest part. So I don't know if there's a way to word it, that when teachers teach it, that they are teaching rounding to the nearest whole number using decimals.
how about if we said round decimals to any place value including to the nearest whole number?
Okay.
Something like that.
I just think that what has to be in there, because all of a sudden I knew to round to the nearest. They gotta know that whole number, that they're looking at the one's place value, and they don't understand that they don't get what they're looking at.
Okay, so say it again.
Round decimals to any place
I seem
including,
to confuse that because a lot of times we teach them to take, like benchmark numbers.
Yeah, and I think when they thought 25, they were thinking 30 because they were thinking the bigger number, not that they needed to look at the ones place. So when you said whole number, they were going,
Do you think it's a developmental issue? Do you think fifth graders need a number line in order to do that? Maybe they need to see it on the number line and then they could do it, you know what I mean? Maybe
well, I
there's-
think they need to understand that when we go to whole number, we gotta relate it back to the ones place.
Cause if we said the ones place, then we probably do
I said,
it.
when it says whole number, please underline the ones place, and so they gotta understand that's where they're going with it. But like she said, sometimes they're referring back to that benchmark, like $5.32, they were giving me $10, they were going to, jumping up, taking that 5 and shoving it, that's what they were doing, so, like you said, a number, that's a tool that could be used, but I think we gotta refer that whole number back to the ones place.
I was just wondering if that's maybe why the message sheet once we keep saying, talking about concrete objects or.
Oh, the manipulatives that we're given.
The only problem I have with what you said, and
Oh, I put.
with the round decimals to any place value, including the nearest whole number, is the any place value part. Because we are, I mean, because we did stop at thousands.
Yes.
So do we need to put in like a limitation, you know what I mean, or do
Like we
we,
did above the billions to thousands, is that what you're saying?
yeah.
If you don't, I guess anything's a million, isn't it?
Well, if we're already limiting it to thousands,
In a different,
well, we have it in two different places. The first one and the third one.
what if we,
Thousands goes to hundreds.
what if we just said round decimals, including to the nearest whole number, or do you think we need the any place value in there?
What about this one right here? It says find and position whole numbers, positive fractions, positive mixed numbers, and positive decimals on a number line.
That's one thing, you want a number line, round. That's a different
It should be part of
concept.
that.
And it's understanding the relationship between the,
Do we need to any place? Could it be round decimals, including to the nearest whole number?
that's fine with me.
Um,
That sounds better.
How about this one?
I mean, I'm just
sorry.
trying to
In
wordsmith.
order,
I just took out two
positive
in
fractions,
place,
positive
so use
mixed
place value
numbers,
understanding
positive
the round
decimals.
decimals, including to the nearest whole number. So then it doesn't matter where you are, that's just rounding.
Any,
okay, I was looking in the wrong place, say it one more time for me.
Use place value understanding to round decimals,
yes.
including to the nearest whole number.
Through patterns,
Does that make
using
sense?
patterns.
Oh, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah.
I mean, I'm just wordsmithing. I can wordsmith.
All right.
Including to the nearest whole number?
Yeah, that gets to what
That's-
they were talking about.
Can you get the word round?
Yeah, we've got it.
We have round decimals, yeah. So it says now, one more time, I think we've got it. Use place value understanding to round decimals, including to the nearest whole number.
Yes.
Because I think when we round, then it's kind of understood that you're doing place.
Mhm.
Yeah, no, that.
And then given what we said before about, we've already identified that doing it in billions and thousands in other places.
Right. And it actually is coming up in number 2 also. You know, it's consistent, we're not bouncing around between different decimal points. You know what I'm saying? I mean, it'd be different if we were changing our focus. We can always change it later.
I feel good about what we have.
I wish there was a little faster.
Well, tomorrow there'll be no talk of copyright, there'll be no talk of.
Okay, now, are we?
Yeah, we have to be
need
out by.
no.
I think one thing we need to discuss is,
Tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock.
are we going to go to that? Or at least start our meeting late enough so people want to attend that? I think that's what, I think we should at least start it late enough for people who want to attend the session that Kurt Barr is hosting. Is that right?
See who wants to attend.
I'll go.
I wanna go. I was just thinking if we just had a few who wanted to go.
You're going? So there's 4 of us that would definitely be going. Are you?
So might as well just all go.
Well,
I don't think it has much value, not value, but I don't think it means a whole lot to what we're doing, but I wanna hear what he's got to say. Cause he's just interpreting
Right.
I
majority
think we
law,
all need to hear it
which is
first.
just an opinion on his
So
part.
we'll start at 9:45 then? Start work at 9:45?
but what, does this thing go from 9 to 9:30?
It's supposed to
That's what
go,
it said.
he said a half hour,
Oh, he could say that.
yeah, he said a half hour, no longer than a half hour.
Several
Several times.
different times,
Yeah.
it will
Yeah.
not be longer than.
It will not be longer than a half hour,
But we're still stopping at 3?
but that depends on,
Yeah,
anybody
I
asks a
think
bunch of questions, and we start getting discussions.
So we start at 9:45 to 3.
Well, 9:45 to 3.
Hopefully, there's not.
Just so you
9:45
guys
to
just
3.
slip out, people traveling can get on the road
That sounds good.
on
So
a
then,
Friday.
Okay, so start at 9:45 tomorrow and end at 3.
are we here tomorrow?
Yeah.
We're here tomorrow. Okay. And where is that meeting again?
It's the third floor of the Capitol.
Is it at his office or where?
No, it's in a meeting place.
It's in the Senate building,
Is
isn't
it
it,
the
or something?
Senate?
Yeah,
It's in that email that came out, right? So I can.
something about who's, you know, Senate office.
Have you got an email about it?
Yeah, I got a couple emails on it, so I'll be fine. I think I'm curious.
Do we wanna look at future dates, or do you guys wanna decide that tomorrow? Cause I think
We can
At
go
least
look.
go one more
Would you
out.
like to meet at the front door?
So what were the previous dates that were,
the next one is the 20th and the
Maybe first.
of this month?
October,
Starts at 9.
which Leslie says she has it.
I can do the 20th, but I'd have to leave by 2,
For our group to show, hey.
and then I cannot be here the
Which I
21st.
think we,
I think we really did.
And I have those dates.
I
Um,
have those two dates.
what did you say you could or couldn't do?
I can be here on the 20th, but I would have to leave by 2. And I know that was, I think the time frame. I mean, we can always change it, but it was 9 to 4, I think is what it said. But I would have to be, I need to be back in Washington by 3:45. So, and then, I cannot be here on the 21st, something for my daughter, so my daughter comes first, sorry for her.
Jeez, priorities.
I
That's
know,
Monday, Tuesday, 20th.
I know,
think you
kids,
said
what do you
22nd,
do, right, when you guys are kind
Yeah.
Put in first.
That's-
that's what you do.
The 20th and the 21st?
Yeah, Monday and Tuesday.
What about the 23rd, the later that week, 23rd and 24th?
Um,
Wednesdays will never work for me.
I can't, well, I have parent-teacher conferences, I'm at work all day on the 23rd till 7 o'clock at night, and I'm out of town as of the 24th to the 26th.
How many people can be here on this one, the 21st?
Excuse me, if you get 7,
Like our work
and then if you ask Brad tomorrow, then you might get enough, so it might be fine. I mean,
I
I'm
think
here
it's
on the
good.
20th, I just can't be here on the 21st, so, and I have to leave early on the 20th. I think other than that.
I think let's keep it at that. What's gonna be difficult is after that.
Well,
Yeah,
let's,
it's
can
gonna
we
be
try to get one more set? Like, do we, if we drive down, do we want 2 nights, or we wanna just try to do one? Like, come in for one? Cause I think the 2 is good, but
It's hard then. Back to back like that, it is hard.
Well, so
so I was looking at like November 6th or 7th.
If we do the 6th, you all need to bring presents, 'cause that's my birthday.
Oh, well, you don't like to.
You don't wanna do that. Well,
So
can we
then
think
it
of
put down
dates?
just one on the 7th,
Can we think of dates tonight?
The 7th works for me.
Friday the 7th, would that be open for individuals? Does it work for you?
My calendar's out.
Oh, shoot, we didn't talk tomorrow then.
No, I think
I
that.
can't be here the morning of the 7th, but I'll be here the afternoon, no problem. I mean, it'd be from 8 to 11.
So
I'm
you
gonna be
might
in
miss
Columbia.
some data
Hunter
stuff,
can't be
and then
here
we'll go on.
I mean, I won't be in Columbia anyway, Thursday and Friday that week, so it's really close, so I'm not very far away.
Okay,
So I could be here pretty quick. I just got a meeting a board meeting that morning.
what did you say, Hunter?
It's just, 7th is good.
The 7th is good.
You're not gonna get it.
That's like tomorrow, I can't be here tomorrow, but I
I
got.
just didn't wanna get- Thanksgiving is at the end of the month,
You're
then the
gonna be
other
here
2 weeks are.
Saturday.
What are you saying?
Okay, so that we can get meeting rooms scheduled, the 7th, what time? 9? We're coming in for a day.
Right, I was gonna say, can we do the 6th and 7th, or just the 7th?
I can do the 6th and 7th.
I have to check.
Use the 6th and 7th.
I I gotta check on my PD, I don't know.
6th and 7th.
Of November?
Mhm.
Are we doing the October dates?
Yes,
Okay.
this would be out to the next one, just so we have
Okay.
some advanced planning, if it will work. If it doesn't work, then we'll have to do that.
I am meeting with my
So
superintendent
quickly,
right now,
I
I
could
don't have
definitely
any
do
more
the
professional
7th.
days to
So-
take,
so
and I don't
quickly,
know
we
if I'm
did
gonna get
say-
days.
We did say yes on the 20th and 21st.
Yes.
Okay, and did we set times for those or not?
I would say let's do it the 20th, the 9 to 4,
No, it's gonna be.
Right.
3.
and then,
It's pouring outside, by the way, just letting you know,
Oh my
so.
gosh, look at it.
It was almost white, it was raining so hard.
Okay, who's going to get our cars for us?
Ballet.
Desi.
You want Desi, you want ballet? Sorry.
Now you want this.
It's all situational.
We want you when we need you.
I think we had 7 people on this.
What did we say for the 21st?
Definitely on the 7th, and I just don't know about the 6th.
Are we doing 2 days or just?
Oh, did we say just one day on the 20th?
No, it's.
No, 20th and 21st.
21st also 9 to 4 or
No, that's 8 to 3.
8 to 3?
not today.
And are we you said the 6th and 7th, or just, are we looking at
That was
just the
the question.
7th?
Let me
7th was
propose
good.
this, if we've got tomorrow, you guys are gonna work all day tomorrow, and then we've got 2 more days in October.
I can do it.
Do we want to try to do 2 days together and try to see if we can get it whipped out, or are we at the point where we wanna just do 1 day? Cause I'm thinking also, being out for another 2 days,
No, I'm
in a
not.
row.
I don't know if I'm gonna get any more PD days to do this, and this is gonna be on my bill. So
Is
that's
there
the
any
thing.
way we can do some group meetings by computer with Skype or whatever? Do you think it's possible?
It'd be really hard with all the wordsmithing stuff that we're doing.
I mean, as we move
Good, but I
forward,
think it would be hard based on today. I think
Because
it
we
would be very
talk over,
difficult,
I
yeah.
mean, my experience has been on video calls and things, it's really hard for talking over when there's a pause, you think it's time for you to talk, and then 2 other people talk at the same time that you're talking.
the one thing that I think could be done is as we look to the other grade levels, just pulling all the information together like we did, I
Yeah,
think that would be broken up into teams and people could work through a grade.
Yeah.
I mean, just doing like what we did last time, creating the,
Domains,
putting
yes,
everything
yes.
together, and then not necessarily creating the domains, but just pulling the information together into one place, because we took a lot of time just,
Copying and pasting
Right.
And the
into
other
one
thing is,
document.
did we say we need 7 people here in order to work?
We need
We
one
need
more.
one more than half the people appointed.
7?
Right now
So if
it's
there's,
7.
if there's a time, say, if I cannot afford to drive here and stay 2 nights, after I've done this 4 times a month, I might be able to be here on Skype to make it 7, so there's times where, maybe one of
That
us, if it's gonna make the difference in the rest of you meeting or not, it might come down to something like that.
that's not a bad suggestion.
And you might just kind of keep that in your pocket, because if you're wanting to meet and you're wanting to get this done, that might come up here. And I don't wanna be where, I can see myself Skyping at home too, and just, have $600 in hotel bills,
So are we definitely doing the 6th and 7th, or are we just?
We're
gonna
definitely
talk
doing
about
the
it?
7th, I don't think we're
Okay.
gonna do the 6th because of the 2 nights of being out again. So
Okay.
we could do one, like
That's
drive in,
considered
drive
a
back
hotel
type of
cost.
thing.
Okay. Does that work
Eating
okay
dinner.
for you, Janet, as far away as you
Yeah,
live?
it's just that it's too hard, I think, being a classroom teacher and taking 2 days back to back.
It
like
is.
that.
so on the 7th, what was the time? 9 to 3 or 8?
I don't know, what do you guys think? I mean, I think with travel time, it's hard to be here by 8, for those of us that are traveling.
Be on the road before in the morning?
No.
Not gonna happen, is it? Nope.
So, is everybody fine with 9 to 4? If we wanna cut it down.
Okay.
Take a read.
9 to 4 on the 7th. Let me try to get this room.
I think we have
Actually,
it.
the governor's
Oh, no,
room
no,
is
no,
nice.
Nothing.
Because it's right across from the parking garage. I really liked being able to just walk.
Now that we gotta walk to the parking garage.
In the rain, yeah, especially today.
I know, and I got a dinner.
Do we need to, I actually talk about a liaison, or we probably should table that? Because we have to, yeah.
That does sound good. Thank you.
Oh my gosh, yes.
Where did you,
What did you say?
The best,
The Capitol, it's just like 2 blocks out of the ground. This is park right close, like.
I'm at the parking garage.
So we need to.
Yes, thank you.
I'm in the garage on the highest level, I'm trying it out. What happens when you go in the garage?
They said they put a little something or other in your, envelope on your window, you have to go in
Can you come tomorrow?
Yes, Jerry said
Oh,
he's done
okay.
that before. Oh, I just put mine in the little mailbox there and
Yeah,
drive
you
out.
can use the one paid
That's
now or you
yeah.
pay tomorrow. They'll take your money, if they know who you are.
Oh, yeah, he'll take it.
So what happens if we don't pay, Jerry? Do you get a notice in the mail?
Oh, yeah, you get a nice little greeting card,
Take it.
very nice little greeting card.
Apparently I got a, one of those red light cameras.
That one, I got mine.
Oh, really?
She always makes, she makes fun of me, but I know the lawyer who's fighting those cases and saying we're unconstitutional, so I'm just gonna contact him and that's what I need to do.
Oh, yeah.
Take care.
My golfer husband would have.
He explained the arguments against it to me, and I think it was pretty relevant arguments. Of course, I like red light cameras, so it's easy
Well, it
to
looks
convince
like
me.
it slowed down a lot, so, has it?
Well,
Yeah, you can
it's
actually
like what
see
it
it.
did
Yeah.
yesterday, it would come in like a big stick and then go away.
Who needs the sign-in sheet?
I do. Anne, is this your water? It's not mine.
Yeah, just feel noggin.
Audrey, let me give this back to you,
Okay,
and I'll borrow it back tomorrow.
well, just keep it. I have 3 boys, this is
I know I just took it
Well, I
out of
needed
my
a new computer
bag
bag,
when
so
I
of course
was
they picked out.
somewhere the other day and needed to use
They
it.
actually,
No, that's fine, just.
yeah, Brian and the boys.
Get it tomorrow, it's fine.
Okay.
Their school colors are blue too, they usually, it catches their eye. I'm usually a black person.
Are you up in the parking garage, Myra?
Yeah. Are you?
Feeling any better?
Yeah. I made it all day.
Don't tell me you have a full life.
Oh, there you go.
Oh, let's start that rumor.
Or Texas, yeah.
Or Texas, or
At least haven't been around anybody.
Myra, is this yours? This thing from Kurt Barr's office?
Caroline wrote her email on it,
Okay.
but I don't need it right now, so.
Okay.
Good night, everyone.
Good night.
See you tomorrow.
Okay, bye-bye.
Bring it.
I'm like, you know,